Alright, better if I start streaming on Shorts first, so that's what I'm doing. What's up, Shorts? Alright, and then now, start streaming. What's up, everyone? What's going on? Oh shit, I did not activate any of my chats. Hold on. Activate. Activate. Okay, you guys should be good now. Oh fuck, I'm not logged in. Fuck. Okay, we're good. You non-fun. What? What's up, Inverted Mystic? Welcome back. Activate that, and activate that, and hopefully we're all good now. I missed you. Thank you. I didn't stream for one day. Come on here. One day. I had to edit videos, and I had to do a little bit of stuff for college. Okay. One day. I think we're good now. Yeah, I just didn't do that before I started stream like I should. It's hard to fall asleep. Got lots of energy today, again. I need it. I need the caffeine. Ice is so convenient, dude. On my light, I have one of my lights turned off. One of them is turned on a little. Creates a chiller vibe. Because we're not doing anything important today. We're just reading. Western Sahara to Georgia. Okay, so Libya. Algeria, Egypt, Israel, Syria, Turkey. Wow. Easiest game of my life. Still the same? Yeah. Alright, you know what we get to do today? We get to be patriotic. The envy of the world. The Economist put out, I want to read this today, and also somewhere if I fuck. Did I put it in the jobs thing? This as well. Even if you use the horrible CPI, which should never be used, should never be used. Inflation adjusted wages are still higher than they ever have been, ignoring the composition effect that happened here, where low wage workers were all laid off, and and this is hourly earnings, right? This is average hourly earnings, okay? Not even accounting for the increased non-wage compensation that workers have received, right? Workers are a lot more likely to get 401ks or health insurance, and not just receive compensation that's hourly wages. They are higher. Wild. But of course, you should never use CPI. You should just use PCE. $29.7 was the highest, and then here we got briefly to like 30 because, again, the composition effects, which I'm pretty sure, I don't know if they have it here. I guess they wouldn't have been tracking it for that long, but the Atlanta Fed wage tracker. I don't know if Fred has it. Wage growth tracker, which they keep their composition of workers constant, or at least try to. But yeah, they don't. They only go back to 2019, I guess. Wild. Well, it's not that wild. I knew it the whole time. But I've been doing my, what would I call it? Well, I don't know. I guess just capitalist apologia. I guess that's the. I've been doing my real wages have not actually been stagnant thing for a while. I'm way ahead of the curve. Way ahead of the curve there. I don't know if I read all of these. It's fun to read them. The American economy has left other rich countries in the dust. Expect that to continue. And I have to open all of them in archive.org. But, On present policies and performance, the United States is condemned to slower growth than other main industrial countries for the foreseeable future. So declared their Competitiveness Policy Council, a committee advising America's president and Congress in 1992, a time when America was gripped by concerns that the economy was declining and losing ground to Japan and Europe. The opposite turned out to be true. Japan entered a long period of stagnation. Europe's growth fizzled, and America experienced a mini boom fueled by the rise of the internet. More than 3 decades later, some again are painting a picture of the American economy heading towards decline. China is now the rising juggernaut in the East. Donald Trump always joined my stream room. Oopsie. Man, I'm a bad streamer. Oops. It's the waiting room. Donald Trump, instead of Bill Clinton, is the candidate for president, lamenting the state of the economy. Mr. Trump says it is failing, when Mr. Clinton called it an unfledged economy stuck somewhere between Germany and Sri Lanka. Ordinary Americans are anxious. Gallup, a polling firm, regularly asks Americans if they are satisfied with how things are going. From 1980 to the early 2000s, a little more than 40% on average said that they were. Over the past 2 decades, it has dropped to 25%. Art of profit. Ooh, you know what? We have to get that poll too about Americans reporting their own financial situation as pretty well. I have it. I think it's in graphs I like. I want to say I need the source for it rather than just a screen cap. Or maybe it's not in graphs I like. Okay, is it in my Joe Biden inflation? It is. Harvard IOP Youth Poll, Fall 2023. Okay, Harvard. How would you rate your finances? This ain't gonna have it, is it? How would you rate America's economy? Do not ask the... I guess it makes sense that don't ask the same questions every year. But it'd be nice if they had more recent data than fall 2023 for this as well. America's economy / your financial performance, financial situation these days. Bro. I looked up the exact title. Okay, how would you rate America's economy / your financial situation these days? Question mark. Fuck you. American polls, personal financial situation. Okay, this is useless. Americans are actually pretty happy with their finances. Americans overall have a surprising degree of satisfaction with their economic situation, according to an Axios Vibe survey by the Harris Poll. Why it matters, that's in spite of our dour views among certain subsets of the country, and in contrast to consumer sentiment polls that remain stubbornly weak, partly because of the lingering effects of 2022's inflation. Axios Vibe's poll found that when asked about their own financial condition or of their local community, Americans are characteristically optimistic. Be smart. It's broadly understood that economic well-being influences electoral outcomes. Blah 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 blah. Okay, what's the poll? 63% of Americans rate their current financial situation as good, including 19% of us who say it's very good. Neither number is particularly low. They are entirely in line with the average past 20 times the Harris poll asked this question. The survey's findings based on a nationally representative sample of 2,120 U.S. adults conducted online between December 15th and December 17th. Okay, god damn it. This might be we might actually only have data from fucking last year. Americans' outlook for the future are also rosy. 66% think that 2024 will be better than 2023, and 85% of us feel that we could change our personal financial situation for the better this year. That's in line with Wall Street estimates. 77% of Americans are happy where they're living, including renters. Oh, here we go. Good, 35%. Excellent, 11%. Only fair, 36%. So it was 22% in 2011. I thought this was okay. What's up, Poland? Welcome back. Poland, you don't even live in America, brother. Okay, expected a year from now. America's not even a nationality technically, since our ancestors are European settlers. I mean, you could say American isn't an ethnicity. I'm pretty sure most people will consider it a nationality by now, at least, but okay, anyway. Are the profits a decline under something this time? Since the rollicking 1990s, the American economy suffered occasional upheavals, including the dot-com bust, the global financial crisis, a spike in unemployment during the COVID-19 pandemic, and most recently a surge in inflation. In purchasing power parity terms, America's share of the global economy has indeed shrunk from 21% in 1990 to 16% now. America's outperformance has accelerated recently. Also, isn't the Democrats who were pro-slavery and the Republicans who abolished it? I mean, yeah, in 1960. And then, like, the thing is, like, if you see a Confederate flag on a car today, do you think that person's a Democrat or Republican? If you KKK members, do you think they're more likely to be Democrat or Republican? Like, clearly, like, the Republican was the more left-wing party at the time. There was people call it like the party switch that happened. But I mean, yeah, it was. It's just KKK was Democrat. Yeah, but can you just answer the question of, like, if you see a Confederate flag on a car, do you think they're more likely to be Democrat or Republican? Or you don't live in America, so I don't know if you know the culture about it. But, like, Republicans that are party of the South now, like, if there's a Confederate flag on a car or something, that person is way, way, way more likely to be a Republican. Basically, I don't know any Democrats who would fly a Confederate flag. Like, one thing that's been consistent since the early 1990s, Republicans and Democrats want to abolish America since they hate the country. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. I want to abolish America. America's grown faster than other big rich countries and has rebounded more strongly from bumps along the way. The faulty diagnosis of the Competitiveness Council back in 1992 should stand as a corrective for those now peddling gloom. America's growth since then has been best in class, and its strengths today give ground for optimism about the country's economic power and potential. That America's share of global GDP in PPP terms has decreased is less a comment on its own trajectory than on the growth spurts of two other most populous countries, China and India. China's output per person remains less than a third of America's. India, smaller still. Even more shrinking is how America has outperformed its peers among the mature economies. Striking. Old Democrats are so old. Young people lean more Democrat than Republican. Like, generally, the younger generations, Gen Z, millennials, tend to be more left-leaning, tend to be more Democrat than Republican. That's just the opposite of true. I don't know about, like, the actual people elected brainwashed. What I just said is objectively true. Like, you get, like, all this is a known thing that's been going on for quite a while. Is that younger generations tend to be more left leaning in America. That means they tend to vote more Democrat than older generations who tend to be more conservative. And then in America, that means voting Republican more often. Yeah, what I just said was like 100% true. It's not me being brainwashed. I'm 16 and I'm Republican. You don't live in America, brother. I was gonna look up not the Democrat thing. So what? Also, that's great. Like there are certainly Gen Z and millennials that are Republican, but on net, Gen Z percent Democrat versus Republican. Like it's gonna be like 60% Democrat versus like. Look, you see how the older you get, the more right-leaning they get? Gen Z adults, 36% Republican compared to 21% Republican. Same thing for millennials. They lean way more Democrat than, Republican. And these independent. I would guess that a lot of the independents here are actually more socialist leaning than they are like libertarian leaning or something. I mean, again, if you just look at like this percentage Gen Z who actually supports socialism, it's way higher than like baby boomers. So that's another, yeah. Trump 2024. Okay, well, if you just keep repeating it. I think we're seeing a pretty big gender gap, though. We are seeing a big gender gap. I mean, I just clicked on that chart. There is a big gender gap. I think young men are starting to lean more conservative. But on that, what's this? Where's the gender gap? This is 12th grade boys. A lot less are liberal, more conservative. But I swear, I literally, the chart, here we go. This show gender gap. Men are, yeah. Oh, well. They're still... Oh, there's like... old people. I should probably start striking at like 18. Seems like even young people... young men are still more Democrat, although I don't know it. I don't know what independent means at all. Because again, I'm pretty sure if we look up Gen Z favorable views of socialism, I'm pretty sure it's like 50% of like Gen Zers have like a favorable view of socialism. Okay, well, views of capitalism, yeah, they're a lot less supportive than younger. Did you see this Harry Potter clip? Probably not. Am I gonna get a copy strike for playing this? Okay. Yeah, here we go. Someone says extremely likely to vote for a socialist candidate. That's 64% of Gen Z, 70% of millennials. Interesting that millennials is more than Gen Z. But I don't. Maybe Gen Z's moved beyond socialism. Maybe we've moved beyond to communism. We will only support a communist candidate, non-finance based. True. Are a boomer. Okay. Yeah, I think you missed a few words, but you? No, I'm a Gen Zer. What? I don't know what you're. Yeah, I don't like. Why am I even get? Obviously, Gen Zers are way more left leaning. Like, I should not have to spend 10 minutes explaining that. This is a true observed thing. I'm pretty sure it holds true across the countries. I'm pretty sure you look 89. I am 89. I'm pretty sure this holds true across countries that like a lot of young people are more progressive than older people. I'm pretty sure that holds true across countries. I don't know for sure. Don't quote me on it. I think that's true though. I think. Tell us stories from the Vietnam War. I can tell you stories from I don't know. I can't think of anything funnier than the Vietnam War. Tell you stories from last night when I slept with your mother. That's what I can do. Okay, 1990, America accounted for about 2/5 of the overall GDP of the G7 group of advanced countries. Today, it is about half. God damn. On a per-person basis, American economic output is now about 40% higher than in Western Europe and Canada, and 60% higher than in Japan. Roughly twice as large as the gaps between them in 1990. Average wages in America's poorest state, Mississippi, are higher than in I know this is a really funny fact. Are higher than the averages in Germany, Britain, Canada, and Germany. It's like, get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. It's not good that our allies are doing shit, but get fucked. And America's outperformance has accelerated recently. Since the start of 2020, just before the COVID-19 pandemic, America's real growth has been about 10%, 3 times higher than the average for the rest of the G7 countries. Among the G20 group, which includes large emerging markets, America is the only one whose output and employment are above pre-pandemic expectations, according to the International Monetary Fund. Coupling this growth with the dollar's strength translates into heft for America and wealth for Americans. That can be seen in the huge numbers of Americans traveling and spending record sums overseas. A decade ago, Chinese travelers too were demonstrating their wealth. Many analysts thought that China would by now have overtaken America as the biggest economy at the current exchange rates. Instead, its GDP has been slipping as of late from about 75% of America's in 2021 to 65% now. Endowed with skits. This is too, I knew this too. It's wild. Absolutely owned. They do still, make all our batteries, which we need for military shit. But it's fine. They wouldn't do anything. Also, we're giving all the fucking missile interceptors that Taiwan would need in a war with China to Israel, and none of them to Ukraine. We have I think it's we have 7 of these advanced whatever missile interceptors that are capable of intercepting ICBMs that are actually in space. And we gave one of them to Israel. We won't give any of them to Ukraine. And Taiwan doesn't really need them yet, but I don't know. How expensive are they actually? Can we not just make more? Why can't we just make more? U.S. missile interceptor. Israel. How much would it cost to make more of these? What is this called? High altitude anti-missile system operated. Okay. Cost. $1 billion? They only cost $1 billion? Why don't we make a fucking million of these, dude? Did $1 billion? That's not for how important people seem to think these are, at least from all the deadlines I've seen. Make 20 of them and give them all to Ukraine. Well, Israel can have a few. Israel can have 4 or 5. They're a smaller country. They don't They only need a few to cover them, right? Unit cost 1.25 billion per battery. What is that? Is that like per missile intercepted, or is that per, what is the battery? Is the battery the whole thing, or is that? Oh, 12 million per missile. Okay, so I'm assuming the battery is the thing that carries it, right? This special report will explain why American growth has been so strong for so long and why it can be expected to continue. Some of the reasons are down to the good fortune bestowed by geography. A quasi-continental economy with a giant consumer market, American companies benefit from scale. A good idea hatched in California or so, or a product built in Michigan can, in short order, spread to the other 49 states. America also has a big, well-integrated labor market, allowing people to move for better-paying jobs and drawing workers to more productive sectors. A long, porous southern border may be politically contentious, but it has an economic tailwind, allowing the labor force to steadily grow and helping fill the hard, dirty jobs that many native-born Americans have no interest in doing. And as important as the size of the country is what lies beneath it. Over the past 2 decades, the improvements in technology for extracting hydrocarbons from once Euplintid shale rocks, Eupiliant, what? Okay, well, don't give me the pronunciation then. Have turned America into the world's biggest producer of oil and gas. The American economy also has particular strong points which have bred more strength. Possessing the world's deepest financial markets has made it easier for startups to raise equity, a better way to get off the ground than borrowing cash. The plethora of exciting young companies in America has in turn boosted the attractiveness of its markets. Similarly, having the world's dominant currency has made global commerce more frictionless for American business, and America has the world's best universities, which remains so in part by attracting the world's best students. The visible hand. Other policy choices have helped. America has a more relaxed approach to business regulation than many other countries. That's given high-tech companies room to play and grow. It also enabled the experimentation, which led to the shale revolution. But America's success is not just a story of small government. Officials have made bold, resolute interventions during crises, including ones that, in fairness, were abetted or exacerbated by lax regulation to begin with. After a shaky start, America delivered a strong response to the global financial crisis of 2007-2009. Sure. Acting decisively to clean up bank balance sheets. We did do that eventually. And making aggressive use of monetary policy to support growth. It did. Growth compared to Europe, I guess, maybe. Growth compared to, if we just spent more money, just had some better fiscal policy. I have that in graphs I like. I'm sure that to 2016. Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad. It's so sad. It's so sad. Get better. The government's response to the COVID slowdown was yet more extraordinary, with a pseudo-fiscal stimulus packages that left other countries in the dust. True. Indeed, officials overdid it in the pursuit of recovery, contributing to the global rise in inflation, but it's impossible to explain America's mighty economic engine without acknowledging the government's willingness to step on the accelerated pedal when it's sputtered. For all of America's prowess, it is plenty of multis. A fundamental test of a country's governance is whether people live good, long lives. On this count, America is wanting. In 2023, the life expectancy for a newborn in America was 79, 3 years shorter than the average in Western Europe, according to UN projections. That startling gap was virtually non-existent in 1980. This is largely a reflection of fewer Americans reaching their dotage owing to obesity and to particularly acute American problems like opioids, guns, and unsafe roads. God, our trucks are horrible. But older Americans fare badly in relative terms too. In 2023, in America, the average 60-year-old was projected to live another 24 years, nearly 1 year shorter than in Europe. And in 1980, the reverse was true. Older Americans were projected to outlive their European peers by almost a year. Many critics of America's economic model contend that this is intrinsically flawed, beset by extreme inequality and ever more dominant companies crushing competitors. But these are exaggerations. There may be a scope for fair distribution of the country's wealth without undermining America's growth, but the widely held belief that the top 1% are taking it all is overdone. As for tech behemoths such as Apple and Amazon, their potential for dominance must be watched and if necessary curtailed, but it's also true. It is also true that they have generated incredible value in daily life and shaken up strongly dodgy industries. And they face fierce competition to stay on top. They stand as evidence more of America's economic success than of its problems. In the history of modern economies, America's 3-decade performance is remarkable. Can it continue? Throughout this report, we will consider reasons for pessimism, from poisonous politics to fiscal fertilities. Set against these is a relentless dynamism, the essential characteristic of the American economy, and an ultimate force of propelling it forward. What's up, Guido Planet? Welcome back. Oh yes, thank God. I can just open it in archive.org with the link. American productivity still leads the world. Innovation and a vibrant tech sector continue to give America a competitive edge. Clad in a white bunny suit that leaves only his eyes exposed, SV Sir, I don't know how to pronounce this guy. Dang, bro, it's like boring, not gonna lie. It's not boring. It's interesting. Fuck you. No, I understand. I can put Subway Surfers on the screen. Actually, are you on YouTube Shorts? If you're on YouTube Shorts, you're not going to be able to see Subway Surfers. But I guess I should probably have Subway Surfers on the screen, huh? It's not boring. It's awesome and epic. Did you see the Ethan? The Ethan video? Do you mean Ethan Klein, H3H3? No, I didn't watch it, but like I know most of the stuff he went over already. I don't know. Maybe I'll watch it at some point. I've been shorts, but it's cool. I'm just playing around, Guido. Okay, I understand. People vertical is superior to horizontal, and Gen Zers these days. Gen Zers these days, bro. I don't even know if you're Gen Z. Anyway, carefully picks up the slender object that lies at the heart of the global economy, a silicon wafer. But this particular wafer is a little different from most of those which semiconductors are made. It is fused to a glass plate. I'm just gonna call it Mr. S. I have no clue how to pronounce this guy's name. I'm a grown man, dog. Damn. And you still think vertical superior? What is happening? Why? What is happening to the world? Okay. Gen Alpha growing up with, I know you're not Gen Alpha, but like Gen Alpha growing up with touchscreens, they don't even know what a controller is, much less a keyboard or mouse. And vertical video, they couldn't bear to watch a full 8-minute YouTube video, a YouTube video stretched to 8 minutes for mid-rolls. Looks better, I can see more. You can see the exact same, what do you mean? Also, it's stretched a little, but actually, depending on what scene I have, you kind of can't see a little more because my thing isn't covering it. But fused to a glass plate. It works at the Texas Institute for Electronics, a public-private consortium. Consortium? I don't know. Takes up my whole screen. I like that. What are you watching? What? You know you can rotate your screen, right? And then the horizontal video takes up the full screen too. What? Public-private working on a $1.4 billion research project to make chips, which use materials in addition to silicone, which stack components vertically. If successful, it could change the basic architecture of semiconductors. People keep asking if innovation in industry will slow down. Mr. S says, if anything, it's accelerating. Plus, I can keep different live stream going while I watch YouTube in a different... Oh, damn. What? Whoa. You are. Are you sure you're a grown man? You're Gen Alpha ADHD maxing with that one. What are you on about, bro? What makes it work interesting is not just ambition, but also the provenance of its funding. The biggest single source of infusion of capital, $804 million, comes from the DARPA, no way, Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, a government body that has achieved something akin to legendary status for its role in inventing the internet, popularizing global positioning system, and developing mRNA vaccines that led the world to move past the COVID-19 pandemic. At any moment in time, we're really just laying a whole bunch of bets, says Stephanie Tompkins, director of DARPA. Probably day trader 9 screens. Oh, true. Oh, haven't I seen you talk about that before, Guido, with Sargent? Didn't you guys talk about day trading? I'm watching election info and I saw you were on, so I popped in. Base. Well, I appreciate it, Guido. Okay. Don't ever think. Yeah, I might make fun of you, but don't ever think I don't appreciate it. In a world economics, DARPA is legendary for another reason. It's seen as part of an explanation for why America is not just good at innovation, but also why it is a lot more productive than many other countries. In September, Mario Draghi, former president of the European Central Bank and former prime minister of Italy, argued as much in a report for the European Commission about the continent's slow growth. Pointing to America's stronger productivity, he noted that one important axis ran from DARPA's willingness to back risky ideas with public capital to America's propensity for technological breakthroughs. I'm a day trader. Yeah, I've seen it. I remember that. I'm pretty sure you and Sargent at one point were talking about it in YouTube Choice Chat. In truth, it is impossible to ascribe productivity to any single factor, much less a single public agency. DARPA is one element in a heady, complex mix, but there's no question that productivity has enabled much of America's economic outperformance. This year, the average American worker will generate about $171,000 in economic output, compared with, on purchasing parity terms, $120,000 in the euro area, $118,000 in Britain, get fucked, $96,000 in Japan, get fucked. That represents a 70% increase in labor productivity in America since 1990, well ahead of the increase elsewhere, 29% in Europe, 46% in Britain. Why is Britain actually doing good here? Well, relatively good. And 25% in Japan. I just know some British people, average, no median, I guess. Well, they're just, they're not concerned with, like, distribution here, right? So, like, they're not, they're just talking about America's economic outperformance and not necessarily, is that outperformance actually getting to everyone? Obviously, maybe a lot of this is concentrated at the top. And, it's not getting it on. Is it even real? Wealth at the top is kind of fake. What do you mean by that? They said, in like the introduction to this report, they said, this is about semiconductor production in the Far East. They should be concerned. It's just about America's economy in general. It does go over, I'm sure it will talk about semiconductors a little bit, but Is this a DARPA memo? Yeah, this is a DARPA memo. What was I gonna say? Oh, they did mention in the introduction, like, the concerns that the wealth is concentrated in the 1% or whatever is overplayed. Which, overplayed I would agree with. Not that it isn't necessarily a problem, but we did see, well, we saw a lot of wage compression in general, like in 2020 through 2023 or whatever. It wouldn't surprise me, though, if that's not including the 400 richest Americans, because I know there were a lot of billionaires who increased their net worth quite a bit. It wouldn't surprise me if, you know, a lot of the millionaires didn't see their wages grow substantially, but a lot of the billionaires, the top 400, you know, grew a lot. Wouldn't surprise me. Normally, like, the wealth of 1%, in the 1% aren't actually real. What do you mean by that? I mean, there isn't, I mean, it's not all like liquid wealth, right? It's not all liquid. It's not all, obviously, like, a lot of it's in stocks, and, like, it's not actually like worth that much, because if they, you know, were to sell their stocks, then the value of the stock would go down, so they would not actually get the full value that it's reported to have. But is that what you mean, or is it something else? That's my point. It's not real. It's like a vibe. Okay. I mean, people, why include them at all? I mean, I know a lot of things do exclude a lot of statistics do exclude the, like, top 400 richest Americans, because they tend to, like, distort things. I don't think inequality is that bad. I don't think it's that bad, and I just don't know. Let me rephrase. I don't think inequality really should be bad, because of it, like if, you know, in my world, if we just had, like, a UBI, if we just had, like, a $3,000 a month UBI, in my mind, inequality would not really matter at that point, because, like, everyone can provide for their basic needs anyway with their fucking UBI. Jesus, dude, you got a graph problem, you need therapy. This isn't even that bad. This isn't that bad, okay? We have a whole bunch more graphs to go over later, baby. Look at all these fucking graphs. But, there's one graph on screen right now. A single graph. It's not really unequal, since a lot of it's not even real. I mean, I understand what you mean by not real, but, like, first step is acknowledging it. It's not a problem. It's awesome sauce. You know, I'll have you know, I think I've said these before, you know, my pickup lines go hard, okay? I'm trying to remember them. We have girl must be taxes, the way she should be on my tip. My pickup lines. That's a pretty good one. Girl must be the labor market, the way her friction makes me real rigid. That's a good one. You know, there's a lot of I think at one point your tip because you have no shaft. Yeah, exactly. Good one if you want a restraining order. I forget the exact phrasing. I was like, it was something like girl must be wages because she gives me substantial downward rigidity or whatever. I forget exactly what the phrasing of that one was. I guess that would be right. Girl must be wages because she give me. Well, it doesn't really make sense to say she give me, but like that's how the pickup line works. Girl must be wages the way she make it substantially downwardly rigid. Rigidity is a fun word. Okay. You could probably do something with elasticity too. I don't know. Girl must be addictive the way she make it inelastic. Girl must be What is something else that makes it inelastic, or must be a necessity the way she make it inelastic? You could do that. Something like that. Working holiday hours. A common, I don't know how to pronounce these fucking words, dude.
Riposte.
Reposit? Repost? Repost? Okay. Repost is that American productivity is exaggerated since American workers get much less holiday time than appears abroad. But when assessed on a per hour basis, the gap remains sizable. 73% of productivity growth for American workers since 1990 versus 39% in the Euro area, 55% in Britain, and 55% in Japan. See chart. Another criticism is that productivity growth in America steadily declined over the past couple of decades. That, however, has been true elsewhere as countries have grappled with aging populations and what had seemed to be maturing tech landscape. Productivity growth in America remains stronger than most economies. Not fan these lines at it. Your words are too big. No, You don't know. I don't. See less graphs, more English. Okay, listen, unironically, I will admit the marginal returns on learning some pronunciations. I don't even know that one, bro. Might be a little higher. Okay. I don't. I give up. To explain this productivity outperformance, it is useful to break it into a few broad overlapping categories. The first is investment in capital. American workers, simply put, had more tools at their disposal, both the physical kind, such as highways and warehouses, and the intangible sort of in the form of software. Non-residential investments has run at about 17% of GDP in America since the mid-1990s, consistently higher than the share of the large European countries, according to John Fernand of Instead, a business school in France. Moreover, much American business investment is the most potent kind, spending on research and development, which sows the seeds for future growth. Well, with the exception of Israel and South Korea, Americans invest more in R&D than any other country, roughly at 3.5% of GDP. China is one of the major powers that has closed the gap in R&D spending, but it still trails America by an absolute margin. America's overall economic environment, often described as business dynamism, is the second factor. One way of showing this is the churn rate at which companies, or the share that are created or dissolved in any given year. Jesus. This has declined somewhat in America, but it's still nearly 20% of companies annually, roughly half of new businesses, and half are those that are stop operating. In Europe, it is closer to 15%, according to the European Center for International Political Economy, a think tank. This difference reflects twin facts: that it is both easier for old firms to fold in America and startups to obtain financing. Call me the Fed because of the quantities of DMs I ease into. that one actually goes hard. Americans? Well, I know that Americans, is they work long hours. Problem is, a third of that is just fucking it's just fucking about till they punch the clock. True. I mean, this just showed that productivity per hour is still higher, but we do get less. Although I actually don't know. Maybe this is a little misleading because Americans probably had a higher starting point, but I actually don't know if hours decreased like more since 1990 in Europe than in America. I don't know. It could be America. Have hours worked, median hours worked decrease more in America or the EU since 1990. It's not their fault, it's just the way the work is structured. They get shit done before the working hours, and the rest need to look like they're working so the boss doesn't complain. Also, leaving before the day. Leaving before everyone else is looked down upon. Jeez, fuck, Americans get anxiety if they take their entitled sick days. I mean, that's true. Which is fucked up when you think about it, yeah. Although, like, I don't know. It's not just like it's looked down upon to leave early. Well, I don't know how many jobs let you leave early. Median working hours have decreased more in the EU compared to the US. Here's the breakdown. Okay. And core jobs it is. Office work. Okay. I've been having a cash flow problem because I can increase your liquidity down there. Dude, did AI generate that one? I don't believe you came up with that one yourself. That one's awesome, though. I don't believe you came up with this one. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is too goated. It's too goated. I gotta DM people something real quick. Try it, you won't find it. I bet, yeah, that's because ChatGPT generated it, I bet. America invests more in R&D than almost all other countries. AI doesn't have the funny bone yet. The dynamism applies to America's labor market too. In any given 3-month period, about 5% of its workers change jobs. In Italy, it takes 1 year to get the same level of labor turnover. A study in 2020 by the OECD found that among citizens in a large sample of Western countries, Americans were most likely to move elsewhere for new jobs. Decisions to move partly stem from things that other countries want to avoid, notably America's weaker union laws and its more limited support for the unemployed. But dislocation can be productive. Those who switch jobs tend to enjoy higher wages than those who stay put, an indication that they have gone to companies in places which are making better use of their talents. The wage premium for job switchers is especially true for women, youth, and people with fewer skills. It's another thing. Wages go up a lot more if you switch jobs. Wages and jobs. True. I love wages and jobs. Unlike some un-American people in the chat. Over time, this churn tends to push workers, entrepreneurs, and investment more towards productive sectors. That matters because the productivity gap between America and Europe is almost entirely the result of America's outperformance in a few digital-intense segments of the economy, the third vital factor behind America's productivity success. It has done particularly well in tech, finance, and professional sectors such as law and consulting. In other sectors, such as retail sales, European countries often get more out of their workers. The point is thus not that every facet of American life is more productive, but that America is strong in the sectors that have done the most to generate growth and wealth over the past few decades. The underlying cause of America's tech superiority is the country's vibrant innovation life cycle. Did you get a new camera? No, I just don't have my light turned on. Because technically I think it probably looks a little better with this. But I don't know. It's a chill stream, so I don't really need it. I don't think it doesn't look that. Although, let me open a black screen. Shadow's not that bad. It is also. That's also nighttime. Or sorry, daytime. Nighttime. It won't help making this room look like a motel you invite prostitutes in. Is that what my room looks like? That cheap bed? Blue light? My room looks fine. Okay? It low-key does? Oh, what if I... Okay. Okay. You're so room insecure? My room is goated, okay? That's why. You guys just don't appreciate it. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. Hold on. Okay. Boom. Boom. Is that better? Or do you want to do a green? Or do we want, like... Embrace it? I don't see what the... I spilled. Embrace it. I just like. I like my room. It's a pretty chill place. Color just makes it look like those cam girl rooms. Okay, that's understandable. That's goated though. The keys. It's where it's easy to derail it. He was funny. We did get completely derailed. You need some decoration? Excuse me. Joe Biden head, okay. Decoration. That's decoration right there. Those are also both political things. That's this is the hold course, steer clear of the populist tides, and this is a I can't this is a newspaper from Czechoslovakia from when the Soviets invaded. From the Prague Spring, authentic. Dark Brandon has retired. I bought it after he retired because it's just it's funny. I do kind of off does kind of hold on. What if I turn it down? That's fine. We don't dark home a little bit. That sound bad. I always don't care about that, fam. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Where's the power cord for this? Oh shit! Oh shit! I think that's the ideal one. What's the... What if I... Okay, well this is too dark. White Kamala. It's not that bad. Although again, it is daytime, so I have like sunlight coming in. One reason to decorate a man is self-expression, which is usually minimalistic, and for the host. I have myself decoration, bro. Self-expression, decoration. You just hate it on me. Okay, so what if I turn this on and turn it... If I turn it down all the way, and then turn this on too, and that's also down all the way, how does this look? That actually kind of looks better. I think it looks better. Maybe I'll... Problem is, these lights jump from like very low brightness to relatively high brightness pretty quickly. Like this is one away. This is as low as it goes, and this is the second lowest. Take me 2 years to consider hanging up a shelf. I couldn't care for less lights like that. The lights are for stream. I do think they look good on their own, but... Okay, wait, which one's the... What about that? Are you from a marginalized group? Because I want to explore your marginal utility. that one doesn't even from a marginalized group because I want to explore your marginal utility. I don't know. I'll continue playing around with them. It doesn't really matter, but. Hosts don't care. They're called boring. Do you guys? I mean, you guys know I don't. There aren't many hoes entering this room, right? So, like, it's not something I have to be too concerned about. That needs to be over there so I can. Now I feel like my camera's messed up. Your streamer doesn't earn any money from this shit. I earn like 30 cents a day. Sometime, well, not when I'm doing like rating streams like this because no one watches this. Okay, watch tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow you guys all better be there. 2 p.m. EST for the hippy dippy debate. Watch, okay? When I all better be here for this. Zimbabwe sends it. I guarantee. Listen, when I stream this, okay, 30 cents that day. Watch, 30 cents. 30 cents. Get fucked. Okay, anyway, productivity growth. Environment sector innovation. It starts with universities helped by their ability to attract many of the brightest minds from around the world. Public support for research is robust. Financing for young companies is plentiful. And companies face few regulatory hurdles to scale up. It's not that American regulators are lax, but they are comparably favorable to many of those elsewhere in the world. Europe still fragments along national lines. Japan has a way. Japan has a way to go to. A way to go is shaking up its dodgy corporate governance. In China, the Communist Party set its own cause back by throttling its once vibrant private sector. The very success of Americans tech giants has provoked concern that they have become too powerful and that their dominance is harming the economy and stifling its dynamism. I don't know how to pronounce this one either.
Dynamism.
Dynamism. Okay. Thomas Philpott of New York University has documented the rise in corporate concentration in America since the 1980s. Big companies have taken a larger and larger share of corporate revenues. Corporate profits in general have risen as a share of economic output, and companies, especially in the concentrated sectors, have transformed less in their profits into new investments and more into share buybacks. It's not necessarily bad, but added up, that threatens to be a recipe for slower productivity, weaker growth, and higher inequality. So influential is this assessment of the economy that it's motivating force of Biden administration's aggressive application of antitrust laws aimed at curtailing the reach of big tech. So true, so base. Lena Khan. Listen, you neighborly sheep. I'll have you know, I went to speech therapy for like 6 years? 6 years, and this was the best they could get out of me. Okay, so. How did I have my camera? I feel like I should be like this. But isn't a speech impediment? You can say the word just fine. Yeah, I also just can't read. Listen, I can read. I read more than PPG does. Okay, so. The very success of America's tech giants has provoked concern that they have become too powerful in their dominance as harm. We read that. Yet the case of concentration has reached harmful levels is no slam dunk. Economic theory suggests that monopolistic will abuse their clout to reduce production and raise prices. Sharad Ganapit of Georgetown University has found pretty much the opposite relationship in 4 decades worth of America's census data. Industries with rising concentrations have also been the most productive, and the companies that have fared the best did not raise prices. This is weird with tech though, because like technically like there is no sticker price for using Google. It's just they just like sell ads, obviously. So it's like I don't know how they're measuring it. Like in theory, it could be. This is Lena Khan's whole philosophy. In theory, like we could have low prices and still good performance for consumers, but just have still have too high market concentration where it's not a competitive market anymore. One interpretation is that America's corporate champions have excelled by being more efficient, thereby benefiting consumers and the wider economy. You never piss on the floor for content. Google's a bottom feeders a platform. They basically leech off search results. Now they're going further with that by using AI, which completely bypasses visiting sites. That is something weird with AI, is that it's gonna it's like you're gonna make it unprofitable for companies, for the people actually writing the stuff that your search engine's meant to find to continue doing the thing, because nobody's gonna be clicking through to the websites anymore. Your AI is just gonna be scraping it and repeating it. It's like, well, how do you so I mean, yeah, I don't know if I consider them just a like bottom feeder though. Like they provide a valuable service. Like yeah, any media creation is compensated or credited. We go through some nasty shit before we learn how to properly regulate AI. Probably, I don't know. Data on concentration are also complicated. Studies typically focus on entire industries. The way that, say, Procter & Gamble is a powerhouse in consumer goods, but looking at the economy in terms of products rather than industries presents a different picture. One is arguably more consistent with everyday realities. Looked at on a product-by-product basis, concentration is actually declining in America. Established brands are moving into new niches, according to research by C. Lehner, Benkert of Stanford, and colleagues. P&G may be big in consumer goods generally, but it has reduced concentration in the rubber glove market with a new Mr. Clean product. And corporate America is getting easier. This is dude, I remember. I don't have a strong opinion on most like the antitrust things. I remember like I was just like, I want to be evil on this. I want to see if there's an evil argument against antitrust. It's just like there's an evil, like I'm not that against minimum wage, but like I like my other like evil capitalist arguments, right, against wealth taxes, whatever. The arguments I found against antitrust were not good. They were just like the government is taking property and that's bad, and that was basically the end of it. By the way, did you hear they're breaking up Google? Not really. I know they've been. Why I just looked up by the way instead of FTC. FTC Google. I don't trust CEO who created AI with a voice from a fucking sci-fi movie who wants a fantasy to jerk off to. Listen, that's the best use of AI is creating stuff to jerk off to. That is the most moral use of AI. Everything else is stealing content, but that isn't. I don't know. They're breaking up Google. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Most tech has advanced college porn. I feel like I remember hearing a story about that, of like videotapes or something, that the porn industry was the reason they got bigger. But I don't know if it's true of all tech, but you know what, maybe. Are they? I'm pretty sure. I remember them. I remember I read about them suing Apple. I remember I read about Epic Games suing Google, although that lawsuit already finished. They become too powerful. Portable is a major factor in the better distribution of video content. I mean, that makes sense. United States v. Google Inc. This was in 2012. Lena Khan, Google. A landmark trial between the Department of Justice and Google is coming to an end. The tech giant is accused of monopolizing the internet search market, sidelining competitors, and harming consumers. The DOJ claims Google struck illegal deals, but the company argues it has the best search engine. Camera size probably the backbone of live streaming. Why is the road run by the creepiest neckbeards nowadays? I want my mustachy oil barons back. Oil barons back, true. Barons. I can't say that word either. Barons, right? Oil barons. When was this? May 7th? Did it come to an end? A jury found that Google violated the law through illegal monopolization related to its App Store. I'll take Henry for it. I mean, well... Ooh, that's hard, actually. Here's the thing. Yeah, I know. I was about to say I think they are both anti-Semitic, but like... Ooh. The comparison's so hard, because I think Elon Musk is probably less anti-Semitic, but like he has so much more power, because, you know, he owns Twitter, that like he allows like all the anti-Semitic shit on Twitter. So it's like... So like what did Henry Ford do? Like publish one fucking newspaper that probably had like 3 readers. Meanwhile Twitter is like full of Nazi slop. Like everything on Twitter is Nazi slop now. Like, but it's just weird, because if Henry Ford was in the same position that Elon Musk's in, maybe he would be worse. I don't know. I don't know why they claim Twitter, just because Lena Khan. We're saying Nazi stuff on Twitter, but most of it is ironic and edgy LARPing. I don't know. There's so many. It's ironic. It could be. I don't know. And like half of the Republican Party are hurricane truthers now. Okay, so I don't know. I genuinely don't know. That's the issue. Is I don't know. I don't know how many people unironically believe that hurricanes are caused by the Jews. I don't know. Oh, listen. To be fair, Twitch doesn't seem to care about anti-Semitism either, right? They seem to. Dead giveaway. I don't know. Maybe you're right, but I don't know. Like, but is it like ironically ironic? Is it like dog whistle type ironic, where it's like they do actually believe fucked up things, and they just like they make these things that are like, oh, it's ironic. Don't get your whatever. What is it? Don't get your nuts in a twist. I don't think it's that. It can't be that. But it's not in general. How much comparison is out there and pushes public opinion towards great replacement or blood libel theories? The actual anti-Semitic ones is one of the articles, and anti-Zionist ones. Okay. And corporate America is getting into areas that are more consequential than dish cleaning. Economists have long observed the duality between national and local competition. Home Depot's heft seems to reduce competition on a national scale, But when it enters a town that previously had just one hardware store, it represents a new competitive force. A similar dynamic may be playing out as tech giants move into markets which are conceptually, rather than geographically, new to them. Companies like Amazon and Alphabet offer one of the best hopes for shaking up America's high-cost healthcare sector as they get into primary care, diagnostic services, and more. The rise of AI may hurdle a new return to faster growth. Return to faster growth. If tech companies manage to achieve dominance across many markets by being hyper-efficient competitors, then proceed to block new challengers, the worst fear about them might prove justified. For now, though, a recent examination of the evidence by Carl Shapiro of the University of California at Berkeley and Ali Eurocoglio of Stanford put it well. The rise of concentration across American industries looks more like competition in action than competition in decline. What is more, many excited observers think the latest wave of innovation emanating from the tech giants, the rise of artificial intelligence, Harold, I don't know how to pronounce this one either. I think it's Harold, right? But it doesn't give me the pronunciation. A return to faster productivity growth in America and abroad. In a study last year, economists at Goldman Sachs, a bank, concluded that AI could drive a 7% increase in global GDP over a decade. And they estimate that America would reap a bigger boost to its growth than any other country by virtue of being on the frontier of the technology, both in pushing AI forward and adopting it extensively. A healthy dose of skepticism is in order. After reviewing the literature on how AI works and how ideas spread, Darren Acemoglu of MIT came to a more sedate conclusion that it would boost GDP by about 1% over the next decade. You're still talking about that. Whatever the eventual outcome, the rise of AI has served to underscore just how formidable America remains as an engine of innovation. It accounts for more than half of global private sector investment in AI. It's not just the private sector. DARPA is all over the boom, funding dozens of projects that use AI, from beefing up cybersecurity to turning machines into more trustworthy partners for the human operators. It is once again helping write the next chapter in the story of American productivity. Is higher inequality the price for America's faster growth? People nowadays got duped by race realism, true, are also paranoid about diversity and representation to the point of ridiculousness, memes turning into ideas. I don't know if that actually made it go down anymore. Look at the potential downsides of outperformance. Think about income inequality in America, and some archetypes easily come to mind. Start with a rich corporate lawyer earning above the roughly $1 million annual income that places a household in the top 1% of earners. At the other end of the scale, the bottom 20%, a single mother with a fast food job that might have an income of $25,000. Between them, a home with a mechanic and part-time teaching assistant might have an annual earnings of $80,000, around the median. The skew towards the top is sharp. America ranks among the most unequal in the big rich world of countries. See chart, combined with lower average incomes. Elsewhere, the pay of America's top workers looks astonishing to European eyes. For comparison, it takes the equivalent of a mere $250,000 or so to enter the top 1% of two-person households in Britain. Wow. Another Britain L. See the election news? Not really. It would be natural to conclude that high inequality is merely the flip side of America's wealth. That is probably true to an extent, yet America has grown more redistributive over the period examined by the special report, expanding the earned income tax credit, a wage top for low earners. In the 1990s, subsidies for health insurance and subsidies for health insurance in the 2010s. 100,000 people are registered in Michigan. They're old enough to vote. Democrat officials say they'll purge over 600,000 purging voter rolls is pretty common, right? Like, they did it in North Carolina, they did it in Texas as well. If you've only seen Michigan purging voter rolls then like your newsfeed is fucked, man. 500,000 more than the voting age population. Large and balanced Great Lakes. Raise concern about potential voter fraud. Do you still think there's outcome determinative fraud in Georgia, by the way? While some officials defend inflated rolls, claiming do not contribute to fraud, GP argues that discrepancies could be increased opportunities for illegal voting. Recent lawsuits seem to focus. Okay, I thought this was going to be concerned with Democrats like purging voter rolls, and it's like, well, Republicans do that way more than Democrats do. But I think in some states they wrote laws where any citizen can question ballots unlimited amount of times. Yeah. It doesn't matter because it's not how... Wait, it just answer the question. I understand. Like, it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter to you. I don't care right now. I just want you to answer the question. Do you think there's outcome determinative voter fraud in Georgia? Are you incapable of answering that question? Just answer the question. Few times by 2027, the state will remove approximately 606,000 inactive voters. There's not. It's a fact. I'm asking localist. Gossip of that, but like 8 people contested on 100K. Probably. Okay. That's all I need to know. Okay. You're like, based on what? Based on what, localist? Can you answer based on what? Most fraud is committed by Republicans and its isolated incidents. I know. Like the big, like, it's so fucking pathetic, dude. But you know what's crazy? We're probably not gonna know the results of the election in Georgia officially until like December, because there's probably going to be like multiple lawsuits for like counties that refuse to certify their votes on the county level, and like if enough counties don't certify their vote, then like the state can't certify their vote, and it's just fucked. It's fucked. American elections are one of the most secure elections in the world. Yeah, it's not even. Yeah, it's wild. Akron County votes is not fucked as much, with shenanigans around elections are insane. I know. It's yeah, like I said, I think I watched the John Oliver thing on it a few days ago now or whatever, but I forget the exact changes. Like there was some changes where like only like a few people have to object to like certifying the vote in the county before they can't certify the vote at all, until like after doing like a manual recount, and they have to make sure the manual recount has the exact same number of votes as the machine counted tally, which is not possible. So there's a good chance we don't know the results of Georgia until December. This is not good. It's not ideal. Subpar. Localist, what is your evidence for there being outcome determinative voter fraud in Georgia? Strategies to delay, waste time and resources. True. I mean, that like, they want all of the voter fraud lawsuits, like they just wanted them because I read it online. Like what? Okay. Usually there's multiple claims that like people make. They'll like mention like the ballot video, the ballot stuffing suitcase video. It's not completely fake. It's manipulatively edited, and Giuliani admitted he lied about it. And then sometimes people claim about like the fucking overflowing toilets and the water pipes or whatever. All that is like total lie and can be so easily debunked with like just a few quick Google searches. But I forget which document it's in. Do you believe this is anything other than ironic? This is probably ironic, but like it could be ironic in like like I said, like the kind of like dog whistle, like haha, just joshing around, guys, just joshing around. Not actually a Nazi. I'm just a white supremacist. That's the issue. Is that like, I think it could be that. I forget which memo it's in. Clipped. Damn it. I think it's in. Is it in? Is it in this? No. There's one mode that like very specifically says like we need at least one case open on January 6th that could potentially hand Trump the victory if it succeeded. I think it's this. Yeah, there is pending on January 6th in each of the 6 states at least one lawsuit in either federal or state court, which might plausibly, if allowed to proceed to competition, lead to either Trump winning the state or at least Biden being denied the state. Of course, ideally, by then Trump will have been awarded one or most of the states. Yeah, like these lawsuits were not even. They were all based on like bullshit affidavits, and like the merits were shit. First of all, they didn't have standing for most of the, like most of them were dismissed on standing, right? But oh no, how. Around, guys, just joshing around. Not actually a Nazi. I'm just a white supremacist. It's my audio. Just joshing around. Not actually a Nazi. Oh no, it's just my video playing. It's weird. Sounds good to me. Let's just get to the rate distrust. Look at how many lawsuits are going on. Wrong. Yeah, that's another thing. Is that people to this day like cite all those lawsuits? Yeah, it's just like so distrust. It's wild. We need Trump victory. Also, we have no more America. Localist, what do you think happened? Localist, can you just answer? Do you think that like video of the suitcases in Georgia is real? Do you think that's do you think that video shows voter fraud or? Anyone in PPG's Discord? Send a clip to him. No, don't do that. No. I'm gonna lose favor of PPG, guys. Oh no. Suitcases voted for Biden. Is that not sus for you? Do you know Giuliani admitted that he lied about that? Giuliani lost a defamation. Thank you, Raccoon LP, for the sub. I appreciate it very much. It really helps right now. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's probably delayed a bit, but Giuliani admitted to lying about all that stuff, right? He had to pay like $168 million for lying about that. Thank you, iBizzard. Yeah, it's delayed. Thank you, iBizzard, for the stop. I really appreciate it. It really helps out right now. We're trying to reach 1,000 subs in the YouTube channel. If you have not gone to the YouTube channel, please go to the YouTube channel, subscribe, so I can reach 1,000 subs there. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. It's your 2 Zimbabwe cents. If I get monetized on YouTube, which I need 1,000 subs for, I will get a little bit more money today. Than I do today from streaming on YouTube. It's crazy. You know what? That video, first of all, that video was debunked literally the next day. I think it was literally the next day. The Georgia State, the entire Georgia State legislature looked at that video and decided and like saw, oh yeah, this just shows normal ballot counting, and so they certified the vote. Like all these things were looked into. It's unbelievably retarded that like you would cite that. I don't think suitcases should be allowed to vote. They weren't suitcases. They were regular ballot boxes that you realize we have the video of them taking the ballot boxes from the ordinary ballot boxes from where they are and putting them under the tables and then taking them out a few minutes later. Georgia ballot suitcase debunk. Where's my girl? Not this person. There's like is it this girl? No. There's a video. I think there's literally a video from someone in Georgia that literally like it was either that, it might have been the same day even, where they debunked the claim. I've seen it before. I should have just, like, saved it. But Giuliani admitted he lied about this anyway, but... Okay, well, these videos will have to do for now.
Inside election security.
Let's go to this one. Yes.
With Georgia election official Gabriel Sterling.
These boxes that Rudy Giuliani and the president have described as suitcases are actually purpose-built ballot carriers that are used because they can be sealed.
Yes, sir. So you can see, and they're out in plain sight. So it's not like anything was hidden from anybody. And let's get to 957. And here comes the ballot carriers that we're talking about.
With this man here.
Yes, and they're empty, as you can see.
Right.
So these are the ballots that need to be scanned still, that they're going to start stacking into these carriers.
Now, this is the same room from a different camera angle.
Yes.
What do you see in this picture?
Well, here you have here's some cutters running their work, the flatteners over here getting the ballots prepared, and then up to this corner, this is the press and the observers who are there from the different parties.
The Democratic and Republican observers are right here.
Yes, and doing a great job looking at their phones.
Now, it is almost 10 p.m. election night. Some of these people have been working 12, 14 hours.
Yes.
And they've just been told that they're going to wrap up for the night. So what are they doing here?
This is where they're packing up because they think they're going home. They're packing up to seal them so that nobody can mess with the ballots when no one's there.
They're securing the ballots.
Correct.
With the idea that they're going to come back tomorrow and count them.
Yes, sir.
But then what happened?
When we found out at our office, approximately 10:30 or so, that they were knocking off for the night, the secretary was upset because we wanted people to work as long as they could so that we could have the results out as fast as we could. So our office called the director of Fulton County, who subsequently calls the manager on site here and says, y'all need to keep on working. So they keep on stacking in here. And again, that's 3 of the boxes that fit perfectly inside that box. She's got the lids in her hands. Yeah, she's finally sliding the lids on.
She's putting the lids on the ballot carriers.
She's doing her best with the lids on. She's just having a difficult time with this. But again, it's still 10:01. The monitors and press are still in the room.
You ready, Non-Fun? I guess I am.
She's putting the seal on right now, which is these blue items here.
So she's sealing the ballot carrier box so that no one can tamper with it.
Correct.
Those are ballots that have been opened from their envelopes but have not yet been counted.
Correct.
What she's thinking in this moment is what she's been told by her supervisor is, put those away, we're going to count them tomorrow.
Yes. And it's 10:06. The monitors are still there. So this is where you see them slide this box under the table.
Why under the table?
Get them out of the way. They're still walking around doing stuff. They got cords, they got boxes. This is stuff out of the way. Can you see out here? Boxes are the exact same kind of box. They just want to get these out of the way to know that these are the ones we have to scan later that we haven't scanned yet.
At this point, the Secretary of State's office, your office, has called Fulton County and said, you guys can't go home. You've got to keep counting.
Yes.
And so we're about...
Where's the defendant Giuliani, for purposes of this litigation only, does not contest it to the extent the statements were statements of fact and otherwise actionable. Such factual statements were false. Giuliani admitted he lied about this and had to pay, I think it was $168 million. Because of this. I mean, this just goes over the same exact thing.
Leave, but they were told.
Anyway. Trade-off. Yet America has grown more. Tax credit. Blah, blah, blah. I read that. It is not clear that the tolerance for inequality is powering its economic outperformance over the past decade. If you can't tell they're being ironic or not, it doesn't matter anymore since all of it is seen as ironic. True. They had a corporate lawyer. Even after taxes and transfers, the average real income of this household grew by 110% from 1990 to 2019, according to the Congressional Budget Office. But most of the growth took place early in the time period. Jesus. In 2019, he was probably doing worse than his equivalent in 2007 before the global financial crisis. By contrast, incomes of the lowest 20% of households in which the fast food worker resides surged in a tight labor market in the late 2010s. By 2019, she was enjoying, after tax and transfers, household income 25% higher than those of her in 2007, and in part thanks to Obamacare. Even after the full period since 1990, the bottom quintile's after-tax transfer income was 77% the same. As for the highest quintile, thus excluding the highest earning 1% from the top 20%, which show the poor enjoying faster income growth in the upper middle class. In the 2020s, the burger flipper probably had a boost from the tight post-pandemic labor market, which lifted wage growth, most at the bottom end of the income distribution. It is a mechanism and teaching assistant in the middle who has the best claim to having missed a party. Median real income rose by 57% from 1990 to 2019. But that is still a healthy 1.6% per year, a far cry from the stagnation in the median earnings that is sometimes alleged, based on in part an inflation index to CPI, which is biased upwards. True, never use CPI. I hate it. I'm gonna make a video. I think these are my. Now that I'm in college, I think I'm gonna start doing a little bit more video essays. I think I need to come up with a name for a channel, okay? Because I want. It doesn't make sense for like me to have for me to do it on like the same channel I do like lame, like low effort reaction content. What I think I want to do. I need to come up with a name for it. I probably just want to do one about me ranting about why I hate CPI. I hate it. CPI. Horrible. It's not that bad, but it's horrible. Probably don't want to do one. At some point, I don't have enough information to do this one yet. I want to do one about the different theories of banking. So credit creation theory versus fractional reserve banking. I'm thinking the only way I'm gonna suffer through reading about the different fucking theories of banking is if I make a script out of it and make a video out of it. And then I probably want to do one about the Phillips curve, and I probably want to maybe one about the business cycle as well, and maybe one about immigration. Probably. I'll do that at some point. We'll see. We'll see if I ever get the motivation. Some argue that things are different. The CBO numbers are in the middle of the range of income inequality estimates. Calculations by economists Thomas Piketty, Emmanuel Saez, and Gabriel Zachman show a rise in after-tax and transfer inequality that is sharper, or those by Gerald Otten and David Splinter, published in July in the Journal of Political Economy, show a much smaller increase. This is because Saez and Zachman, they do a few funny things. One, I think like since 2018 or whatever, they assign all of the like incidents of corporate tax to, I think they assign all of it to corporations. They don't assign any of it to workers, even though some of it is probably going to fall on workers. And one thing they do, which is, I mean, they mentioned they treat Obamacare stuff like a transfer, but I'm pretty sure Saez and Zuckman. Why would you do video essays in that? Because they're awesome. It's just like I need to make more stuff like basically. Why did I expect my video to come up first? I like videos like this that are like debunking like Twitter points. No space for differentiation either. Bro, who is making short video essays like this on the Phillips curve and credit creation theory, okay?
Just US.
Because I look at this stuff and I go, I know what to do.
The biggest factor pulling inflation up continues to be shelter. Shelter is at 5.5%, and it was all.
What is his argument that inflation is artificially high? Because that's based.
Came in and inflation went down slightly to 3.4%, up 0.3% month on month. There are two big problems with this inflation data. The first big problem is that the real level of inflation in the US right now is at 2.6% or thereabouts, and there are only really two major factors that are keeping that rate above 2% in the first place: high energy prices,
artificial,
and high car
housing costs are really funny.
Both of
what do you
these
mean?
are high not because of a systemic inflationary pressure pushing them up, not because of some
This video is based actually.
serious problem, but because these sectors are busy profiteering under the guise of inflation. I'll explain all of this in some detail.
Okay, well that's a little. Well, now he's doing the greedflation thing. Is what it is. Really fake. It's a fake concept. I mean, like, maybe artificial isn't the best word. It's laggingly high. Owner's equivalent rent lags. This is the point I'm making. And also, the fucking central bank can't do much about like housing prices. So, like, why do they even look at it? Like, who gives a fuck? Don't look at it. Homeowners benefit from an increase in the price, true. At the expense of home buyers, true. You can either frame it as positive or negative based on. I mean, you can frame like everything. It's economics, dude. You can frame. You can frame the COVID stimulus as like such a good thing because of the low unemployment, or like such a bad thing because of the high inflation. Like usually there's a trade-off between inflation and unemployment, and like, you know, you can frame that as a good or bad thing. You can frame, like, one thing people do is they're like, oh, you know, millions of boomers retired during COVID, you know, the labor market participation rate hasn't recovered. And it's like, well, if the opposite were true, and like inflation was so bad that like boomers had to stay in the labor market, that would be bad too, right? Like you can frame that as a good or bad thing. Like either the economy is good enough where boomers are able to retire and live off their savings, or the economy's, you know, the economy's doing good because the labor force participation rate is higher. Like you can frame it as, you know, good or bad of both sides there. Yeah, you can do that with like a lot of things in economics. Like you do it with the trade deficit versus the capital account surplus. Go for economy, make all land state and lease it out for 60 years with penalties when not utilized. True. Land value tax would fix this. Partly. You know, homeowners are getting rich and home buyers are getting screwed. I mean, you're not entirely wrong. I mean, you probably do need to decrease the rate at which home prices are increasing. I don't think we should decrease the price of homes necessarily, but do you think inflation is a tax? Like, kind of, like, yeah, like, sure, but like that doesn't, it doesn't change any like arguments around it. Like it's just like that, like, okay, it's a tax. That doesn't change it. Like it works like a tax when you print money. Well, that's true. I should say, I mean, obviously there's short run inflation that doesn't really act like a tax. It's just due to supply side shocks, but sure, it's just like there's still probably positive trade-offs that can be associated with it sometimes. Like taxes also can have positive trade-offs associated with it. Inflation caused by economies on a tax, sure. Like, yeah. It's just like I just don't see how it changes like any of the arguments. But people don't even, I don't like, I feel like if I asked anyone who says like, what's up, Bertstein, welcome back. Cue the video. But if you're a borrower, inflation increases your net worth. Meanwhile, lenders, when net worth goes down, inflation the tax, you just hold cash. Well, this is true. But yeah, inflation is also good for, you know what, localists, we can flame inflation as a good or bad thing too. Inflation is good for people in debt. Oh, yeah, true. But, what was I gonna say? Oh, I don't get like any conservative who like talks about inflation or like just says inflation is a tax. If I ask them to describe to me the difference between the quantitative theory of inflation and the fiscal theory of inflation, I don't think they could do it. I don't think like 90% of conservatives could do it. Thank you for the resub, Bertstein. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. God damn. 4 months. I appreciate it very much. Hell yeah. Let's get a twerk break for that one. Nice alien dance. Almost. Nice one. Oh, Science and Zuckman do this thing where they count health insurance premiums, like even private health insurance premiums, as a tax. So as Zuckman argued that health insurance premiums are taxed on labor income, and this is not fundamentally different than paying taxes to a public insurer. Yeah, so they count these things as taxes. I don't know if they count. I would assume they would count Obamacare as a transfer still, but Income inequality. It's also only one type of inequality. Nobody disputes that wealth inequality has risen this century, even if most estimates wrongly ignore the value of a single mother's future. Entitlements to Social Security payments in old age. Legit not scraping. 1, 2, 4, 19 amendments is a mistake. Why? Scrapping. America faces other social problems which can exacerbate a sense of inequality. Does the mix of treasuries and bank reserves matter? It must for you, otherwise MMT is true. I don't know. I still don't know. I still don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like, the issue is I don't know if banks lend reserves or not. I don't know if credit creation theory is true or not. I don't know. I haven't done like reading on it, so like I don't know. I don't know if like I don't know, like if they don't lend reserves, then like if reserves really aren't useful or whatever. I don't know. Striking thing how little these problems seem to have exacted economic toll. Once inequality reaches very high levels, rent seeking by elites imperils economic growth. America's experience suggests that it remains high on the right side of the threshold. The shale revolution helped make America's economy great, but with the country's oil resources discouraged a similar revolution in renewables. Depends if Tanner Trump gets elected or not. Scrapping force lets you fix retarded land utilization. First, fix the psyops and foreign interest. I feel like don't we already have the First Amendment, but we're still allowed to restrict like foreign ownership of a lot of things. Can you bring up the Fred graph of excess reserves of depository institutions? I think you like it. Is it? I mean, after 2008, I'm assuming, yeah. What about it? This is, yeah, we were in a limited reserve system, and then we were in an ample reserve system after 2008, because we started doing interest on reserves, right? That's my understanding. Look at a monetary base on Fred, it's even better. Well, we do. What do you mean by even better? I mean, I'm seeing more graphs at a monetary base than I have. Already, monetary base, Fred. Well, don't we count reserves as, don't we count reserves on, as monetary base, but then we don't count securities, right? I don't think there's a lot of foreign psyops now. I do, but aren't we already allowed to limit that stuff? Even with the First Amendment? Like, can't, like, foreign countries not own, like, radio channels and shit? I thought we could, like, isn't that the justification for the TikTok ban? No. I thought we could. I guess I don't know for sure, but, like, Scott Summers argues that the reason QE didn't work is because we paid interest on reserves and didn't credibly commit to an expansion in the monetary base. I think it's incoherent. What do you think? I don't know. I'd have to do more reading on it. But, likely Harats are restricted. Ooh, not fun. Let me take some Adderall. Listen, Scott Sumer is NGDP targeting field. He's an NGDP targeting guy, right? So he's probably correct. I would. I don't know. Unrestrict me? Can I unrestrict you? I don't know if I can. There's no /unrestrict. I can. New monetarism is even worse than the old one. True. That's why TikTok isn't banned yet. But yeah, but they're trying to ban it. I think TikTok is saying it's unconstitutional, but free at last is still chaos. I mean, like, because Twitch marked you as a likely harasser, you are on a tight leash, okay? I will just, like, ban you if you... Monetary policy nerds are hilarious when you realize monetary policy is a giant nothing bigger. True. But I don't know. I would lean towards, I don't think monetary stimulus is that effective, but... I haven't said anything ban-worthy ever, don't worry. Okay. In a dense hilly forest in northern Pennsylvania, Trapper Wyman steers his pickup trucks down a gravel path until he reaches a small clearing at the end. It is a modest industrial site with a lattice of pipes and valves, a few engine units, no bigger than SUVs, one worker who is monitoring it all. The operation runs in almost total silence, unseen under wells that plunge some 10,000 feet below the ground and turn a corner to another 10,000 feet horizontally, or the gas that flows back up and into a pipeline that traverses the country. This is the Marcellus Shale, a family of rocks rich in fossil fuels. For Mr. Wyman, an owner of a local crane company, it is the site of a deep reverence. You only ever see bits and pieces of the Marcellus above ground, but is like a giant factory producing energy for America and the world, he says. Cops ever catch me, I'm going to scream on a blaze of glory. This is for not fun. Am I pronouncing this correctly? Marcellus, okay. Just one of several such rock formations around America, from the oil-rich Bacon Shale in Montana and North Dakota to the Permian Basin, endowed with both oil and gas in Texas and New Mexico. The revolution in tapping their hard-to-reach hydrocarbons got underway in the latter half of the 20th century as companies and government researchers worked to combine hydraulic fracturing, or fracking, the injection of specialized liquids to open cracks in the rock, and horizontal drilling. As they have honed these techniques in the early 2000s, production surged. Now America produces some 13 million barrels per day of crude oil and 3 billion cubic meters per day of natural gas. Is this 3 billion? Or is this a different measurement? Making it the world's biggest producer of both. It is 3 billion, I think. The economic effects have been far-reaching. Most obviously, this changed America's trading relationship with the world. Long a major importer of oil, America's need for foreign crude started to decline in 2008 when its oil shale fields really took off. By 2019, it was for the first time in more than half a century exporting more energy, than it imported. Although it produces more than it consumes domestically, it still imports vast quantities of oil because it needs some varieties only produced overseas. Last year, America's record net energy surplus of about $65 billion. Where the boom occurred, the impact has been profound. Shale has boosted American growth in several ways. Narrowly, the decline in imports has increased exports and increased exports has improved America's balance of trade. In most other sectors, America buys more from the world than it sells. Plentiful shale gas, which is harder to export, reduced domestic energy prices, freeing up cash for more consumption and investment. Although many lost money in shale investments the last decade because they took on extensive risk at high cost, the survivors have become more disciplined and efficient, with drilling rigs declining but production increasing. In a paper for the Federal Reserve's Dallas branch, Mine Usell and Michael D. Plenty estimated that the energy boom added about 1% to American GDP from 2010 to 2015, or about a tenth of the economy's growth during that period, a boost that may be continuing. Where the boom has occurred, the impact has been even more profound. The timing was also remarkable. In much of America, as in much of the world, the 2007-2009 period is remembered for the global financial crisis and a steep rise in unemployment. In places like Williamsport, a town in northern Pennsylvania that serves as a hub for drilling in the I already forgot how to pronounce it, Marcellus Shale, it is remembered as the beginning of a boom. There were new companies coming to town, and they were coming in at a time when everything else was really slowing down, says Jason Fink of Williamsport's Chamber of Commerce. I found the most cringe case of TDS ever. Oh no. Nationally, employment in oil and gas extraction increased by 60% to 200,000 between 2005 and 2015. It subsequently declined as production techniques improved, yet the knock-on consequences have been more significant still, from growth in support services for fracking to a small recovery in manufacturing, fueled in part by cheaper energy. A well-insulated house. But the biggest economic effect of all this is that shale has helped to shield America, the American economy, from the volatility of the global oil market. In the past, oil shocks were a source of economic instability in America, just as in other countries. Price surges drove up inflation and depressed growth, a combination experienced most brutally in the stagflation of the 1970s. Is this ironic? This is probably ironic, but this is even as bad as most of the things I see on Twitter, bro. Like, yeah, we can actually, I don't know how long it's going to take to find one, but. Is this Nazi slop? No. Is this ironic? This has to be ironic, right? I don't know. Clearly it is. I'm pretty sure this is ironic, but I don't know. Jewish bear, not Zionist bear. Y'all still performing it because that you become anti-Semitic. Okay. High effort shit post. I would have to go. What else does that account post? I don't know, man. See no Nazi slop. There's definitely some. Shield us from blah 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 blah. Stagflation, 70s. In recent years, the drags have been far milder. Higher prices have led to ramp-ups in domestic oil and gas production, thereby supporting economic activity in the energy sector, even as higher prices hurt downstream users. In 2022, soon after Russia invaded Ukraine, natural gas prices in Europe soared as Russia cut off its westbound pipeline shipments. In America, awash in gas as never before. Prices climbed a little, but never much above a quarter of the European level. Did someone say Russia? Shale also highlighted some of the roots of America's economic strength. There is the country's sheer size and particular geology, which bestowed with extraordinary energy deposits and both more plentiful and more amenable to drilling than shale formations in other countries. The drive of American capitalism is also on display in its oil and gas wells. Unlike many other countries, America has allowed private individuals to own the materials under the land. That encouraged hundreds of companies, big and small, to get into the shale business, and they drilled more wells. As they drilled more wells, they developed a better picture of where the richest reserves lay. This was an important differentiator between American countries where big lumbering national oil companies moved more tepidly. The more you drilled, the more likely you were to hit the sweet spots, says... not gonna try. Of Wood Mackenzie and the Energy Consultancy. Now with an extensive geological surveys already in the books, energy producers know where to turn for their next wells. You're just ADL brainwashed. Fracking is a bad name due to its environmental downsides, leaks of methane, a highly potent greenhouse gas from wells and pipes to creation of waste fluid, and especially where that waste is re-injected into the ground at risk of earthquakes. But the critiques undersell the upsides. It actually requires little energy to generate oil through fracking in America, meaning that direct emissions from extraction are relatively low. And the gas produced is much cleaner than the coal that have previously been one of the country's major energy sources. Much of the reduction in carbon emissions in American power generation over the past 2 decades has come from shifting to gas. That raises the question of whether American shale riches may turn into a liability, leading the country into a fossil fuel trap by discouraging both innovation and investment in clean energy. As evidence of this might already be happening, Darren Acemoglu of MIT and colleagues have pointed out the decline in renewable energy patents in America from 1.9% of total patents to 0.8% in 2009 to 0.8% in 2016. Gas has been good for addressing the problem to date, but at some point, if you want to get to zero emissions, it's not good enough, says Samantha Gross at Brookings, a think tank. In economic terms, a fossil fuel trap would pose 2 risks for America. The first is that its existing energy investments would go stale. However much crude oil producers extract, Gulf producers can always get more at a lower cost. As the world weans itself off oil, shale will probably generate diminishing returns. The second risk is that America fails to make the right kind of new investments, is a distant second behind China in producing electric vehicles, solar panels, wind turbines, and batteries, the essential parts of clean energy systems. Many of these are already cheaper sources of power over their lifespans than fossil fuels are, and their cost advantages will only grow. The Innovation and Production Act. The Biden administration has thrown money at the problem. A signature piece of legislation, the misleadingly titled Inflation Reduction Act, lavishes tax credits and subsidies onto companies that make renewable technologies and on the consumers who buy them. Goldman Sachs Bank calculates that this may catalyze nearly $300 billion per year in investment in renewables in America through 2032, resulting in double the energy produced from shale. James Stock, a Harvard economist and energy advisor in President Barack Obama's White House, says that the clean energy revolution should, in theory, play into the innovative strengths of American firms, since so much advanced technology now underpins it, from battery storage to hydrogen power. But for now, renewables in America remain in the shadow of shale. We did, I mean, we're obviously still behind China, but we produce a decent amount of solar panels now and batteries. Why the American stock market reigns supreme. Lower returns are coming, but they should continue to be world-beating. If you had invested $10,000 in the American stock market at the end of the year 2000, you would have about $27,000 after adjusting for inflation by the end of 2023. If you had invested in global equities excluding America, you would only have about $16,000. Wall Street's outperformance this century has propelled America's stock market to a 61% share of global market capitalization. That has not surpassed the all-time high reached during the 1960s, but it is close. And it is close even though America dominates the real economy far less than it did half a century ago, before the rise of the Asian emerging market gains and the fall of the Soviet Union. America's share of the global stock market is 2.3 times share of its share of GDP, a ratio that has never been higher. Damn. What accounts for the boom? In part, it continues a long-running phenomenon. In the 20th century, American equities produced a real dollar return of 7% per year versus 4.9% in the rest of the world. According to Elroy, I don't know why I messed it up so many times. Elroy Dimson of Cambridge University and Paul Marsh of Mike Saughton of London Business School. That gap may sound small, but such is the power of companies' interest, and that an investor in only American stocks would have ended the century with more than 7 times richer than an investor in stocks elsewhere, only in stocks elsewhere. High returns are not unique to America. Over the very long run, Australian stocks rival American ones. Some small countries with very few big companies, such as Denmark, home of the drug maker Novo Nordisk, can boast a higher ratio of stock market capitalization to GDP. What makes America's stock market unique is its combination of enormous size and high returns. Still more striking, its return advantage over the rest of the world has grown over time. There are 2 ways for a stock market to outperform its rivals. Setting aside inferior ups and downs, America's stock market is no more volatile than those of other major economies. One source of high returns is if the companies comprising the market make more profits. The other is for investors to value those profits more highly. America's recent stellar record reflects primarily the latter effect. In a paper last year, Cliff Asness, Antti Ilaiman, and Dan Villayon of AQR Capital Management compared the American market with a currency hedged index of large and mid-cap stocks in underdeveloped countries. They found once the effect of rising valuations, multiples were stripped out of America's performance, fell by nearly 3/4 and became statistically insignificant. Today, America's valuations are unmatched. The U.S. market trades at 24 times for forward earnings compared to 14 in Europe and 22 in Japan. Europeans are so granular. There are logical reasons for America's high multiples. It is home to the world's magnificent seven technology titans, including Apple, Amazon, Meta, and Nvidia, making the market overall much more weighted towards growth stocks. Shares in firms that are expected to be more profitable tomorrow than today, and so naturally are valued at higher multiples. Europe does not have its own group of stock market giants. The so-called granular group, which includes GSK, Roche, Nestle, and Louis Vuitton, but they are mostly consumer-focused companies. Their growth prospects are not as good as those of the tech giants, at least if optimism about AI are to be believed. The same goes for Japan's dominant companies. Why are public betting markets so far from the polls? And no clue. Yeah, most betting sites are favoring Trump a lot. I don't like. I would get I don't really know. I'm pretty sure the polls are 50-50. Most of I think most of the models still have it pretty close to 50-50. It's just I don't know. It might just be. It could literally just be a bunch of Trump supporters decided to bet. Recently, they've all just hopped on a betting train, and we might see it correct more a bit later. But I don't know. Does seem like a bit. Seem like a way to earn money? No, not really, because the expected value is higher. Well, I don't here. Well, why don't we just look it up? Why are betting markets favoring Trump? Trump's lead is largest and been significant since the summer. It's not important to overstate its significance. A 55-45 prediction. Market edge is not nearly as strong as a 5-point polling lead. The newsletter said small moves in the polls are magnified into large swings in the odds. Goddamn. Gotta get NC Blue. I'll make it happen. It's too late to register to vote, so I can't. I don't know. Some of my friends registered. I just gotta make sure that they actually fucking vote. It's gonna be the hard part. It's 90% about PA. I know, but I live in North Carolina, so I feel attached to it. But I don't really follow the day-to-day polls, but yeah. Obviously, Pennsylvania is important. North Carolina's Trump country? Not since we sent the hurricane to kill all the Republicans. Okay, so we went for Obama in 2008. We're not that red. It's just that we're horribly gerrymandered. We have a Democratic governor. I think the Kamala hurricane exactly. I think the last. Maybe the last 8 times we've had a Democratic governor. I mean, we're gonna have a Democratic governor again because Mark Robinson really I think this guy was a Democrat. Oh no, he's a Republican. Damn, never mind, I'm lying. This guy's probably a Republican. Where's the party? Oh, political party Democrat. Okay, never mind. So we had a 2009 to 2013. We had a Democrat, and then we had a Republican from 2013 to 2017. But since then, we've had a Democrat, and well, have another Democrat. Because right now, I'm pretty sure right now the polls in North Carolina are like 54% Josh Stein, who's a Democrat, and like 30% Mark Robinson, who's a black Nazi, piss fetish, anal sex enjoying, trans porn lover Republican. Because nothing ever happens, same policies anyway. True. Democrats need to chill the fuck out, if I'm being honest. What do you mean? The next tech titan is likely to be American because of its capital markets. Since the global financial crisis, investors everywhere have bet heavily on growth stocks, while many old sectors like banks have faced headwinds. Note strategists like Goldman Sachs. Damn, this has contributed to America's valuation advantage. Investors are also drawn to American firms because they tend to reinvest more of their profits, increasing expectations of future growth. Last, American stocks are more valuable to investors because people know that they can sell them in large quantities without moving the price much, as there are always lots of people who want to trade them at any given moment. The result is that global stock markets have become concentrated on 3 levels: geographically in America, sectorally in technology stocks, and at the company level in the Magnificent Seven, as well as the top of the European and Japanese industries. Just as Apple, Microsoft, and Nvidia together make up an astonishing 12% of the MSCI All Country World Index of stocks. The dominance is to a degree self-reinforcing. The next tech giant will much more likely be located in America, perhaps having been relocated there, in part because of its capital markets. America's high valuations make it an attractive place for firms to raise capital, and America dominates private markets as well as public ones. Its share of venture capital investments is at around 45%, making it the best place to both raise early cash and in a wish to go public. Europeans regularly bemoan the loss of their most promising companies to the clutches of Wall Street. Democrats just centralize things too much. Oh, well, yeah, obviously you think that. Don't want to force your ideas on a whole unit. Based. One threat for the American market is that investor confidence in AI-related stocks dissipates. But technology firms, through privacy, are not yet valued at the truly eye-watering levels seen when the dot-com boom of the late 1990s was about to turn into a bust. Then Cisco Systems, a networking firm, traded at over 125 times its expected earnings. And even excluding technology stocks, America's share of global equities is still 55% up 20 percentage points since 2008. Even it's the same when Republicans, but they at least somewhat pretend to care about small government and Constitution. Do you acknowledge that Eastman wanted to violate the ECA, or do you still just not think that's true? Even if today's divergence in multiples is justified, it will not itself maintain America's strong outperformance indefinitely. High valuations predicted to be predict lower long-term returns, and Americans have only ever been higher in 2 previous economic cycles. According to Mr. Asness and his colleagues, international diversification is still worth it, even if it hasn't been delivered for U.S.-based investors in 30 years. Do you acknowledge that Eastman wants to violate the ECA or no? Why are you so allergic to answering questions? Oh my god, it's so annoying. That is especially so if emerging market stocks grow in anything like the proportion to their forecast share of global GDP. Today China's share is so small in comparison, like ours, in part because they only count free float, excluding shares that the international investors cannot buy because of the legal restrictions. Count everything? I don't think so. So that email I sent you, where Eastman literally says, "Please, I urge you to consider one more." So he's saying consider one more relatively minor violation of the ECA. You realize he's asking them to violate the ECA. He said it himself. Do you just think that's fake, or like what's the deal there? Okay, can't buy them because of legal restrictions. Count everything. Which you might have China liberalized those restrictions, and China's share more than trebles to almost 10%. Goldman Sachs researchers predict that emerging market share global capitalization will rise to about 55% by 2075. That does not mean America's equity market is going to lose its status as the world's biggest, however. Since overtaking Britain in 1902, it has been displaced only once, when Japan briefly occupied a top spot in 1989 to 1990 before its market crashed. Localist, you acknowledge that Eastman wanted to violate the ECA, right? Just say yes or no to that. Or Eastman at least acknowledges his plan would violate the ECA. Just admit to that, right? Can you just admit to that? Or do you still think that's fake? Today, Japan is still in the second spot because it's but its market is about the 10th the size of Uncle Sam's. The ACA, the ECA. Did I say ACA? Goldman predicts that 2075 America's market will be almost as big as China and India's combined. It is a measure of the success of the American stock market that it precisely because it achieved extraordinary dominance. Its global share may be near its peak. Damn. ACA, most of the time when people say ACA, if I said ACA, I should have said ECA, Electoral Count Act, not, I mean, most people when they say ACA mean Affordable Care Act. I've never heard anyone say ACA referring to the All-Sharpton Count Act. I don't know if that's real or if the ECA. And then, like, in its other memos, he said, like, oh, the first break with the Electoral Count Act will be, which I guess technically he described it as a break of the Electoral Count Act. He didn't describe it as or the break with, I think he said, like, break with typical proceedings. Eastman memo. This would be the first break with the procedure set out in the Act. Even if he did theoretically want to violate TCA, can you admit that he admitted this plan would violate the ECA? That's all I'm trying to get you to admit right now. Which is like, he wrote it down 2 different times. I don't know. What if theoretically I could show you this sentence right here, which seems like I'm unfamiliar? Okay, so here's one of his memos that said this would be the first break with the procedure set out in the Act, okay? This is him, he's referring to the Electoral Count Act. And then also, guess what? We can go to page 42 of this, not this, of, oh, here it is. Page 42 of this. Where Eastman said in an email to Troopis, I think. I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation of the ECA and adjourn for 10 days to allow legislators to finish their investigations, as well as to allow a forensic audit of massive amounts of illegal activity that occurred there. Counting one said, this is him admitting that he wants to violate it. You acknowledge that Eastman, I mean, I would say this is also him saying that he wants to break it. This would be the first break with the procedure set on the Act. These are 2 separate instances where Eastman wrote both. Eastman himself was typing these words. Oops, I'm not going to click on fucking Pelos. Where he says he wants to violate it. Why do I keep spelling more wrong? This is Eastman, co-conspirator 2. Emailed the Vice President Counsel. So this is probably him emailing Greg Jacobs then. saying, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation. So he's saying this is a violation, and also he's saying one more, which implies that the other parts of the plan are also a violation. And then here he says, when he gets to Arizona, he now says that in multiple states of electors, and so he's going to defer decision until finishes the open state, until finishing the other states. This would be the first break with the procedure set out in the Act. So he's admitting that this is going to break the procedure set out in the Electoral Count Act. So he admits it here, and he admits it here. So can you acknowledge that Eastman admitted that his plan would violate the ECA? And he also, Greg Jacob testified that he thinks he would lose 9-0 in the court. But what does that mean to break procedure? To not follow the established rules set out in the Act. But also, ignore if you want to place the magic with this one, that's fine. You acknowledge right here, Eastman literally says, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation of the ECA. Also, when you say Eastman plan, I can mean multiple things. There were a few plans. Oh my God! Can you acknowledge that Eastman? This is like, it's. If you can't admit to this, like, I should never take anything you say seriously at all ever again, because this is literally a confession. If you won't accept a confession as like evidence, then like I should never. It's not even. It's worse than at least you could like say maybe the confession was coerced. These are internal documents. Like, these aren't like, the DOJ, like, pressuring him into confessing. This is internal documents before January 6th saying, this is what we're going to want to do. This is like the House delegation plan, by the way. This is what you want for your investigation into election fraud. And he's saying that this would also be a violation of the ECA. Asking someone to consider something isn't illegal. Oh my God. I'm not claiming that this part, well, it's part of a bigger criminal conspiracy, but like, correct. Like, just asking someone to consider something isn't illegal on its own. I'm just saying the plan is illegal. This is him saying that the plan is illegal. That this plan, he wants them to consider one more relatively minor violation of the ECA. This is him saying he wants to consider him breaking the ECA. Think it'll be illegal. Oh my God! Answer the question. Answer the question. Answer the question. Answer the question. I don't care. I don't care. Do you think it'll be illegal? It's an alternate state of electors. Not really. Oh my God! Stop. Answer the question. Answer the question. Do you acknowledge that Eastman admitted that this plan would violate the ECA? Oh my God! Oh my God! Answer the question. I'm out of ice. God damn it. Oops. Well. I haven't done enough research. This is him saying it. What could I possibly show you that would get you to agree that Eastman admitted that his plan would violate the ECA if me showing you Eastman literally saying, I want to violate the ECA is not enough evidence for you? Like, literally, there's nothing I could ever show to you then. This is him saying, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation of the ECA and adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislators to finish their investigation, as well as to allow time to a full forensic audit of all the massive illegal activity that occurred here. The, fake claims of voter fraud. Fake news. Like, literally, like, I don't... What action is he referencing? His plan to overturn it says right here, adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislators to finish their investigations, as well as to allow forensic audit of massive amounts of illegal activity that occurred here. He wants Pence to unilaterally not certify the election and adjourn for 10 days So to allow the legislators to finish their investigations and investigate all the voter fraud, which it didn't actually happen, but investigate the voter fraud. So in theory, they could either they would certify the alternate slate of electors, and then they could, Congress could then certify the slate of electors once they've been certified with Congress, or they wouldn't certify the slate of electors in time, and Pence would just say no one has enough electoral votes. You missed the deadline, so we're just gonna throw it to the House delegation, and the House delegation would, yeah. There might be a violation of the ECA, but a contingent. Okay, Eastman himself says that this is a violation of the ECA. It doesn't actually. You know what? Right now, it actually doesn't matter if this is a violation of the ECA. Okay, you know what? This could not be a violation of the ECA. It doesn't matter. What I'm asking you to acknowledge is that Eastman himself said that this would violate the ECA. It doesn't actually. Maybe Eastman's wrong. Okay, maybe Eastman's wrong. I don't care right now if Eastman's wrong. All I'm trying to get you to acknowledge is that Eastman himself acknowledged that he wanted to break the ECA. That's what I'm trying to get you to consider right now. To acknowledge that Eastman himself said that this plan would violate the ECA. So that we'll say this specifically for now, because yes, he said it would be maybe. He said it did not say it would maybe violate the ECA. He didn't say maybe one more relatively minor violation. He said it. He said it would be. There's no qualifying language here. Yes, he said it would. Okay. He said it would. Okay, thank you. I'm glad we acknowledge that part now. Eastman himself acknowledges that this plan would violate the ECA. Okay, thank you. We agree on that now. Maybe Eastman's wrong. Maybe Eastman's just a bad lawyer and doesn't understand the ECA, and he wasn't actually violating it. But Eastman himself thinks that this would violate the ECA. Glad we can agree on that now. Should not have taken so long, considering he literally said the words, "This would be the first break with the procedure set out in the act," and he said, "I implore you to consider one more violation of the ECA." But you know what? I'm glad we got there. Should have taken 3 seconds, considering I had all the receipts. But adjourning for 10 days, but the broader contingent election strat. No. Well, this was how they got there. The adjourning for 10 days is what allows them to do the whatever fucking contingent election thing, right? There's no way to not have a recess and then have a contingent election without the recess, right? I think Mike Pence is not. Oh my god. That's not. Okay, whatever. Okay. After the collapse of the Bretton Woods system, up fixed exchange rates in 1973, the prestige of the dollar looked gutted. America had devalued its currency twice in a scarcely year. Quote, "The dollar is regarded over the world as a sick currency," said a writer in the New York Times. Predictions of falling use of the greenback were rife. Those views, notes Barry Eichengreen of the University of California, Berkeley, in his book Exorbitant Privilege, could not have been more wrong. America's share of the global economy, measured in PPP, did fall from 27% to 23% by 2000, but the rest of the world parked its growing wealth in New York, and governments built up reserves with which to defend our currencies. Demand for dollars grew. But as the rest of the world, in the 21st century, the pattern has been repeated amid predictions of a loss of its status. And despite a further fall in America's share of world output to 16%, King Dollar has kept its throne. For trade, cross-border investment, and foreign exchange transactions, the dollar remains by far the currency of choice. See chart. Its appeal gives America a seemingly endless supply of credit and the power to cripple foreign nations or foreign financial entities with sanctions. Its strength means that at market exchange rates, America accounts for over a quarter of the world economy, the same as in 1990. President don't ruminate on a 2020 election. It seems kind of pointless. Okay. Like this is what. Okay. I don't think you would say the same thing if Kamala tried to steal the election, but all right. It's not that there's been no change at all. Dollar dominance. Wait, it's actually like, would you be okay if Kamala Harris did the same thing that Mike Pence tried, or Trump wanted Mike Pence to do? Like, would you like? They did change the Electoral Count Act, but would you be okay if Kamala Harris just said, "I'm sending it back to the states"? If we had not changed the Electoral Count Act? No, why not? Dollar dominance has, because they changed it. They did change it, but the vice president did not have the unilateral authority to do it before. Still. Also, I said it's a hypothetical. Suppose that they didn't change it. Would you be okay if Kamala Harris did the same thing and gabbled in her own victory? Would you be okay with that if she unilaterally gabbled in her own victory by not reading slates of electors? I'd probably be against it, but not against the legality of it. Okay. Wait, why would you be against it, though? Dollar dominance has declined in reserve holdings and in trade invoicing. The fraction of reserves central banks keep in dollars peaked at 2001 at 73% and has been fallen to 59% according to IMF data. We should look over the capital January 6th again. True. If Kamala Harris has the courage, she can declare herself the victor. Because batter's all Kamala sucks. Okay. Strip out distortions such as Localist, why don't you think Pence followed through with the plan? Why don't you think Pence did it? Do you think Pence just didn't understand the law? Or do you think Greg Jacobs is just a bad lawyer? Or strip out distortions such as the effect of dollar appreciation and the greenback share has fallen in fact fallen to 56%. According to research by Shurkin Arshalanov of the IMF and two co-authors, including Mr. Eichengreen, China is responsible for the dollar's decline in invoice for trade. As it has attempted to internationalize the yuan. I forget how to pronounce this.
Yuan.
Parsley didn't know what was going on, but he mostly was concerned with doing what he saw as the right thing. Okay. Wait, what do you think was going on? Do you mean he just didn't? Do you think? I guess you do think there was election fraud, actually. So you probably think that Mike Pence is a deep state traitor who just didn't understand the massive election fraud that was happening. But I think he was well versed in legal theories. Okay. What about Greg Jacobs? Greg Jacobs also isn't well versed in legal theories, but Eastman is. I mean, one of these people has been disbarred and one of them hasn't. Greg Jacobs, as far as I know, still has his law license. I don't think Eastman does. I don't think Giuliani does either. And I think Chesbrough and Troupis probably are in the process of getting them removed. Chesbrough definitely should have it removed. And Troupis as well, but yeah. Escape to grip in America has on a financial system demonstrated by sanctions against Russia after its invasion of Ukraine. The Chinese government has spent the past decade trying to do more business in yuan. It has got its trading partners comfortable with using currency by, for instance, opening swap lines to provide them a line of yuan credit and launching a cross-border payments system. About 25 to 30% of Chinese goods and services trade is now settled in its own currency. Not many people are well versed in the niche presidential election law. True. Taken together, these declines for the dollar. Whatever. Okay. These declines for the dollar as reserve currency and as a basis for trade invoicing could be seen as a harbinger of a spiral. It is most useful to hold a currency as a reserve today if it brings a lot of options for trade tomorrow. So a high share of reserves and trade invoicing should, in theory, reinforce one another, according to research by Gupta Gopinath of the IMF and Jeremy Stein of Harvard University. Reverse that idea, and in theory, the dollar is in trouble. But the twin declines are not interlinked enough to dent the dollar standing. On IMF data, the dollar share reserves has fallen back to roughly to where it was in 1995, and it has not been China absorbing its share, or even the euro, which Europe uses for most of its own trade, and it's the dominant currency in parts of Africa. Rather, it is, as one joke goes, other currencies called dollar or krone. Those in Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Singapore, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. They are the currencies are small, open, well managed in the main inflation targeting economies, said Mr. Green. It's good to be king. There are also mostly American allies, making it hard to sustain an argument that the fallen reserve share says much about the loss in Western hegemony. And among remaining official holdings of dollars, 3/4 are owned by governments with a military tie to America, says Colin West of the Federal Reserve. Strikingly note Mr. Oh my god, I don't know. Arsenlap, or whatever the fuck, Mr. A, and his colleagues, the yuan's share of international reserves has shrunk since 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine, sparking America's sanctions and much speculation that countries would jettison the dollar for fear of similar treatment. As for trade, flows involving at least one advanced economy, but not China, account for 2/3 of the global trade. Calculate Gerald DiPipo, now Bloomberg, and Andrea Plaza of the Center for Strategic and International Studies. It's hard to see why they would ever switch to yuan because I don't know, because rich countries are mostly Americans' allies. It's glued them all together, and only 25% of global trade would be left on the table, 3/4 of which is between emerging markets other than China. Changing these flows to yuan is a tall order given the risk in holding the currency. Looking in the round, researchers at the Federal Reserve concluded in 2023 that dollar dominance has remained stable over the past 20 years. Why is it so tough to displace? One reason is network effects. The more people who use dollars, the greater the incentive to use them. This is visible in currency trading, where the dollar's liquidity means that for some currency pairs, it is cheaper to trade through dollars, i.e. to sell a holding for dollars, then buy the desired currency, than to trade two non-dollar currencies directly. The dollar status is often said to confer an exorbitant privilege. I wish the U.S. could make friends with Russia and China. Don't we? Well, I'm pretty sure everyone does. We all yes, we all wish that we could hold hands and be friends. Why can't we just be nice to each other? Network effects do not guarantee the status quo forever, as shown by the fall of the past reserve currencies such as the British pound and the Dutch guilder. The problem faced by rivals now is that they simply cannot offer a safe and liquid store of value, and in such quantities. China's authoritarian system and controlled capital count, which restricts how much money can be taken out of the country, make investors skittish. Europe lacks safe, jointly insured assets on the scale of the treasury market. Nowhere offers America's combination of the rule of law, deeply liquid markets, and an open capital account, meaning that investors know that they can get their money out easily. Stop making sense. Kamala's going to be a shit diplomat? I mean, what did Trump do as a diplomat? Trump got the Abraham Accords, I guess. There's that. When Trump was president, we had total war. Well, that's obviously not true. Like, Trump was still doing airstrikes in Somalia. He still had a war in Syria that he withdrew from, and U.S. service people got hurt in that withdrawal. Like, there were people like Iran attacked Saudi Arabia while he was president, right? Like, he withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal, which I think was, again, I haven't done the reading on how effective it was, but it's, stopped Iran. Iran had committed to not making nuclear weapons, and now we're back to fucking square one with that one. Yeah, obviously we did not have total world peace. To plenty of American critics of dollar dominance, in the influential book Trade Wars or Class Wars, Michael Pettis at Peking University and Matthew Klein, a financial writer, argue that the dollar status as the default location for the world's savings means that mercantilist countries like China, he was still in Afghanistan all his term. He never fully withdrew, and Biden fully withdrew, obviously. Whose policies lead to consistent trade surpluses, accumulate vast quantities of American assets. When a single blow was folded in the Middle East when Trump was president, I mean, it's obviously just not true. I'm pretty sure more people got hurt in the Middle East under Trump's presidency than Biden's. How many, was it 32 servicemen injured? Jordan, I think it was 32. Okay, it was even more than that. Oh, this is 2024, not this one. Was it in like 2018 or something? Trump. 13 servicemen? No, it was in Afghanistan. Was it this? Brain injuries. More than 100 U.S. troops sustained an Iranian attack based in Iraq. It was in Iraq. 109 American troops suffered traumatic brain injuries as a result of Iran's Shan 8th missile attack on U.S. bases in Iraq. This was during Trump's term. This is like more than... I thought there was a case where... I guess this probably is what I'm thinking of. I guess I mixed up the headline. The 32 injured in Jordan under Biden or whatever. And then this was under Trump. 109 American troops suffered traumatic brain injuries. Oh, he also killed Soleimani. Like, that isn't... Like, you can say that's good or whatever, but it's certainly not world peace. You know what's actually a good point that I heard recently that I didn't think about that much? My views have been shifting on this rapidly, so, like, I don't know, but, like... it is kind of impressive that Israel was able to destroy a lot of Hamas. Like, most of the leaders of Hamas are dead. All the leaders of Hezbollah are dead. Hezbollah still has a decent military capacity, but Hamas's military capacity is, like, pretty destroyed. Pretty incredible that they were able to do that without triggering a war with Iran. Like, and part of that is because of Biden making Israel show restraint when it comes to Iran. You know, he didn't want them to go full on bombing Iran after they bombed after they bombed the Syria and or the consulate in Syria, which after Iran funded 3 different proxy groups to attack Israel. But regardless, okay. The Houthis are being attacked. They're definitely not destroyed or anything, but they... I don't even know who the leader of the Houthis are. Houthis, leader. This guy's still alive. I have not gotten to him yet. Oh, wait. Missing in action? Oh, killed in action. Oh, 2004. He died. Never mind. So the Saudis probably got to him or whatever. I know the Yemen army got him. And also, obviously, the war, the Russia-Ukraine stuff didn't escalate until Biden, but, like, Russia was still in Ukrainian territory during all of Trump's presidency. And then, you know, Trump threatened to withhold aid to Ukraine in exchange for dirt on Hunter Biden, but, you know, whatever. No one mentions that anymore. No one seems to care about that. I smoke 2 packs a day when there's a Democrat in the White House. Based. Has Trump said if he's in favor of marijuana legalization? Kamala came out in favor of legalization for it. I don't know if Trump has specifically mentioned if he's in favor of legalization. I know he's I think the First Step Act was the first step. I think this was under him, right? Which I think does some good things for nonviolent drug offenders or whatever. He did say it leads with the states, okay. Well, Locust is probably in favor of that, but... I'm against federal legalization, I'd imagine. Well, what is federal legalization? Like, because right now it's illegal on the federal level. Does federal legalization entail that it's actually protected, that states can't ban it, or does it just mean making it not federally illegal so states can still choose to ban it, but they more likely than another country? It's federally legal, a state can't ban it. Okay. More likely than another country, a country gaining these traits is America giving them up by design or by accident. There are plenty of American critiques of dollar dominance. We read that, right? I think we read that. Okay, it's not a logical argument, but it's hard for researchers to identify how much the foreign buying dollars makes the greenback stronger versus how much of the same foreign demand pushes down interest rates, which weakens rather than strengthens the greenback. Simple comparisons of bond yields show that little exorbitant privilege. In fact, American interest rates tend to be higher than those elsewhere in the world, in part owing to its strong economy. American firms can simply borrow more cheaply. Should legalize all drugs, true. Shouldn't legalize, but they should remove the laws. Okay, that's what you mean. It's easier to see the advantage the dollar confers, not interest rates, but in quantities of debt issued. America has run up public debts worth 99% of its GDP and continues to run enormous deficits worth around 7% of GDP based. Britain faced a bond market crisis in 2022 at lower levels of debt and borrowing. The private sector benefits too, as American assets make up over a quarter of the stock global investment in financial instruments, up from less than a fifth in the mid 2000s, as says Goldman Sachs. A paper by William Diamond of the University of Pennsylvania and Peter Van Tissel of Capation Partners, an investment firm, finds that demand for dollar assets reduced all American interest rates versus a counterfactual, not just those of the government. American firms then can simply borrow more cheaply. An American administration that meddled with the dollar's reserve currency role would risk giving up these benefits, which is why it has generally been the policy of the Treasury to support the status quo. Despite Mr. Vance's worries and Mr. Trump's lamented a strong dollar, the Republican Party platform promises to keep the dollar as the world reserve currency. Illegally sold drugs, countries, municipalities can't make them illegal, which is undemocratic. These decisions should be closer to people to effect. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, be repeating yourself. That leaves an accidental loss of status. The Bretton Woods agreement collapsed because America could not satisfy the world's demand for assets, given the dollars pegged to gold without compromising their safety. The problem is known as the Trifton Dilemma, as Robert Trifton, the economist, who identified it. Now economists talk of a new Trifton Dilemma, whereby the appetite for dollars encouraged Americans' indebtedness, thereby threatening the very conditions that make the greenback so appealing. The new Trifton Dilemma is unlikely to bring about a dramatic crisis so long as there is no suitable alternative to which investors could flee suddenly at scale, but it is conceivable that American indebtedness could gradually make the dollar debts look less safe. That, yeah, because Republicans keep fucking with our debt ceiling. That would not mean a triumph in another currency. It's more likely the world would have to live without a liquid, safe, and plentiful asset at all. Seen this way, the real exorbitant privilege is more broadly conferred than critics claim. Americans get cheap debt, foreigners get safe store of value. Were that service ever to disappear, the whole world would pay the price. Petrified of it, true. Why is my... This isn't the last one, is it? I should still have the other ones here. Yeah, the second's the last one. What can stop the American economy now? Toxic politics could derail the America's economic boom. The world should hope it does not. 50 currencies let go. Oh yeah, each state has their own central bank. Even if you want a centralized solution, interstate compact is the way to go. I mean, states don't have their own central banks, but there are 12 charter banks. 12 Fed charter banks. 12 Federal Reserve banks. I think they're 12, right? Boston, New York. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There are 12. For the districts. I need, you know what? I need a full, like, blackout. I need curtains that actually, fucking cover the sun. You see that? You see that ugly ass sun back there? What the fuck, bro? Why have curtains? Because what? Do you think I want the sun in my room? Just board up? Well, I don't think my parents would let me do that. Oh my god, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. I keep forgetting I unmirrored the camera a while ago. Horrible, 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 horrible. Horrible. Put up your door. First thing, they won't be able to stop you. True. It may not be the finest work of American literature, but The President is Missing, a 2018 thriller by Bill Clinton, yes, him, and James Patterson, does get an essential truth. A cyber attack threatens to cripple the country and crash its economy. Knowing how utterly dysfunctional the political system is, the president goes rogue to save the day. Triumphant, he addresses Congress and calls for a healing of the bitter partisan divides, noting that most of America's wounds are self-inflicted. Our ability to solve our problems and seize opportunities is shrinking, he intones. When trying to grasp the future, what the future may hold for America's economy, this is a good place to start, as any to start. The story of the past few decades is that despite nearly constant political rancor and division, the country's growth trajectory has remained impressive. America has expanded its economic lead over the rich world and kept China's challenge at bay. But the biggest thing standing in the way of sustained outperformance is homemade, the self-inflicted wounds lamented by Mr. Clinton's fictional alter ego. The world has seen how political brinkmanship can bring on economic headaches. In 2011 and again in 2023, America smacked into its debt ceiling. Oh, don't say Americans smacked into a debt ceiling. Republicans weaponized the debt ceiling unconstitutionally. Unconstitutional. Localist, unconstitutional. Debt ceiling, unconstitutional. The validity of public debts must not be questioned as per the 14th Amendment. A limit imposed by Congress on how much the Treasury can borrow. Without last-minute agreements to lift the debt ceiling, the American government might have defaulted on some of its obligations, a potentially cataclysmic event for global markets and for the dollar standing as the world's preeminent safe haven. Debt danger still lurks in a country's toxic politics. One thing that marijuana legalization, it would consolidate markets. Right now, each state has their own market. Some better than others. Regulation. If you merge markets, then you're gonna run a regulatory system, which will push you to course is interstate commerce based. Always the borrower be. Simplest measure of economy's fiscal health is its debt to GDP ratio. America has nearly tripled since the outbreak of the global financial crisis in 2007 to about 99%. The Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan scorekeeper, forecasts that it will soar to more than 160% over the next 3 decades. Alarming as that seems, it is impossible to know. It is impossible to know how much is too much. Japan's debt to GDP is about 175%, and investors still lap around the sovereign bonds. Probably have to do with shit. Given the dollar's centrality to global markets, America probably has even more room to run, but it lets its political leaders off the hook from having to make unpopular decisions, namely raising taxes and cutting spending to rein in deficits. This makes America's fiscal woes a festering problem, not an imminent hazard. America, locals, I'm really curious. To be clear, I don't know a ton about the legal theory. Do you think that the debt ceiling is unconstitutional? America's drift towards more extreme politics, as exemplified by Donald Trump, poses a dangers to the economy. The ugliest is a surge of anti-immigrant rhetoric, feigned by the former president, who has vowed mass deportations if elected again. Foreigners attracted to the promise of America have helped make the country what it is, and not just in Silicon Valley or on Wall Street. The return of migrants in large numbers after the COVID pandemic, many with limited education, replenishes an ultra-tight labor market, a major reason that growth has remained robust at the same time as inflation has receded. Mr. Trump has, for the first time in nearly a century, also made tariffs an integral part of America's economic statecraft. If he returns to the White House, he's determined to slap a 10% tariff on all imports, a decisive way to turn away from the free trade that, though unpopular today, has helped the economy flourish. It is true America it does not have the manufacturing power it once had, but manufacturing is not as significant as politicians make it out to be. An economy with an unemployment rate of 4% and a per-person GDP of $85,000 does not have to be made great again. It is great. As for Vice President Kamala Harris, she seems intent to continue Biden's administration of a high vigilance towards America's tech giants, which some fear is a strategy to cut them down in size. Her opponents are obviously being absurd when they label her a communist, but her regulatory instincts look decidedly European, which is not an optimal recipe for economic growth or high-tech breakthroughs. Optimism should be the default assumption about America's economy. America faces other concerns too, as laid out in this special report. Its shale boom has helped fuel its growth over the past few decades, but a rise in renewables means that plentiful oil and gas may no longer confer the same advantages as America lags behind other countries in the transition to cleaner power. American financial markets may be near a high watermark outperformance, if mainly because its equities now trade at very rich municipalities compared with those in other countries. Some reversion to the mean appears inevitable, and America's leadership in technology, with it again at the fore of what may be the next big thing, the AI revolution, will eventually lift other countries as its ideas and tools spread more widely. In that sense, America's innovation contains the seeds of other countries' catch-up growth. Yet despite American challenges, there is cause to be cheery about its economic future. Indeed, one conclusion from its successes thus far is that optimism should be the default assumption. Politically, America's tendency towards self-harm has been matched by capacity for self-correction. At its moment of greatest economic need, the global financial crisis and COVID pandemic, leaders have been able to work together across the aisle. America's governance has also proved resilient. Just look at the wheels of justice slowly grinding down on the insurrectionists who stormed Capitol Hill on January 6, 2021. And America's heft gives it extra insulation. If a global trade war does not erupt, it would probably come back. Does erupt? It would probably come off better than other nations in a more autocratic. How do you spell what? Self-sufficient. I don't know how to pronounce this. Autarchic world owing to its size and heterogeneity. Oops. Small open economies would suffer the most. The two essential ingredients in determining a country's ultimate economic potential are its productivity and its population. The founders of American productivity, a giant competitive domestic market, many of the world's best universities, and the sanctity of the rule of law are firmly entrenched. They will endure if Mr. Trump retakes the White House. That is not an argument for complacency, but recognition that the checks and balances built into the system are more powerful than any president. Depends on how the debt ceiling is implemented. In short, it's a short answer. Okay. Well, what do you mean how it's implemented? The way it's implemented, I don't even know how it's implemented. The laws in the book right now about the debt ceiling, do you think those are unconstitutional? I'm not asking is in principle any debt ceiling at all unconstitutional, but do you think our current debt ceiling laws are unconstitutional? That's really what I'm asking. The way it works right now, it's likely unconstitutional. Okay. America's demographics, or another American century. America's demographics are also healthier and healthier than often appreciated. Like most other countries, it is getting older, but unlike most, it maintains a slightly higher fertility rate and a better ability to absorb immigrants despite the rising xenophobia in its politics. Even Mr. Trump, when not promising expulsions, says the country needs to bring in more skilled workers. He has mused about giving green cards to foreign-born graduates of American universities. I mean, he took that back because people got mad at him. It's a good policy, but today America accounts for 4% of the world's population, and by 2100, it will still be about the same according to projections by the UN. During that same time, China's shares are expected to fall from 18% to 6%. while the European Union will go from 6% to 3.5%, and America will, in relative terms, be a younger country. These are the roots of sustained economic outperformance. They look as strong today as at any time over the past 3 decades, which is good news not only for America, but also for the rest of the world. That America, a liberal democracy, remains a bigger economic power than its authoritarian challengers is an unalloyed positive for a global order under intense strain. For other countries to truly benefit, though, America will need to overcome its protectionist impulses to return to a position where its wealth helps to lift others, and it can lead through inspiring example. Our view is that it has ample economic capacity to do just that, as long as its politics allow. There will, of course, be downturns, doubts, and drama along the way, but if you want to bet against Americans, the economists will gladly take the other side of the wager. What's up, Lucarus BF2? I'm doing good. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Ugh. Luca, whatever you like. That's fair. What is that test? What? This thing here. We just finished reading all of the Economist report on the envy in the world about the U.S. economy. Apparently this button does not work in archive.org. All right. Iraq, Syria, Israel, Egypt. An American who knows geography? Only a little bit. Fuck, as evidenced by that. Libya, Chad. Fuck, I don't need Chad? What do I need? Niger? Oh, I don't know what's in between Niger. I don't know what's in between Niger and Mali, bro. Burkina Faso? Hell yeah, I know what's in between Niger. Yeah, no, not Togo, bro. Togo's like down here. Or no, Togo. Well, Togo wouldn't have worked, but God, advertising, get fucked. Togo wouldn't have worked, but Burkina Faso did. I'm a genius. Satera. Africa. I always forget how to fucking spell Satera. I don't know how you go to Africa. Madagascar, Benin is that one. Morocco. Mozambique. Angola. Burkina Faso. South Africa. Mauritania. Oh, fuck. It's, this one is... That one? Fuck. This one? Fuck. That one. Botswana, is... This one? Djibouti. Sicily's... I think that's... Fuck. Guinea. That's Guinea. Fuck, it's Guinea-Bissau. God damn it. Guinea-Bissau. Okay. Comoros. Zambia. Oh, it's Zimbabwe. Wait, Zambia. Zambia? No, Zambia. I know where Zambia is. That's Kenya, right? Tanzania. Zimbabwe. Is this Zambia? That's Zambia. I should have gotten that right. The Gambia. Sudan, Ghana, Kenya, Algeria, Libya, Algeria, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Senegal is, I think it's that one. Equatorial Guinea. Uganda is the big one, or the top one. the big one. Tanzania. DRC. Lesotho. Lesotho's that one, right? Yeah, Libya. Central African Republic. Fuck, that's probably... I knew that one too. Swatini is this one. Niger. Republic of the Congo. Cameroon. Western Sahara. This one. South Sudan. Mali. Is that... Why do I forget? It's one of these, right? Or is it not? I don't remember. No. Oh, it's this island. That's right. Tanzania, Cape Verde, it's those islands. Ivory Coast. I forgot. It's top or bottom? Bottom. Okay. Zimbabwe, Sierra Leone, Somalia, Egypt, Rwanda, Liberia, and Gabon. Okay, you know what? Good enough. I don't know the islands, and I didn't know where Zambia was. I should have gotten. Got Guinea and Guinea-Bissau mixed up, and Central African Republic kind of like mixed up. Damn. Listen, there's a little bit of geography in this American's brain. Just a little. Not that much. I'm not that good. Better than my parents. Okay. So do you watch trailer on Steam? Didn't catch the answer. What? Do I watch trailers on Steam on stream? I mean, for what? Not really. I get fucking dude. They're gonna copy strike me if I watch some of them because they have fucking music in it. So probably need these. Oh, you know, I was gonna check. The Fred. Born. Does this actually make up for the gap? So I think it decreased by 119,000 or whatever from. I love Wizard Cat. Oh, this doesn't only decrease by. Says decline 190,000. I thought it was 119,000. Fairman Supreme. Isn't that guy? Isn't that the UK guy? Oh no, I'm thinking of I don't know who they. I'm thinking of Lord Buckethead. Lord Buckethead's awesome. Yeah, I really like Wizard Cat. I'm writing in Joe Biden. Unlawfully taken off the Democratic ballot. Writing him in. I love him too much. Watchtime, welcome back. Oops. See how to survive talking groups. 1 million lost their jobs. From when to when? In August. Well, we didn't add 1 million jobs in August. What? Put Pink Floyd on, bro. Makes a bad trip a good one. Oh, wait, it has this here, so it doesn't go away. There's still a gap. That's what I want. I love you, G. I love you too, Hortense. Appreciate you coming to my stream. Almost every time I stream. Tell me about LSD. I like that guy, Pink Floyd. Never forget. Dude, I love Pink Guy too. This is a Cum Town bit? What? Really? I did not. See you in a better place? Is that a threat? Search for Pink Floyd, etc. Oh. Not a threat. I'm joking. I know it's not a threat. I know, chat. You guys would never threaten me. Why don't they... Okay. What's up, Gohan? Is it bad that I'm dating a girl that's pregnant? No, why would it be? Not necessarily, at least. If you're not the one who got it pregnant, I see why that'd be weird, but it's not necessarily bad. Thanks for the follow, Gon. I appreciate it. I don't think it's. What do you mean by bad? It's like a little weird, but I want to say it's bad either way. Like if you're chill with it, and like she's chill with it, and like whatever. It's her ex-boyfriend kid, then like I don't know. Like if you're okay with that, then like whatever. Like is it weird? Sure, but. For real. When I submit that, okay, rose by 740,000. The claim is that immigrants. Oh, so wait, that gap does. Well, there's still a gap there because they revised foreign employment up too. I don't know if I saved. Do they estimate? Wait, do they write down the number of? Increase in employment among foreign-born people was 1.7 million. And native-born was 740,000. Okay, so what's 1.7 million minus didn't Hunter Biden sleep with his dead brother's wife? If so, based. Minus well, it'd be minus negative 190,000. So that's that, but it's still just 1.7 million if you, or 1.8 million, yeah. Compared to, oh sorry, wait, no, 1.2 million minus negative 190,000. So it's like 1.4 million almost compared to 1.7 million minus 740,000. Here the gap is just 1 million. Okay, so the gap does actually decrease. So publish estimates.
There's food upstairs.
Okay. I'm streaming, so I'm not eating, but publish estimates show a gap. Or show that over the course of 2023, the increase in employment among foreign-born people was 1.2 million. Mom, we're gonna clean my room later. They said there's food upstairs. I'll take the dog out there in the ad break. Most among native born. Showed a decline of 190,000. So what's the gap for that? It'd be 1.2 million minus negative 190,000. So the gap is 1.3 million. Oops, 390000. Better spaces. Oops. That. No, let's do that. Brookings estimate shows over the course of 2023, the increase in employment among foreign people was 1.7 million. Whilst among natives, it showed a 740,000 increase. So the gap there is only 960,000. Okay. How should I do this? I'll keep this here in case I need it. Maybe I'll just make a heading 3 for this for now, and maybe I'll put it underneath somewhere later. In February 2020, the United States entered what was by far the largest recession since the Great Depression. Nearly 22 million people lost their jobs, and real GDP fell 9.2%. Learning from mistakes in prior recessions, Congress passed recovery legislation that prevented economic scarring and instead ensured a speedy and full recovery. Is there such a thing as overemployment to you? What do you mean? Okay. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean when you ask that question. When I hear that question, what I hear is, do you think Nauru is a real thing? I don't think you even know what Nauru is. So, to me, I don't put a lot of faith in Nauru. I don't put a lot of faith in being above full employment, in terms of having above full cyclical employment. To you, I'm assuming you have your own dumb, stupid, unrelated definition of what overemployment is. Thanks to the bipartisan congressional efforts during the Trump administration and the leadership of the Biden-Harris administration to continue with economic stimulus, the United States has had more than fully recovered. In fact, economic growth has outpaced projections that were made before the COVID-19 pandemic. In other words, the economy in 2024 is stronger than experts had predicted it would be in 2024 before COVID ever happened. It is stronger now than was projected by 2024 at the beginning of the Biden-Harris administration. thanks to the stimulus packages passed by Congress, the U.S. has had a more than full recovery from COVID. Real GDP has outpaced pre-COVID projections. I mean, the economy is stronger now than experts predicted it would be. Before COVID even happened. How would you get above full employment? So there's 4 types of unemployment. The model doesn't work like that. It's confusing, okay? So there's 4 types of unemployment. There is cyclical, frictional, structural, and seasonal. Seasonal unemployment is mall Santas, right? Mall Santas are, you know, they work during the winter. They are seasonally unemployed in the summer. No one wants mall Santa in the summer. Structural unemployment is unemployment caused by like, there's a technical definition, but it's unemployment caused by like changes in like changes in manufacturing, caused by like automation, things like that. There's a better technical definition. I can look it over in a second. That's like, if a factory, gets better equipment and it can automate stuff about workers, that would cause structural unemployment. There is frictional unemployment. Frictional unemployment is just workers swapping between jobs. It's people who move to a different part of the country and they're in between jobs. Then there's cyclical unemployment. Cyclical unemployment is what we care about. It's unemployment caused by fluctuations in the business cycle. Full employment only means no cyclical unemployment. You could have full employment and still be at 4% unemployment, because the only thing we care about for full employment is cyclical unemployment, meaning there's no unemployment caused by fluctuations in the business cycle. There can still be frictional unemployment. There can still be structural unemployment. There can still be seasonal unemployment. But yeah, although I think the unemployment numbers officially are seasonally adjusted. I think they take out the seasonal unemployment essentially. But there's a better definition of structural unemployment. Structural unemployment. Unemployment resulting from industrial reorganization, typically due to technological change rather than fluctuations in supply and demand. Yeah, there you go. What the hell is above full employment? Basically, the way I've heard it described is, one, you can have no cyclical unemployment, and then you can start to like reach into the other forms of unemployment, right? And then there's like a there's an example given, like, for a certain amount of time you can operate above full employment because workers can just work more hours, like how do we get above full employment? Like, you can have no cyclical unemployment, and then you can have and then like frictional unemployment can decrease, and then now like you're above full unemployment. But we can get above full unemployment temporarily because people can like work more hours temporarily in the short run. I think technically being above full unemployment in the short run is possible because of that. I think that's economy operates above full employment. Above its full employment equilibrium, producing goods and services at a higher rate than potential long run averages as measured by GDP. You mean like there are companies that haven't gotten rid of people yet? What do you mean? What? I think well, that's how the Fed defines it. The Fed defines full employment, by the way. Not exactly how I define it. The Fed defines like full employment, a NARU, the non-accelerating inflationary rate of unemployment. They think that's equivalent to full employment. That's just the amount of employment you can have before inflation starts getting pushed up by wages. So clearly we could have over full employment in that term using Nauru, because you could, in theory, have so much employment, such a tight labor market that there's a wage price spiral, and it would cause inflation. But also, I think technically, even with my model, I'm pretty sure it is possible to, in the short run, have above full employment. Temporarily. I thought it was why can we reach above full employment in the short run? Economy can temporarily operate above full employment due to several factors. Increased aggregate demand, sticky wages. In the short run, wages and have not been immediately changing economic conditions. Stickiness can allow output to exceed potential GDP temporarily. I don't know. It's just how it was. I mean, this is just how it was described to me.
In our last few videos,
so it's just friction? Well, yeah.
Country
it's only the short run, yeah.
In a short run equilibrium below the full employment level of output. Experience desired about the inflation long run AS curve. Got to label all the curves.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Brain blast. Fuck, what is it? Following econ. I think it's this. Where is it?
So many people got this wrong on our last quiz.
Joe, what's the difference between actual and potential economic growth?
Welcome to episode 4 of
This channel's fucking awesome,
Let's
dude.
use the production possibility curve to keep things simple. Actual growth is in the short term, while potential growth happens in the long term. Let me explain. This PPC curve shows how many walls and MAGA hats Donald can make.
If I work 12 hours a day, I can make 1 wall and 10 MAGA hats. However, since there are 24 hours a day and I'm only using 12, the point on the diagram is inside the curve.
That's right. And if we shift the point out so it's along the PPC, it means we're working 24 hours a day producing 2 walls and 20 MAGA hats.
This is known as actual economic growth. We produce more things, but our maximum output remains the same. Fantastic. But not enough walls. How do we increase the maximum output?
So we can't change the maximum output in the short term. That's because we have limited factors of production like land, labor, technology, and resources.
So if we want to increase our output, we have to get more factors of production, and that takes time, especially if we need to conduct research and innovation first. And how do we show this on the diagram?
If the maximum output
Hold on, there's something.
Stop mixing up your price control diagrams.
Wait.
Can the real Slim Shady please stand up and explain what's an inflationary gap?
Good question.
Here it
Do
is.
you remember
I found
what
it.
full employment means?
Yeah, the full employment level of an economy is located at the LRAS. I think it shows the maximum GDP the country could have in the long run.
Facts. The full employment
short run is
level
possible to
doesn't
go over it.
literally mean
That's
full
what I-
employment. There is still frictional and seasonal unemployment, but that's theoretically the
And structural.
maximum level of output that is sustainable.
Okay, but how does that relate to the inflationary gap?
It's simple, but we need to break it down in 2 parts. Any economy can have either a deflationary gap or an inflationary gap.
Let me explain. If there is a deflationary gap, it means the economy hasn't reached full employment or the maximum output just yet. The distance between the current GDP and the maximum GDP will be the deflationary gap.
Facts.
What's up?
What's up? How's it going?
Good. Are you still in
My,
Florida, like a lame person?
Yeah, I'm in Florida until like 3 days from now.
Still enjoying? You're enjoying our America's worst state?
I don't know. Am I disturbing anything?
No.
Yeah. Look,
I think Florida's
I
lame.
wanted to
You know?
say,
That's just my point.
I now agree. Look, I think I'm so. It's so depressing. Look, I met my family. Okay.
Yeah.
And they're like, I want to say Trumpers, but they say it's like the lesser of 2 evils. But they say, oh, we gotta vote against Harris, lesser of 2 evils. I'm telling you, a sample. I'm telling you. And then they're like, by the way, I mean, kids in schools in Pennsylvania are like being dressed up as cats and have litter boxes, and also, you know, the average Walmart basket of goods has gone up 450%. I mean, it's crazy, the economy right now. I mean, I feel like I'm listening to schizophrenics. I feel like I hate this. I don't understand. This is my family. It's so I would laugh if it was not my family, man. What is this? What is this? Come on.
We have to consider Harris did just, send a hurricane to their state. She turned on the weather machine.
That's just fucking killing me, dude. And I wanted to blow up. I wanted to blow up, right? I wanted to be like, oh yeah, let's go down. Let's go. Okay, lesser of two evils. Can you give me like 2 criticisms of Trump? You say he's like an evil. What's evil about him? What do you think he's evil, right? So what? Why? Because I guarantee you they could not say a thing. Or maybe like he lies. Not like he tried to steal a fucking election and said he will suspend the Constitution for it. Like, what the fuck? And the Harris is just like a fake story about litter boxes in Pennsylvania? Give me a fucking break, dude. From like 2 years ago? Like the most obviously fake shit ever. And I tell them like, no, it's fake, bro. And then they're like, no, I mean, we saw a kid in the school and they said like it was the case. Or like, oh, no, I saw a video of a guy going through the basket of goods and showing that it has gone up 450%. I'm like, just open fucking CPI, and CPI in itself is dog shit. Just open CPI, it's gone up like 20% in the last 4 years. What are you talking about? And do you even shop at Walmart? You're rich. What are you talking about? It's like, oh my god,
bro, we need the Walmart CPI, bro. That's the only good metric. That's the only metric I trust.
I can't, and I'm like, I did the thing. Look, I'm such a neoliberal lover of capitalism. I did like, oh, what do you think the profit margin of Walmart is? And they said like 30%. I'm like, it's 3%, bro. It's 3. Yeah. It's 3. It's very competitive industry. They cannot just jack up prices 450 fucking percent in 4 years, bro. That's a 100% increase a year. Are you kidding me? I can't. This is so depressing. Am I crazy? I don't know. My God.
No, you're just the anti-BLS propaganda in the U.S. is what's crazy. People don't.
It's not even that. It's the fact that I have to listen to my family, whom I love, tell me
locals
that
they did
kids are shitting in litter boxes in Pennsylvania, and that's why they have to vote against Harris. I can't. This is delusion. This is schizophrenia. It's not. I would laugh if it was not my family, the people I went to the beach with like yesterday. What is this? Can they not be normal? Can you not like recognize that Trump's like an evil guy and you just don't have to vote for him? Like, I would appreciate it if they were like, we're like single issue voters, Israel, whatever. I don't care about anything else. I would respect that. Maybe. I'm not even sure. But don't do this both sides thing. Don't do like a lesser of two evils. Oh, I didn't blow up because I don't want to hurt my reputation. But God, I want to. My God. I'm just trauma dumping, okay? Hope you can like listen and embrace this, okay? Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. My God, and I should have known because the same one of my family members, he flew to Israel like a year and a half ago, and I told him he asked me what I was reading, and I was saying, oh, I'm reading this good economist. I like him a lot. He's a Nobel Prize winner. It's Paul Krugman, and he was like, oh. I think he's full of shit. It's like,
of course, yeah. Yep.
Oh, I should have known he's like a crazy Trumper. But then he's like doing lesser of two evil memes, and he was like donating a lot to DeSantis. So whatever. Oh my God, man. I can't. Is it not depressing? Is your family like this too?
No, my family's pretty liberal leaning. Yeah, I don't really.
God, I wish mine was. I mean, one of them was like a lib from California, right? He says he's a lefty. I don't know what that means when he says it. But yeah, he says, so I assume he's okay. Surely better than,
better than.
You know what? I wanted to like one up their insanity. Like I knew that if I say like, look, I'm voting Harris because you guys are crazy, that would like ruin my reputation. I wanted to like maybe if I out crazy them, maybe if I go like full QAnon, they'll feel uncomfortable, right? It's like, oh, at least if they're shitting in litter boxes, at least they're not eating the cats, right? If they identify as cats, at least they don't bring Haitian migrants to eat them as cats, right? It's like then they would feel uncomfortable.
I can't, dude. I'm still, I don't know. I'm doom repelled on a lot of on some of the shit, bro. I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever get to a point where like, oh, he's gone. They got him. His family stolen,
what
bro.
about an inflationary gap?
An inflationary gap is a bit more complicated. It means the economy is beyond the full employment level.
Wait, how is that possible? I thought full employment was the maximum output. How can you go beyond the maximum?
It's simple. If the aggregate demand rises past the full employment level, the economy will go in hyperdrive to try and keep up. Imagine you're a waiter in a restaurant, and because there are so many customers, you're called in to work overtime.
So instead of working 8 hours a day, now you work 10 hours a day. If everyone did this, the economy could temporarily produce more than the maximum output.
Oh, I get it. But why is it temporary? I don't understand why the SRAS curve shifts in this diagram.
There are two parts. Basically, you can't work overtime forever. And also, working overtime is more expensive. If you get paid $5 an hour for normal work, you might get paid $7 or $10 an hour when you're working overtime.
If everyone works overtime, it means that everyone is getting paid more, and this makes production costs more expensive. If production is more expensive, the SRAS curve will shift in.
In the end, the AD shifted out beyond full employment, but to counteract this, the SRAS ended up shifting inwards, causing price levels to increase because it was not sustainable for a long time.
Thanks, G. Can the real Slim Shady please stand?
Does that make sense? Women working because they're too poor on a single income, a good thing or bad thing to you? Well, I don't think a lot of women are working just because it's impossible to live on a single income. I think a lot of women are working just because gender roles have shifted in a way where, dual income households are more common. But I don't know how I'd ever prove that to you. There's no way I could ever prove that to you because you don't believe in CPI, you don't believe in PCE, you don't believe in any inflation measure or like any national economic statistic at all. So like there's nothing I could do to ever reach you on that at all. There's nothing I could do to reach you at all on that issue. What's up? Are you?
Sorry, I'm back. My mom called. Yeah, my mom. She's normal. It's only my dad and like my mom's family who's insane, but my mom's cool.
You don't. I don't understand why you believe
Yeah,
the paycheck
I
to
mean,
paycheck
I'm
thing, but
just.
not
I
CPI.
feel so desperate. I feel like helpless. Watching these people say the most ridiculous shit ever. And I just have to zip my mouth because I know the moment I say, and my dad, he tried to involve me in this. He said, so my mom's uncle said like, oh, that's why we have to vote against Harris. And then my dad was like, oh, by the way, Sample is like, and I was like, don't. Like, so
Do they
I
like?
don't want to.
I understand why you probably don't want to push on it, but like, if you show them evidence to the contrary, were they at all change their mind, or like, are they so?
I mean, I
sucked
said to let's call the guy you brought up. Let's call my mom's uncle. Let's call him Keith, and let's call the guy who brought up the litter boxes in Pennsylvania. Let's call him Edward. Okay. So Edward, he brings up like the kids in litter boxes, and I tell him like, look, Edward, it's fake. I remember Joe Rogan saying this, and it's been debunked to hell and back. I mean, why? And he's like, no. I mean, I've literally heard like my friends, she has a baby, 11-year-old baby, or not baby, child, 11-year-old child, and he went to school and he told me. It's like, okay. And I asked him, do you have a picture? Like, did you see a picture? Do you have a picture? And he's like, no, I don't have a picture. I'm like, of course. And I said to myself, they didn't hear me. I'm like, look, and then I like my dad is like, oh no, they do that. And it's like, oh, if your kid is identifying as it, that's crazy. And you have to have borders with your kid. You have to have borders, because if you don't have borders for your kid and let them do whatever you want, you hate them. It's like, wow, dude, wow, awesome sauce, bro. It's so deep, bro. That's so deep. And he tells me like, no, they identify as furries. It's called, and I'm like, wow, bro, wow. Tell me about it. That's awesome sauce. And it's like I sit there and I look grumpy, and I hope they could tell. And then it's like, you know, and he was saying before that, like 10 minutes before that, and I didn't realize we were going there, but he said like, you know, oh, I saw this video of a guy. I think I found the original video. I don't know if it's true or not, if the guy's lying or not. Maybe there is some basket of good that did go up for 455, like 50%, okay, from $200 to $900. Maybe there is. That's definitely not the fucking average, right? It's definitely not. Definitely not. You just go to fucking. We did our grocery shopping. We did it. We went to Florida, the great state of Florida, and bought our stuff. It was less than $200 because we bought it for like 2 weeks. It's like, come on, bro. What are we doing? What are we doing? I can't. And I'm like trying to explain to him. It's like, look, you know, these grocery stores, they operate on a low profit margin. They cannot afford to. I mean, doesn't Costco only have like all their profits come from like memberships? I don't know if they do. Whatever. It's like very low profit margin.
Are they doing the greedflation thing, or are they doing the Biden-Harris?
He kind of did. He kind of did. He kind of did. Like he kind of said like, my dad was asking like, in a sense, my dad was like, why do they increase the prices? And he said like, because they can. It's like, okay, that's not how stuff works. And then my dad said like, oh, you have to have competition. I'm like, they do have competition. What are you talking about? It's crazy. I feel helpless. Why can I not debate my family on stuff like?
Does he even like? Does he know about like any of the?
I wish. Yeah, I mean the new thing with the sharing that you can sign out of things.
Yeah,
that'd be epic. Yeah, I don't think they could. Look, I don't want to assume the role of like the Dem propagandist. Okay, I'm good. There's no convincing them. I mean, it's just it's not my job to fucking fix them. I'm fucking off to Israel in a week. Let me fucking. I don't want to do this. And Florida is not close, so whatever. Right? Yeah. Like Florida is like 5 points behind, right? Something like that.
Yeah,
like
it's even more. Yeah. At best, they'll maybe get a senator there at some point, but.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's literally the country right now. It's literally like, it's a meme, but it's like a country. The country's like, oh, which candidate is more likely to eat a homeless person? It's like 60% people. I'm sorry, 80% people say Trump. Like 20% people say Kamala. And then it's like, oh, who do you plan to vote for? 50-50. It's like, what am I listening to? What is this delusion? And I hate that it's like the playing field is so uneven that Kamala, who like did fucking nothing, right? What did she ever say? What, like one time to the ACLU that she's gonna trans the migrants or whatever the fuck?
Yeah, she's gonna trans the migrants and she's gonna pack the court to make sure.
Yeah, of course, all that, right? Like one time, maybe, and not even that. Not really. It's just like whatever. So that versus like fucking Trump. What like no Democrat. If it was even like, I don't know, even if it was Pete, they would say, oh, I mean, whatever. And if it was like, I don't know, even fucking Polis, they would say, oh, no, he's a radical. Like, nothing. No Democrat can ever be non-woke to them. I don't get it. I don't like it at all. I want out. I want out of this. We need to win in the election and bash this ideology, as Ron DeSantis said, to the dustbin of history.
We need the re-education camps.
I wouldn't go as far as that. Look, I'm Jewish. We did that. We tried that like in 1930. Didn't work. Yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, speaking of, there's so much like racist stuff Israel did against like black Jews, Yemeni Jews, and like Mizrahi Jews that like pro-Pallies don't talk about at all. And that like, I feel like they should if they want to make the case against Israel. But I guess no one cares about Jew-on-Jew violence, right? No Jews, no news.
I guess not.
So it's like there's literally a whole story. No, I don't think there's any good evidence for it at all. But there's the whole story of like, you know, one
Ethiopian Jews to go back to Ethiopia, which is just
even worse. The Ethiopian Jews, not Ethiopian, the Yemeni Jews. So they went to Israel, right? And it was like a whole mess. The integration was terrible. Very much bad and crude. So a lot of children died in birth and whatnot. But even that, so some of the records were just missing for some of the kids, and the whole theory was that the government was taking the kids, the babies, and giving them to Ashkenazi couples who wanted to have children. It's like I don't think it has any good evidence. Some stories float around. My dad believes that he met one of them, he was employed by his dad or whatever. It's like, okay. But there's no good evidence or anything like that. But it's the story is horrible because the grain of truth there is that many fucking Yemeni baby children died because the integration was so terrible. That's a horrible story, but no one brings that up. Or there was literally a whole period of 20 years or something where we if you were I think Ethiopian Jew and you donated blood, they would have a secret policy of just throwing your blood donation away.
Damn.
literally, just stuff like that. It's what the fuck? Right? That's I don't know why profiles don't talk about that ever, right? That makes Israel look so bad. But yeah. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. That's funny to me. But yeah, you said you watched the Einat Wilf Destiny debate, and it made you more pro Einat Wilf.
It made me more pro Zionist, you mean? Made me more.
Do you think she had the edge in the debate?
I think I titled it that for the YouTube clickbait or whatever. But I think
sure.
I think there's two. Okay, one, there's something that she said in the debate where she was Kurdistan, we don't do the same type of outrage over as we've seen with Israel. So it's probably something to do with the fact that it was Jews migrating to Palestine that make people upset. And then also I don't know, I don't think this is brought up in debate, but I think I don't know if a limited occupation of Gaza would be that bad. So if Israel kept the Philadelphia corridor and if Israel kept the Netzarim corridor or whatever, I think they'd probably be more willing to let humanitarian aid in. I think they probably if theoretically there was a government in Gaza that agreed to cooperate on security issues like there was in the West Bank, then so long as there aren't settlements in Gaza, then I don't see why that wouldn't be preferable to Okay,
you're talking about the strategic thing, but narrative wise, do you who do you think had the edge? Because I think Wilf is
I think she's a little cuckoo, but
I
think
agree.
Destiny probably. I don't know. I think Destiny probably did better. I
don't remember the strategic things, but in the debate, I mean, just saying we need to have a war against Palestinianism,
I forgot about that. Yeah, I was can we at least rename that? Holy shit.
Yeah, call it jihadism or Palestinian jihadism, right? You have the whole PIJ. You can make them the new enemy because they're. I think you can do that, but no, she's obviously a puppet lefty. I'm not even a left, not even a real lefty. No true Scotsman. It's a theorem. It's not a fallacy, and it's yeah. So I don't know. I don't like that. I don't love her. I have so many people who are quote unquote critical thinkers, or oh my god, Einat Wilf, and it's okay, dude, sure, buddy, yeah. My YouTube algorithm is working too. Yeah. So I don't know about that. But yeah, I don't know. Terrible. I just wanted to vent about my family being insane, unhinged schizos.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's valid. Makes sense.
Yeah. I know. It's so bad. Did you see the screenshot I sent to you of my DMs
the
with
keys?
The keys, bro. The keys. I'm key peeling them, okay? One by one. Yeah. It's not Jover. I was telling my family, it's you can vote for Trump, whatever, the keys have spoken, it's set.
Keys.
The entire country can vote for Kamala right now. For Trump right now, and it's still Kamala would win because the keys. The keys, bro. It's yeah. Bro, I cannot wait. I hope Kamala wins. Just so Lichtman
just so the keys are vindicated once again.
Yeah, just so I get to licht Max and he can do his magician thing. Yeah, it's awesome. But yeah, I don't know what's up with you.
What do you mean, chat? The keys are truth, bro.
The keys are awesome. The keys, they tap into the real way elections work. I'm fully
Yeah,
bought into
yeah,
the
yeah.
cold speech of Lichtman. Okay, I don't think he's a cold speaker, right? But he has a very set. Like every time he talks about the keys, he says the same thing over and over. So it's just like I've
Yeah.
watched so much of his stuff that I know of it. It's like yeah, so they tap into the real way you do elections, and
are
since
votes up and down
yeah.
on the governing
That's
of the ruling
right.
party. Yeah.
That's right. Of the incumbent party, yeah. And and polls are only snapshots, bro. Free your mind from the betting markets and the polls. Because the keys, they tap into the real method behind elections. It's true. It's true. You should Google Alan Lichtman, based Jew, awesome sauce Jew, and yeah. What's your favorite key? Mine is the long-term economy. Definitely.
Mine's mine's the incumbent key. You know, obviously, we should have kept
That's
Biden
right.
to maintain the incumbent
That's
key.
right.
I think.
Yeah, a hundo. I don't. It's the keys are so trash, bro. I would pay. He said apparently SNL did SNL. I'm retarded. SNL did like a skit where it's like Lichtman versus Silver. I don't know if I told you
Yeah.
this, but I would legit
That you would
pay
love
money
to see it, like real debate to them.
Yeah, like moderated by David Pakman. That would be so awesome, right? That'd be like
It would be awesome.
Because it's like the guy with the bad model and the good record, Lichtman, versus the guy with the good model and bad record, Silver. It's like, yeah, that was the two titans. But yeah, I don't know. I agree the keys are trash, but it's funny. The whole meme about like the keys, bro, the keys, these folk, bro. It's like funny to me. But yeah, I don't know. How do we fix the MAGA delusion? How do we do that? How do we do that? What do we do?
I have no clue. I don't know. I can't. I think I mean, you should know by now. I'm doing like the hippy dippy debate tomorrow.
Oh, I might watch
Yeah,
it live. I mean, hopefully,
Yeah, this is I don't know if this will happen. This is exactly how I expected to go. The first topic's about the job numbers and like literally.
Right.
The only opposition I expect,
Hey,
maybe they'll prove me
Destiny right
wrong,
now
is
is
it's going to
Twitter
be
space.
all of these jobs are going to immigrants who work 2 jobs and both of them are at the
Right.
government. That's what they're going to say.
Yeah. So what you should do is first, okay. The thing is, okay, I'm trying to think of a strategy that is as aggressive and like it maximizes aggressiveness and efficiency.
I don't want.
So-
I don't know if I want to be that aggressive.
You
I don't
need
know.
to
We'll
be
see.
aggressive. This is a delusion. This is a virus, and you need to the way you deal with animals, with lions, with the way you deal with like monsters. It's not by being nice to them. It's by
My friends told me
nipping
to
them
be
in the butt.
nice. Okay, I was like, do you think I should?
No.
Do you think it'd be aggressive? Do you
No.
think I should? Do you think I should do it? You know,
No.
Econo Boy style. You know, Econo Boy
Look,
syndrome.
no, Econo Boy style is ineffective. You're not doing this for the people you're talking to. You're doing this for the audience, bro. But look. Here's my thing. Destiny just did a Twitter space. He kind of challenged someone on cooking up the numbers or whatever the fuck.
I saw.
So here's
that,
one
yeah.
thing you should do.
He had a good. He
Here's
had a
what
good
he
line.
said.
Of, like, if it was a conspiracy, like, why would they like revise them down right before the election?
Right.
Like, what?
Right,
wouldn't
and
make
also
sense.
like if they're lying the entire time, why would they even revise it? Why not just stay with the made up numbers, right? Like what forces them to revise them, right? And you should, like to me, it's kind of related to like not like physically or by any necessary equation, of course, but it's kind of like similar to the uncertainty principle, right? Like you can either know the position or the velocity, but like to an extent, not both accurately.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
or
a
something like that.
trade off between like
So
timeliness
yeah,
and
you can
accuracy.
can either have the Chris Clark take, where it's like you can either have really accurate numbers that take a lot of time to produce, or you can have crude numbers that are still good, that you can make semi quickly. So, but you cannot have both. You cannot have like very accurate numbers that you can produce monthly. It's just not very easy. So yeah, I don't know, and it's just like. It's so boring. I don't know. So the hippy dippy thing. Look. If it doesn't devolve into a screaming match, what you should do is just go to the Republicans and ask them, "Oh, can you name me one guy who worked on these numbers? One guy." And watch them flail. Watch them totally. Like, that's nice, right? That's not too aggressive. Aggressive is like, you're fucking retarded. Like, it's not like that. It's just, hey, friendly Democrat here. Can you name one fucking guy? It's like, yeah, no, they can't. No, they cannot. Oh, awesome sauce. Do you believe they did that under Trump? No. Okay, so who changed it? What policy changed it? Like, nothing. They have fucking nothing. They cannot name a thing, and it's so sad.
This is I want to do. This is my idea for a society.
And also, wait.
I think
Also,
we should-
hinge on the fact that it's like a conspiracy. Emphasize the fact because, like, oh, okay, if government data is totally fake, you know, we have so many private companies who stand to benefit from providing more accurate stuff if the government is cooking all the books, right?
Yeah.
Why can you point to any reliable numbers you think? Or can you
like-
point me to any company calling them out? Like, no, nothing, nada.
I've been
Zilch, zero.
debating whether to ask this question as well. I don't know if it, like, dude, is it really plausible that like we would have the strongest economy in the world if our central bank was using fake data this whole time? Like our central bank is looking at fake data, but they somehow seem to make
No,
good
they're not. The
decisions for
central
most
bank
part?
is in on the No, the central bank is in on the conspiracy. Of course.
Yeah, I forgot about that part. Yeah.
No, I mean the central bankers are the ones who made Trump lose, right?
Yeah, they're the ones who cut interest rates for political interference.
Right, that's
You know,
right. I was talking to my mom's uncle like 5 days ago, and I was asking him, "What do you think of the Fed cutting rates?" And he's like, "You know, maybe I would have done 25." And that's how you know these people hate the country. 50 was obviously the good choice. What are you talking about? 50, let's go, baby. No, 25 is cucked. 25 would have been horrible.
True, but didn't you
50 is
see
where it's at.
inflation? 0.1 percentage points higher than expected. Okay, so it's coming
That's right.
back. It's coming back. It's coming
Whoa.
back. Krugman
Whoa.
wrong again.
Whoa, Krugman said like they should do like 250 to 300.
He said like
And
a
I-
200 and 300 basis point cut.
Yeah, and I kind of fuck with it. I mean, fuck it. Why not? Why not? By the way, peddling prosperity, phenomenal. You know,
Yeah.
I didn't even know Krugman was a anti-Phillips crusader, but he is. He is masterfully debunking the Phillips curve. Yeah, totally defending Keynesianism. Total monetarist genocide, total supply side genocide, and it's awesome. Yeah. You should read it.
Yeah.
If he like
I'll
very
read it sometime.
neatly lays out the narrative of how supply siders seized power, and like are kooks, you know. Yeah. I don't know. You should. And then I'm reading Pop Internationalism, and then I heard The Accidental Theorist is also a good one.
Phillips curve is wrong, of course.
But yeah, I'm doing a Krugman marathon. Really? Yeah, I don't know. Am I yapping? I don't know. What do you think?
Think about what, Krugman? I mean, Krugman's based, obviously.
I don't know. Yeah. But no, I don't know. What do you want to talk about? If you ever want, by the way, if I ever join your Discord and I'm just yapping or you want me to fuck off, just tell me, I'll leave.
No, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure I've done that before, haven't I? I'll just, like, kick you out.
Right.
There's,
Yeah.
I'm sure, like, you've seen, like, on Twitter, like, the Canadian, like, all the fucking jobs are going to foreign-born people, right?
I haven't seen it, but it's, like, not surprising at all, you know?
Oh, yeah, like, all of this... I can send you a few tweets if you really need it, but it's like Charlie Kirk, like, tweeting out, like, these brain out of things, like, oh, all the job growth is going to immigrants. And, like, first of all, I mean, it's dumb because, like, the U.S.-born population, working population is, like, shrinking. Like, all the boomers retired during COVID. So, like, you know, if you just, like, take the prime age rate, like, it's A, at record highs, and B, it's higher for native-borns than it is for immigrants.
Yeah.
But also,
Yeah,
although
it's
there
also
is
like,
still...
pick a side. Do you think the immigrants are taking all the jobs, or are they collecting all the unemployment benefits? Which one is it?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. There's also but the like CPS data. I need to come up with an easy way to explain this. But like it accounts for like expected changes to the population, but not unexpected changes to the population, which like the migration surge
Right.
was. So because I like how they weight the data, when there's an unexpected surge in migration, you know, like the foreign share born in the population will decrease because there's a massive increase in migration.
Right.
That doesn't actually mean that the actual native-born population decreased, just that the share of them increased. But if their population data didn't expect the population to increase as much as it did, it'll like underestimate native-born employment. So like Brookings did like a piece on it, and they're like, oh, you know, the current population survey, like it says that like native-born population declined by 190,000, but actually, if you take into account the surge of migration, which causes them to underestimate it, it actually increased by 740,000. So that like decreases the gap. It doesn't go away. There's still a gap because again, a bunch of fucking boomers retired, but there's still a gap. It just is not as big. So.
Yeah, I mean, and also, I'm just, it's so slippery to debate these people, right? Like, you did all the math, you went and you read the Brookings thing, but then these people can just say, oh, no, they faked the data, and then they all, you know, they'll be like, just like they censored the Hunter Biden story, and now you're doing, like, 2020 election meme. In a second, I can move it to election denial. And, like, literally give me any topic, and I can change it within a minute to trans people. It's crazy. I mean,
Cars
it's just...
2. Cars 2 is the best movie.
I mean, Cars 2? Yeah, and then they did Planes, right? That's like changing the whole theme. Like, they changed genders. I mean, what the fuck? We were losing the country. What happened to sanity?
I didn't consider that one, man.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's crazy.
My phone's dying to the
Cars 2 is dog shit, bro.
Cars 2 is
also,
awesome.
My mom's family, all the children there, they all have, like, Cars merchandise. It's like, what?
Yeah, because it's awesome.
I was explaining to them very thoroughly. I was explaining to them. It's a dog shit movie. It's crap. It sucks. It's ass, and it's gay, and it's fake, and it's not real. It's like actually fake.
It's fake.
Yeah, fake movie. But yeah. I mean, good luck with the debate. I hope you get like time to speak. Because fuck that, right?
Grabbing that first. No offense. I don't know, like, the other people on the panel. I don't, like, I've never heard of them before. Like,
sure.
The people on my side, and except for the boss. And I know the
right.
boss does
He's
not
like a
know
lib,
much
right?
about...
He's not a crazy...
Well, the boss is on my side. It's just,
Yeah.
I know he doesn't actually know. He doesn't know that. Like, if I said current population survey to him, he had no clue what it means. I don't even know if he knows what the BO labor statistics is. So,
no, but just very quickly, like, I don't know. I love putting the effort into the banking conspiracy. Just don't get me wrong. Like, I have so much stuff on like so many conspiracies on in my Notion, but really, I find that it's the most effective when I listen to things. Not the like, oh, actually, this and this and this and this and this debunk what you said. It's more like, oh, you don't know a single fucking thing. You're actually clueless. You're actually like retarded. Your IQ is actually negative. It's like, wow. Like, you know, I feel like I discovered something. You know, it should be, yeah. No, that's what I like to do. It's like, oh, can you name me a single person who worked in BLS? Ever. You know?
Or no, you sent me that the TikTok that goes over like the Nixon Jew list when he didn't like the unemployment number, so he tried.
Yes, that's funny as fuck. Yeah, that girl's awesome. By the way, she's epic. But yeah. No, I mean,
I followed her and she viewed my profile on TikTok, but she didn't like any of my videos, even though my videos are based. Okay, so clearly,
what?
This bitch,
what is
can't
she
believe
like
her.
An anti-progressive tech consumption tax? What is this? Yeah, terrible. You know, you there?
Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Knock knock.
Oh yeah. I don't know. My internet may be cut out.
Oh. Damn.
But yeah, is he like anti-progressive consumption tax?
I have no clue, but I mean, she probably. I don't even know if she watched the videos. Obviously, I'm not actually mad that she didn't like my shit on TikTok.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. You know, one time on Learning Economics, visited my profile.
Wow.
I like him. He's okay.
Doesn't he have a video debunking 90s Krugman on free trade?
Did it? Yeah, I think I've seen it. I don't remember it being good. I don't recall it being good. I forgot all the things he said, though. I don't remember. I don't.
I don't
It's
remember
silly.
exactly what
It's
he said
silly.
either.
Now you're screaming, when you read them, and it's like, oh, I'm reading true stuff. You like, how, you talk to, what do you call them? Fuck, what's the name? Not the people who say God is revelatory, presuppositionalists. Yeah, it's like when they say God is revealed or whatnot. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what it means when they say revealed. But then I read like 90s Krugman, and I'm like, oh, this is true. Like I know this is true. Like this stuff here, that's true. It's like no. He said poverty increased in a certain period, and I'm skeptical of that. I need to look at the data for that. But other than that, it's just he's very clearly is like debunking kooks on both sides. On both sides, he's debunking both people like Arthur Laffer, total devil, total demon, but also Robert Reich, total demon, total devil.
I love Robert Reich.
No, he's French. No, he's been debunking him since the 90s. He's like totally awesome.
Dude, does he even... He's been doing this shit since the 90s? He's been lying to people since the 90s?
Oh yeah. He's been in the Clinton administration.
Why? Doesn't he not even have an economics degree? Doesn't he have a fucking law degree or whatever?
I don't recall. I think he is an econ guy. I think he has an econ degree. But it could definitely be the case. It would not surprise me at all, because Krugman starts the book by saying, like, no, economists, economic academy, like the economic orthodoxy or the academic side of economics, makes good arguments, or like they're honestly mistaken, or like not hacks. But then you have the like supply siders and the strategic traders, which Reich is like one of them. And they're like total cooks and hacks, and they're like often journalists or like people from law degrees and whatnot. So that would not surprise me. He says that. It's very interesting the way he debunks all the fake and phonies. But I think pop internationalism is more supposed to be focused on the Reichers of the world, So I'm stoked to read that one. But yeah, Laffer is a total demon. But yeah.
I don't know anything about Laffer other than the Laffer curve, which is clearly...
No, Laffer curve, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing they pushed hard back then. He was like actually arguing that if you cut taxes, revenue will increase, which is like zero. There was zero evidence even at the time, right? Like the Laffer curve doesn't mean that like you're on the downward sloping side of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was that. He also said a bunch of retarded shit. I mean, he said monetary policy doesn't change like the business cycle, which is like, wow, you're crazy. You're like crazy. He gives a banger example of how Keynesian policy is like awesome sauce. You want to see an example? Like a real good example?
Sure.
You know Black Monday?
Yeah.
You know about it? Yeah. Not
Black Monday? I know Black
period.
Tuesday. I know.
No, there was Black Tuesday, right? That's the Great Depression, right?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I know that.
But there was also Black Monday in 1987, October 1980. Okay? Stock market plunged even like around a slightly bigger plunge than the week of the Great Depression. So even slightly worse, collapse in the stock market. And the Fed, this time they reacted by aggressively expanding the money supply.
Based.
And yeah, no recession, no depression, nothing happened. So that's a good example of similar conditions, but this time doing epic Keynesianism, and it works.
True.
I don't know if Friedman ever wrote about that, but that's why when I talk to people about the Fed and like my econ degree friends, and they're like, oh, green is cringe and gay and fake. I'm like, I agree, but also gotta give him credit. I mean, the guy saved us from another Great Depression, probably. That was like one of the first days of the Greenspan Fed chairman days. So yeah, starting off with the banger and then destroying your record because you're retarded and objectivist. So deserved. That's why I'm like only 80% joking when I say Greenspan's the GOAT. Who do you think is the GOAT?
I don't know enough about most people. I feel like I don't know. I just like that Ben Bernanke defends the argument quantitative easing against some dumb people who think it's absolutely insane.
Yeah, I like
Um,
I like Powell. He's like awesome sauce, but Bernanke, I mean, look, the guy won a Nobel for being
Yeah.
awesome, and also the clip of him genociding Ron Paul, priceless.
Dude, yeah, some of his arguments with Ron Paul are funny. Yeah,
Yeah, did you watch that? Yeah.
I've seen a few of them. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's done it multiple times.
Oh, I've only seen the classic one. The classic one. Also, by the way, let me see if I have the screenshot. Boop, 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 boop. Give me 1 second. Yeah, that guy. I was chatting with SDL and one of the VCs, and someone hopped in, and I sent him a friend request, and he accepted it. Look at this guy.
What about him, Frax Ben?
Do you know him?
No.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, never mind. Then. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it. But, yeah, no, I don't know. He's like a libertarian. He debunks a lot of communists on Twitter, and he does God's work, but he's also like a total right-winger, and he's like an ANCAP, so...
Damn.
I was talking to him about that. But not like, debunking anarcho-capitalism, because that's like too easy. I don't want to beat a dead horse and whatever. It's like, by the way, every ANCAP ever, you can destroy them with one question, where it's like, oh, what about nukes?
Yeah, I knew. Yeah, literally. It's like,
what about the nukes, bro? I don't want like companies making nukes and selling
Bro,
nukes.
just the non-aggression
I want
principle
nukes to
will
be
take
cheap.
care of it, man.
Yeah.
Don't understand.
No, I mean, kind of. I mean, you read Bob Murphy, right? You know Bob Murphy?
No, but I'm assuming he's an ANCAP. Like,
Big ANCAP Austrian. Big guy. Big ANCAP Austrian. He has KDS, okay? He has Krugman derangement syndrome.
Oh,
okay?
Krugman derangement
No,
syndrome.
Krugman. He had a whole podcast with like 100+ episodes called Contra Krugman. It was like, refuting Krugman's articles. And he has a whole book for like raw dogging Krugman. And I've listened to like a couple episodes, and sometimes they say false stuff, but I can't remember. It's like 2 years ago. I don't like him at all. Total phony. Oh, fuck. Classic. He was going to debate Krugman, and I think Krugman canceled last minute, which, I mean, probably Krugman.
Oh,
I don't
that
know if he
was
should have
him?
or should not have. I don't want to give Austrians like a lot of attention. They're like fringe and retarded. But I mean, maybe it would have been entertaining, so I think he should have, all things considered. But like, there's this hilarious clip of him like prepping in front of the mirror. It's like satirical. It's funny. It's like he's making fun of himself, Bob Murphy. But he's like, shirtless in front of the mirror. And he's like, "Hey, Krugman, remember when you said Greenspan needed to make a housing bubble? Yeah, you're cringe." Like, hey, Krugman, look, he said about the internet. It's like, yeah, it's funny. He's self-aware. He's self-aware. But yeah, I like Bob Murphy probably started. Either way, why am I talking about him? So because he wrote a book called Chaos Theory, where it's like supposed to be how law would work in an anarcho-capitalist free society. And he just like talks in one chapter about nuclear weapons. I've looked at the book. He talks about like guns and nuclear weapons, and he just says like, oh, yeah, people will own nukes, but the insurance companies will charge a higher premium. Yeah.
Wow.
And he kind of moved on. It's like, wow, bro. Yeah. Thank you.
Wow.
What the
Self-
fuck?
Self-correcting
What can I
markets.
read?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubt. Like, insurance companies will charge a higher premium, but people will be obscenely rich. People could hide their income. I mean, I don't know. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Seems dumb to me. I don't like ANCAPs. They're silly. But yeah, I was talking to the Praxman guy about like monetary policy. He doesn't know much about that, so I kind of let him go with that. But yeah, he has cool videos debunking communism. But then he'll be like, and Trump's like, yeah, I don't like the tariffs, but Trump's is going to be better for the economy than here. It's just like, no.
Oh, of course. Yep.
He does like the tax foundation analysis memes. It's like, okay. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. He's smart all in all. He debated Haas, the infrared guy.
Yeah, of course.
He debated
I'm sure that
him like
went
a couple
well.
days ago. Like, he debated him like 2 weeks ago. Yeah. No, the crowd was insane. The crowd was like all ACP fans, so American Communist Party.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, whatever. I'm depressed. My family is insane, and I just wanna like, why can we not debate like, oh, is NGDP targeting the way to go?
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah,
why do I need
can't
to
wait.
debate? Why do I need to debate? Do Haitian black migrants who are illegal, dogs and cats? Why is that why I need to debate? What is that? My God.
Yeah.
Why do you have Garfield? The profile picture.
Because he's awesome. What do you mean? I've always had Garfield. It's a slightly different
That's a
Garfield.
good point.
It's a
Good point.
it's an angry Garfield. So.
No, I mean that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
What do you think of Sinwar dying? Like a dog.
Can't believe it. Okay, he died heroically. Throwing sticks at a drone, fighting till the very end.
Yeah. Oh my God, there was this Nick Fuentes clip. You have to watch it. Talking about all this stuff.
Oh my God.
Bro, it's 3 minutes of Nick Fuentes being based. Based, God. Yeah, let me find it. Yeah, I'll say it. I said it. Being
I don't know.
more correct than he
I don't know what
usually
to
is.
expect. I don't know if I.
He's epic. Nick Fuentes, I endorse him. No, I'm joking. Yeah, check this out. No, it's just 3 minutes of him just debunking other gropers who are like, oh, he died for his people. He's fighting, and he's like, I mean, Israel kind of owed you guys. You should watch this. Actually, I'm gonna go. I want to make some food. I'm alone in my house right now, so I'm on YouTube. Watch this in the video if you want. I don't know if you're watching or reading anything else. Yeah, it's
not
funny.
really. Just some Lamborn stuff, but
Nick is really funny. You have to admit, the guy's funny.
he has to
Insane
be.
evil guy, of course. I'm Jewish, right? Of course, I think he's insane and evil, but he's funny. But yeah, I'm gonna go now. Talk to you later.
All right. Talk to you later. Thanks. Yeah.
Like, according to Keith Woods, he threw the piece of wood defiantly. I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. Keith Woods posted today, he's like, Yahya Sinwar with his arm decapitated, his head caved in, covered in dust, in a final act of defiance, threw a piece of wood at a drone. The Zionists will call it pathetic. The world will think it was awesome. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of sad. I don't know about you guys, but like, if Israel runs your shit like that, like, we're in your phones, bitch. Hey, we blew up all your phones. You know, one day you wake up and your fucking dick explodes because they put bombs in your phone.
Oh my God.
And then they're like, beep, beep. Hey, beep, beep. Your head blew up. You were driving in your car. Then your head blew up because we run your shit. And then the next day, everybody's like, damn it. Israel, really, man, we can't trust. Honey, throw out the toaster, throw out the TV. They really got us. What time's his funeral? And then you pick up the radio, and then the radio explodes. And then they're like, got him again. Got you again. And then it comes out, they planted the radios 10 years ago. They were spying on him for 10 years, and then they blew him up. And then the next day, they killed all their leadership, killed their leader, then killed the successor to the leader, then killed the successor to the successor to the leader, then killed the successor to the successor to the successor to the leader, then did 10,000 airstrikes, then invaded. I would just stop with like the, at that point, you just kind of have to admit, maybe you were not equipped for the fight. At a certain point, kind of just become like a sore loser, you know? When they're like, oh, now he throws a piece of wood and it's like 2001: A Space Odyssey. He throws a piece of wood and it goes up and he becomes a International Space Station. Like, no, it's kind of like all they got left, you know? They were like, the axis of resistance, Israel will die, 1 billion missiles, we're all gonna go. And then, then they're all dead, all their shit is rocked, they're all underground. Everyone's dead, and then, their leader's like this, and he's like, and they're like, fuck yeah. Yes.
I didn't know he was he said not only is he closeted, he's a closeted Zionist as well. Wow.
You blow up all our houses, we'll throw planks of wood. Like, bro. Time to take I don't mean to be that guy, but it's time to take the L. Time to take the L on that one. And you know me, I don't support Israel at all, but like, they are good at killing people. Okay?
I'm not gay at all.
Unfortunately for me, and unfortunately for everyone that doesn't like them, they are really good at
But
killing
you
people.
didn't know.
And they have planted their spies everywhere. Okay, it is what it is. But yeah, I saw
He's
that
an
tweet.
anti-Semitic Zionist.
And I was just like, bro, come on now.
Well, just because he doesn't want the Jews in his country. He wants them to have their own country. That's
being genocided. Everyone's dead. All the leaders are dead. Israel's
like
killing everyone.
unironically. I don't know whether or not to believe you. I could believe it's Nick Fuentes. I could believe it, but
Lob a piece of wood at a Radio Shack drone, and they're like, "We are filled with inspiration. We are filled with the fight is not over." And I think it's time to. I think it's time to pack it in. I think it's over. I think it's time to call it. Scott Ritter is going to be on Judge Napolitano tomorrow and be like, Israel's not going to exist anymore. I mean, these guys, Hamas, they got wooden planks. I mean, this is serious stuff. Okay,
come on. There's got to be like some setting to have these like snap. Because if we get them within, sometimes, watch, I'm gonna do it. It's when that white bar appears, I believe. Or not. Sometimes it'll let me link them back together. I don't know why it doesn't do that sometimes. I don't know. It sucks. So it has like this where it automatically moves both. Is what I want. Wish America was more like Israel except for white people. Well, I know that. Okay, I want to be able to describe like exactly how. Well, perhaps counterintuitive. The fact that unanticipated migration flows are not fully incorporated into the census population control yields published CPS population numbers that are too low for both U.S. and foreign-born. To explain how this is, Table 1 provides a simple hypothetical. There are 100 people in the U.S., and the country is experiencing population growth. Imagine that the estimated share of the population that is U.S.-born declines from year 1 to year 2, perhaps due to an influx in immigrants that is reflected in survey data. This is shown in the first row of Table 1. Although the number in Table 1 is purely illustrative, the CPS publishes such shares based on survey data, and indeed, the estimated share of the population that is U.S.-born fell between January 2023 and January 2024. For the purpose of this toy example, imagine that predetermined population controls accurately showed the size of the population was 100 in year 1. Then in year 2, the population controls showed a population rose to 102. But the true size of the population was 104 because of an unexpected increase in migration. Well, the too low population growth from the population controls and the accurate share of the U.S.-born from the survey evidence, the U.S.-born population estimated to have shrunk by 0.4 and the foreign-born population to have increased by 2.4. Instead, if the U.S. population controls has shown the true U.S. population growth from 100 to 104, the U.S.-born and foreign-born populations would be shown to have increased. This can be seen in the bottom part of Table 1. In this way, the combination of a reduction in the share of the U.S.-born population and an estimated population growth from the population controls that is too low can result in an estimated shrinking U.S.-born population, even when the U.S.-born population is growing. This scenario accords with what we find true in 2023. The population controls are too low because of the unanticipated increase in migration. The share of the U.S.-born population shows a decline in survey data, and the U.S.-born population is shown to have shrunk in the published data, whereas we estimate it actually increased. Okay. I don't know a good way it is. So I have this like somewhere here, but I feel like it's not going to be enough for people. If control data is too low because of how unexpected migration, applying survey data to increase share of the population, applying native-born population shrunk when that is not the case. That is kind of okay. So imagine in year 1. Population is 100. And that it's growing. Estimated share of population that is U.S.-born declines from year 1 to year 2. Now imagine that the estimated share of the population that is US born declines from year 1 to year 2. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Someone redeem Wizard Cat right now. Horrible. Okay, so now imagine that due to a surge in migration, the estimated share of population that is US born declines from year 1 to year 2. If the predetermined population controls accurately show the size of population 100 in year 1, then in year 2 the population controls show that rose to 1 or 2. So if the predetermined population controls so the size of year 2's population. Alright, I'll just say underestimate year 2's population. Then applying oh, here. I guess if I have this up here, so I should use the numbers here. Accurately report population to be 100 in year 1 to I'll say 204 100 in year 1 okay, so let's say let's imagine the 100 year 1 and 102 in year 2. Underestimate 2 be 102 in year 2. Because the true size of the population in year 2 is 104 because of unexpected increase in migration. With the too low population growth, the population controls an accurate share of the US born from population evidence. The US born population estimated to have shrunk. Okay, because it has an accurate estimate of the native born share of the population, but an underestimate. What's up? Welcome back. Underestimate of the total population. It will show the US born population shrunk when it did not actually. Combination of a reduction in the share of population as you was born, an estimate of population growth from population control set is too low can result in an estimate of shrinking U.S. born population even when the U.S. population is growing. The BLS used previously determined measures of the size of population in combination with data from CBS to reduce aggregates. So they account for expected change in population. Okay, I think I get it. Okay, think we're good. Think we're good. Okay, measure employment. Well, there are multiple ways to measure employment. The best single measure is the percentage of adult population with job, known as the employment to population ratio. However, if a growing portion of the adult population becoming retirees, this measure is confounded by demographic trends over long periods of time. Many economists therefore focus on prime age employment population ratio at a percentage of people ages 25 to 54 of a job as a way to account for the age of population. A more sophisticated method is to adjust both for age and sex. Adjusting for age accounts not only increase the increase in retirees, but also the aging within the 25 to 54 bracket. Sorry, adjusting for age accounts not only for the increase in retirees, but also the aging within the bracket. Okay, adjusting for sex and sex data to analyze previous decades when a much smaller percentage of working age women were in the workforce. After adjusting for age and sex, the percentage of the population that is working roughly at its peak in U.S. history. This is also true if one looks at the prime age employment population ratio. Okay, so there are many different ways to measure employment. Single best being the employment to population ratio. By the way, did you see what? The way people use overemployment? No. Well, localists never clarified it. What he even meant by overemployment. I still don't know what overemployment means. I know what it means. Well, I don't know what it means to a non-econ brain dude, but I don't know. Because I'm assuming localist has his own idiosyncratic definition. That's not what you meant. What did he mean? I don't know what he meant. In my mind, overemployment is a media term. In my mind, overemployment would mean employment above Nauru. That's what, in my mind, it would mean. Work 2 remote jobs. Just people who work more than one job. Many overemployed workers don't work more than 40 hours per week, the eventual amount of time. It's fucking... What is it? Is it just people who work? I've read about people who like work multiple like online jobs before. And like one thing I've read is like there's people who like literally work like 5 online jobs at once, and they know they can't keep up with everything. So they know they're gonna get fired within a year, but it doesn't matter because by the time they're fired, they have 2 other online jobs lined up to take. It's wild. Okay, this measure is distorted. Overemployment and employment is at over 100%. It's considered bad because it breaks the laws of mathematics. This measure is distorted by the aging population and the in the early retirees. Many of them focus on, I'll say, there are 2 alternatives. One is the prime age EOP, or EPOP, sorry. The percentage of those 25 to 54 of a job. However, I'll just say it's currently at, I think it's still at 80.9%, right? 80.9, yeah. It's higher than any point since the 1990s. I know that. I don't even need that. More sophisticated way is to adjust the employment population ratio to for both age and sex. Adjusting for age accounts not only for the increase of retirees, but also the aging within the bracket. Adjusting for sex necessary in all its previous decades when a smaller percentage of working when we're in the workforce. After these adjustments, the percentage of the population that is working is roughly at its peak in U.S. history. What's up, Panda? Is it the Panda I know? Driving a stronger economic growth is robust employment, which is hovering around all-time highs. The high employment rate in particular reflects historically elevated private sector employment. The share of people 25 to 54 of a private sector job in September 2024, 69.5%, was not only the higher than in 2019, but also was essentially the highest in U.S. history. The share of the U.S. population of people ages 25 to 54 of a public sector job in September is 11.5%, far below the March 1995 peak of 13.3%. The data goes back to 1904. This remains true even for only the private sector. Share people with private sector job higher than 2019. It's highest in U.S. history. What is the discrepancy between these two numbers? The high employment has helped spur continued inflation-adjusted wage growth, boosting wages to record highs. Wages have outpaced inflation since before the COVID-19 pandemic, which means that the earning power of households continue in communities ahead of what they were before the pandemic. High employment has bolstered wage growth. Which have outpaced inflation since before the COVID pandemic. After adjusting inflation, an hour to work not only earns workers a higher wage than before the recession, but also earns a higher wage than at any point in U.S. history, aside from an anomalous period that, due to compensating and flexing labor force at the outset of the pandemic, created a phantom blip in wages. Wages are, I'll say, inflation-adjusted wages. Inflation-adjusted wages. In fact, higher now than at any point in history. Yeah, overemployment makes zero fucking this term true. But no one uses. I've heard people say inflationary gap to mean above full employment, but like overemployment is just a dumb media term. Whatever, doesn't matter. I can see overhiring from which friction, people not firing. Besides the (2022) or 2022 blip from composition effects. Overemployment would be like forcing people not in the workforce to work. Regardless of what deflator you use. Rapid change that compensated workers during a pandemic created illusion of dramatic wage change. I understand this already and we'll read it, but it's just obviously when you it's the same reason why like labor productivity seems to spike during every recession. Obviously labor productivity is not actually going up during recessions. It's just a composition effect where low wage and low productivity workers are laid off first. That has especially happened during COVID, where low wage workers were laid off. So it made the illusion that average wages went up just because all the low wage workers, got laid off. Same thing for productivity. Although low productivity workers are laid off first, usually during recessions and stuff. They're most likely to lose their job and shit. The analysis uses average hourly earnings of production and non-supervisory employees for two reasons. One, it is the longest running good individual raid series and is still in use today, and it shows hourly income rather than weekly or annual. While there are pros and cons to this approach, people's decisions to work more or fewer hours can have meaningful structural changes over time, and so hourly earnings better reflect earning power over a long period of time. However, one problem with this data series is that it shows the average among people employed without any adjustments for the composition of the employed changes over time. During the Great Recession and COVID-19 pandemic recession, low-wage workers were by far the most likely to lose their jobs. As low-wage workers lose their jobs, the average earning and median earnings rise, even if no one has received a raise. And as these low-wage workers regain their jobs, the average earnings and median earnings decrease, even if no one has received a pay cut. Figure 5A shows a spike in inflation-adjusted wages in March 2020, followed by a decline in inflation-adjusted wages over the next few months. However, this is purely a product of compositional effects mentioned above, mixed with a small amount of deflation during the height of the recession. In other words, the apparent blip in real wages seen around COVID-19 pandemic recession reflects the anomalous pattern of job losses and gains following the initial pandemic shock rather than a true change in the wages for people employed. Measures of earning are not affected by employment compositional changes and did not show an increase in wages followed by a decrease. The employment cost index data in Figure 6 shows that March 2020 did not see employed workers getting large raises, and the ensuing months did not see workers getting pay cuts. Instead, seen from the average hourly earning series, the average wage went up due to low-wage people losing their jobs and went down due to low-wage people regaining their jobs. The phantom spike in March 2022, therefore, does not reflect an hour work producing additional real wages. Most importantly, inflation-adjusted wage growth has been strongest for the lowest income workers. I know this already. Unexpected compression. Inflation-adjusted wages have grown fastest for the lowest income workers, whose real wages are 60% higher than they were before the pandemic. Wage growth for the low-income Americans has been so much stronger than for other groups that has led to a decline in wage inequality, undoing roughly one-third of its growth since 1980, before Ronald Reagan became president. This is the unexpected compression. Wow, wild. I love this paper. I love this paper. I love this paper. I love this paper. Everyone loves this paper. It's led to a decline in wage inequality, whatever the fuck. Conclusion. Policymakers still must do more to address income inequality and help the struggling households. In 2023 alone, 47 million people were living in food insecure households, and around 40 million people were living in poverty. But is it unequivocally the case that wages and employment are higher than ever before in U.S. history? Wild. we don't have this sucks if people fucking care about this, but we don't have this disaggregated between foreign-born and native-born workers. But so we still have to use prime age. Actually, I want this there. Put that in there. These there. I think this is about immigration. Okay, so we'll read. Slash toggle heading 3. Yellow text there. Okay. Okay. Is this ironic? Is this ironic? Who is the? I don't know if it's still here. Is this ironic? I can't. Is this ironic or is it real? Or is it real Nazi slop? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know. I can't tell. I never know. No, immigration isn't raising your rent. In the world, according to J.D. Vance, immigrants are the root of all evil. During his debate with Tim Walz, he argued that they're responsible for raising housing prices. Economists were quick to point out that the evidence was an out-of-context quote from a speech at one Federal Reserve official. Evidence, J.D. Vance. It was so funny that he called it a fucking study, and it was really just like one. He said Federal Reserve study. It was one Federal Reserve official's like offhand comment. It's like, wow, nice one, dude. JD Vance pointed to. An out of context quote from a speech at the Federal Reserve. Force people into apartments. True. This is their true yin position. From whatever the official, that's evidence for his claim. that immigrants raise home prices. Still, immigrants are people and need housing. So could a recent rise in immigration be a major factor in a surge in housing price? There are multiple reasons why they say no. One of them, which I'm working on, is timing. Basically, most of the surge in the rents took place in 2021, and a big jump in immigration began in 2022. Surge in rents took place in 2021, but surge in migration happened in 2022. Here's the Congressional Budget Office estimates of net immigration, with the Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates of rent increases for new homes. Mob property level, true. To the speculators bought out by realtors. Rents shot up as we came out of a pandemic slump. The big rise in immigration came later. So what causes rent? There are longer-term issues, mainly for availability of housing, but a more likely immediate cause, assuming rents would zoom, that is the rise in remote work. It's more likely that the failure to build enough housing and the rise in remote work is responsible for rent increases. People working at home on average sought more home to work from. I know this explanation is unsatisfying for many people because I don't have an obvious villains, but it's the best story we have. Adam Smith.
support of his claim that illegal immigrants cause housing prices to go up, Senator Vance provided some links. So let's go through them. In the debate, he referred to a Fed study.
Give 3 sources as evidence that immigrants increase rents. One actually gave an estimate. Explicitly how to supply content due to full estimate research found on documented immigrants affect supply more than demand. That held supply constant.
However, this is a speech.
First was what Vance called a Federal Reserve study. It was really just a speech. From a Fed official.
of brief remarks. There's no empirical test in these comments from Michelle Bowman, who said, given the current low inventory of affordable housing, the inflow of new immigrants to some geographical areas could result in upward pressure on rents. Note the word could and the observation of...
What's up?
Sorry, but Chris Clark is the fucking GOAT, bro.
I know.
This guy's the GOAT. He cannot miss. He's the GOAT. Can we get some Chris Clark appreciation? Everybody watching, like the stream and go follow Chris Clark. Guys,
True.
What are we doing?
I know.
No, I agree.
Underappreciated.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the guy has an awesome sauce beard. He makes awesome sauce videos. And is just generally correct. And is not doing both sides memes. He's just like, yeah, the Republicans have said that. That's crazy. We're going to debunk that. But not too partisanly. I don't know how he does that. But yeah, awesome. Based God. That's all I wanted to say. And, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Talk to you later. Wait. Read Peddling Prosperity. I don't know if I told you that.
You do. You told me like 3 times by now, brother. I will...
Okay, not enough time.
I'll get to it.
I'll work on it. Yeah, you will get to it. More like get to it.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Get it?
Dude, did you see that the Hawk Tuah girl does not know there was a civil war, and neither did her co-host. It was so funny.
They didn't know there was a civil war?
They did not know there was a civil war. At all. I can send you the clip. I clipped it. It's on my Twitter.
What? Did you see the Dean Withers guy owning that girl on the abortion thing?
Yeah, was she justified slavery?
Yeah, bro. I love the new generation of like bad faith liberal debaters. They're awesome. Because not even bad faith. That was a good point. If you're gonna make a retarded argument, I'm gonna make a retarded argument back to you.
Right.
But that was awesome. I liked watching that. But I don't know. I'm afraid like this type of debating can like justify any premise you want. Like these people can both defend. I don't know. They could equally defend lower taxes and higher taxes.
Yeah. I feel like
and whatever. I feel like this type of aggressive debating style allows you to justify any premise, but tough shit. I mean, Republicans already justify whatever they want.
I know.
So,
yeah.
Fuck that. Fuck that. Unconventional weapon against an unconventional weapon. You started. Yeah. What is this? The Hawk Tuah girl doesn't know we had a civil war.
How do you guys feel about losing the war? What?
Whoa.
Civil war.
Let me check it out.
To me.
You know, actually, I don't want to read this because it doesn't have a siren and the word breaking in as a prefix.
Oh, breaking is right.
That's how you... No, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's how all the tankies do it, and I like it a lot. Like, you know, just putting randoms in front of some random shit and like breaking. Like, because look at this stuff. Wait, look at this stuff.
Bro, Tuvalu and Sri Lanka have made a free trade deal. The U.S. dollar is done for.
Yeah. It's like it's like Burkina Faso is gonna make adult diapers. The West is finished. It's like awesome. That's awesome. But yeah, let me try to find it. I'll find it. Give me a sec.
We're a little uneducated.
Give me a sec. I'll find it. Give me a sec. I'll find it.
Of given a fixed supply of housing. This is the crux of the entire debate.
Wait. Here we go. Here, I got it from this. Wait. I saw this tweet and I was like, whoa. That's like awesome. Wait.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Here we go. Shut the fuck up.
All great conquerors. Genghis Khan, Alexander Napoleon, and all national unifiers are in hindsight communists in a realer way than most actual communists today.
And I was like, whoa, that's like awesome.
Bro,
that's like
Genghis Khan spreading communism, and Lincoln with the...
That's true. Yeah. No, Bismarck. Famous comic.
I know.
But yeah. Because he created the welfare state, bro. Yeah. No, but I'm just saying. So I like to put the sirens, and then like breaking. I don't know, and then like dumb shit. That's how I tweet, but I don't tweet. But yeah, I didn't know that. I'm gonna watch the Hawk Tuo girl. That's disappointing. Still gonna watch her, but yeah, very disappointing. But yeah, did you watch Oh, you did watch the Gideon Levy debate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's low IQ.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
He's a low IQ specimen. Sorry. I used to like him, but then I was like, yeah, no. Yeah, that guy's low IQ. By the way, the phrase low IQ, I got that from Nick. Sorry.
I mean,
I'm in a group. I'm in a group chat with him. Well, I used to. He left like a month ago, but I used to be in a Twitter group chat with the guy. I know.
Why? Why?
And shut up. One of my friends typed like Nick then tweeted something like, "The word racist is meaningless" or some shit. And one of my friends, low IQ friends, he like tagged them in the group chat and was like, "Nick, I mean, what do you mean these words are meaningless? They certainly mean things to me." And it's like, and then he didn't even respond. Nick was like, "Yeah, that's low IQ." And I like that response a lot. It's like, yeah, you're retarded. You're retarded. I'm not. It's like, yeah, you're dumb. And that's my response now to a lot of stuff. It's like someone will tell me, like, I don't know, some dumb shit. I'm like, yeah, that's very low IQ, or whatever. People will be like, I'll tell them like, oh, you shouldn't like, torture and murder animals for your belly to feel nice. And then they'll be like, oh well, but we're humans. We're like top of the food chain. I'm like, yeah, that's low IQ. That's dumb. That's like, you're retarded. Like, yeah, but yeah, I don't know. So I'm just saying, I'm a, what do you call it? I'm a true liberal. Okay, I draw inspiration from all cultures. There's no anti-Semitism in calling someone low IQ. I'm not racist by doing that. I'm just saying, the guy's evil. Nick is evil. Of course, he's insane.
Bro, facts don't care about
yeah,
your
no,
feelings.
Nick obviously deplorable, hateful guy. Horrible politics, but he's funny and he has zingers. And when I see a good thing, I'm unbiased. I steal it like a. No, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not Romanian. You thought, but then I switched it. You see, that's the Norm Macdonald strategy. But yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Awesome.
You steal comedy strategies too. You're not content with just stealing debate strategies. You have to.
That's right. And I gave you debate strategies. I'm telling you,
you give me debate strategies.
I've seen. Look, bro, little buddy, buddy. Look, I've watched Econoboy for years. Be nice to conservatives, and where did that get him? Nowhere. I've seen him debate Rob Noor for 5.5 hours about the economy, and I had to listen to all of it live when I was in my dormitories in like the first or second year of my degree, and that was torture. Okay.
They debated for 5
don't give me this.
hours.
I need to be nice. Don't give me this. Like, oh, we were gonna reach out to conservatives. Don't give me this. Oh, my friends told me to be nice. I have the experience, have the knowledge. You should be mean. You should bully them because they're bullies. Yeah, they're bullies to the truth. Yeah, I said it.
Wow.
Yeah, I said it. That's my take. So here, take that debate strategy. If you choose to be nice in that debate, you'll come back a day later. You're gonna join my live. I don't. You're gonna join my live and be like, Sample. You're gonna be with tears in your eyes. You're gonna be Sample. You were so right. I should have been meaner. And I'm gonna be like, I told you. I love Trump's speech. But yeah, okay. And I'm just saying, be mean.
Listen,
be moderate. Yeah, go do your Chris Clark prep. When is the debate tomorrow?
The first one is, do the job numbers represent like a significant, or do they like signify strong U.S. economic recovery? It's just going to turn into, is the economy good, and are these numbers all fake? And then
your biggest piece of evidence should be the fact that the Fed thinks that they signal a strong economy. I mean, To me, it's just.
But
Well, but I assume good faith. I know what I'm talking about.
Interference, don't you know?
Exactly, I know what I'm talking about. So I'm like, I know the Fed is like one of the most independent institutions in the world, and they're serious people who know their stuff, and they just basically saved us from a hard crash into a soft landing. So they're like literal angels.
Yeah.
But then I need to talk to someone who's like, oh, central bank, that's like, Jews, right? It's like, yeah, dude, awesome.
That's like
Nixon
central
pilled.
bank. That's like central planning, like communism, like Stalin.
That's right. Nixon pilled. Let's go. No, I've literally debated like people on like, oh, communism, it's socialist to have a central bank because that's central planning, bro. It's like, no, it's not. And even if it is, that means communism is based. Like you're not gonna make something bad by calling it a name. you're gonna need to debate the facts below, bro. But yeah. Well, good luck. I trust you. I'm just afraid you're gonna be like nice and you're gonna be like econ pilled and like jargon, and like no, you need to be like these people are frauds. They don't know what they're talking about. They only watch their favorite conservative give the same take, and now they're like regurgitating the marching orders. That's all they are. That's all conservatives do. Truly, I've never found any conservative who like can answer questions like, oh, who cooked up the numbers?
Use the tactical N-word like Lost. I don't know if Hippy Dippy would appreciate that one.
I don't think I would. I don't know if someone said that in the chat. I certainly didn't say that.
Someone said that in the chat, yeah.
Yeah, you see, I don't think that would work. I don't think that would work.
They don't,
I think
they
that's
don't
like
let you use slurs anyway, but...
You see, when I say aggressive, I don't mean racist. But yeah. But not fun. You're a real one. You can say the K word, okay, near me.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Well, Twitch doesn't seem to care about
You already say it in DMs like a lot, like too much.
Yeah,
So
every
I'm just
time,
gonna do it. No, I'm joking. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
the next Dean
yeah,
Withers
so
room,
long.
you're gonna leak all the slurs I say to you in DMs.
That's right. Well, talk to you later. Okay. Well, talk to her? Whoa.
Talk to what?
I've been starting to watch House of Cards. I started watching House of Cards. Did you watch it?
No.
Yeah, I was watching House of Cards because my friend recommended it to me. And I told him, so what's the abbreviation of House of Cards, just so we're clear? HOC, right? Hawk. I was telling him, my dad recommended Hawk 2, and I was like, wait, whoa. Hawk 2.
Yeah, talk to. Yep.
Yeah, that's awesome. Isn't it awesome?
You seen that? You seen that video on YouTube? That's like it was some like military commander. He went from a hawk to a colonel or something.
Whoa. Say that again.
From a hawk to a military officer.
Whoa.
With his decision.
That's awesome. Did you see the Family Guy thing where it's like, I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him.
Yep.
I just remember
Peter Griffin.
Talk to him? Awesome.
I just want to talk to him.
Talk to him. Let me guess, all the comments right now are brain dead.
Yeah, they're all from a hawk to a...
It's like, wait, awesome? Yeah, well. Yeah. Well, either way, so long. See you later.
So long, brother.
For she also notes that progress on inflation this last year was due to supply side improvements, due in part to immigration. You see, as mentioned in my...
Oh, wait, reading. Progress on inflation. Was due to supply side improvements, helped in part by immigration.
Previous video, deportations
You go to Hippy Dippy, you should use... I'm not going to do
will shock the housing market both on the demand side via deportations will shock the housing market both on the demand side via smaller population as well as the supply side via more expensive construction and renovation. Prices will go down if deported individuals contribute more to the house.
Would be both a negative supply shock negative demand shock for housing, since immigrants must have homes, but also for construction jobs.
Housing demand, then they contribute to housing supply. On the other hand, if they disproportionately contribute to housing supply more than housing demand, their deportation will result in house prices going up. Economic theory alone cannot answer this. We have to go out into the real world, into the real context, and test it. And empirical tests will be context specific. Some policies in some places might affect one more than the other. On to the next. Vance cites two more.
Next, Vance cites
studies. The second one is actually an empirical study.
An empirical study.
It came out in 2017. But unfortunately for our question, they explicitly control for housing supply.
In 2017, I'll just say. However, they explicitly control for housing supply.
They keep it constant in their estimation technique. They show that increasing immigrant share, or the demand for housing, while holding the permits for construction housing or the supply of housing constant, you're going to find higher rents. Of course, but this explicitly doesn't tell us anything about what...
Obviously, if demand increases and supply is constant, prices will go up. But it doesn't actually tell us if immigrants affect housing supply or demand more. How this type of price ceiling is true. Just do rent control. It always works out well.
What happens to housing supply with deportation of undocumented workers? The third source.
Third source he cites.
Senator Vance links to is a really great report from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Go read it, but no, it says nothing about housing. It noted that the recent surge in immigration will increase both taxes paid as well as expenditures from more services. They explicitly estimate this at the federal level, noting that on net, it will lower...
It estimates that on the federal level, the surge in immigration, I've read this before, surge in immigration will decrease the deficit by $900 billion. Over the next 10 years.
Deficits by $900 billion over the next 10 years. CBO does not explicitly calculate the effect on state and local budgets. However, they guess that opposite of the federal government, the revenues in will be smaller than the expenditures out. Then it becomes a question. Is the fiscal benefit to the federal government bigger than the fiscal cost to the state and local governments? The CBO doesn't say.
Let's add, I guess. It doesn't specifically estimate the effect on local and state governments. but does. Guess. Bro, I'm not that far away.
The CBO report becomes a question. Opposite of deficits by $900 billion over the next 10 years. CBO does not explicitly calculate the effect on state and local budgets. However, they guess that opposite of the federal government, the revenues in will be smaller than the expenditures.
They will have a net fiscal drain.
Out. Then it becomes a question. Is the fiscal benefit to the federal government bigger than the fiscal cost to the state and local governments? The CBO doesn't say. The CBO report also notes that GDP will be $1.4 trillion bigger.
Also estimates GDP will be $1.4 trillion. Bigger. Biggers, why do
10 years from now as a consequence of the increased population and increased productivity. After a few years, immigrants engage in more and more entrepreneurial activity, increasing the productivity for the entire economy. None of Senator Vance's citations estimate the full effect of immigration on housing, and the one study cited explicitly held the supply of housing constant. As mentioned in my previous video, we do have a paper that does.
There is a paper that actually does estimate the
effect of deportation on both demand and supply. They noted that previous studies mainly focused on the demand channel.
Deportation effect of deportations on both demand and supply. It's this, right? How do labor shortages affect residential construction, housing affordability? How do labor, okay. Did I copy that right, or did I did okay?
On both demand and supply. They noted that previous studies mainly focused on the demand channel. The new work finds the supply effects are far greater than the demand effects. Mass deportations of 10 to 15 million people will be a huge
then the demand effects. What do you mean, especially on labor? Are you like saying it's gonna deflate wages? Supply issues due to legislation. Oh, what do you mean, like zoning? Yeah, obviously. You would do triple labor costs like mana, but the zoning stuff is making it. Yeah, sure. Okay, I think we're good with this. Okay, don't actually need this. This I already know. This I also kind of already know. I think there's these two videos as well we should probably watch. Even though I've seen them, but just to write down a few bullet points. Which one of these is first? I don't remember. It doesn't really matter.
The economy had added 254,000 jobs, beating
I think this one's first.
fake jobs reports. I appreciate that in the video I made about on Friday, Senator Marco Rubio accused the Bureau of Labor Statistics of producing a fake jobs report. I appreciate that in the video I made about it, so many comments came in that were
Okay.
expectations. Senator Marco Rubio of Florida went on Twitter and said, these are fake numbers.
Oh, she titled them the same thing.
Shortly after
Okay, this one is first. So let's just put it up here.
I am so mad. I can hardly speak. But I wanted to make a few things clear. And also to say that for people who are upset as I am, there is a silver lining here. So
Alright, so, okay. I need like a... I don't have sound fucking... Sound. Manager. Chrome. Web store. Volume master. Add extension.
So a few things to make clear. One, this is a statistical agency that has a method for using data in a sample to estimate numbers in our economy. They are not perfect, and they are not.
BLS is I'll say is an independent, because that's also important. I think she goes over that, but independent statistical agency. Has a methodology for using survey data to
Not required. One, this is a statistical agency that has a method for using data in a sample to
or for using sample data to estimate numbers in our economy. They're not perfect. They aren't required to be. And all I said, nor would it be possible for them to be.
estimate numbers in our economy. They are not perfect, and they are not required to be perfect. If they get something wrong, they then issue a correction saying, here's how we think we got it wrong. That is the paragon.
When they get something wrong, to revise their numbers. Explain why. transparent way.
Of integrity and accuracy and transparency to not only try their best and show us their methods for their first estimation, but then say, great news, we got more information and we have an even better estimate for you. Just because their estimates are revised on a monthly and annual basis and have been for, I don't know, about 40 years, and you only just paid attention to it 3 months.
Numbers have been, let's say, tracked and revised about 40 years. And I'll add this revision isn't even unprecedentedly big.
Months ago, because it's the middle of an election, that does not mean that they're lying. There is a world of difference from we are trying our best and we slightly missed the mark, but then we improved it when we found it, versus we are making up numbers for political gain. And the fact that he would accuse them of the latter on Twitter is remarkable. And it's remarkable for a couple of reasons. Reason number one is that he's a sitting U.S. senator. If he was actually concerned about the procedures of a federal agency, he could just call them in front of Congress. He could call a hearing or have one of his colleagues call a hearing.
True.
He could bring the commissioner in front of him and say, how reliable are these numbers? This revision was a lie. It was scary to me. Are these actually reliable?
If Republicans were actually concerned about fake job numbers, they would have a congressional hearing and have the BLS commissioner testify.
Reliable statistics, and what they would explain to him is that yes, they are reliable statistics, but that the BLS would like to modernize. And in fact, the Census Bureau and the BLS have been asking Congress for years.
True. There's like they want to switch to like some electronic like survey system, which would be better, but like I think it's estimated to cost like a couple $1 billion in Congress. Congress won't approve it. BLS wants to modernize. To have more accurate data. Congress hasn't approved the spending they asked for. There was... I don't know where I put it. Can we still trust the unemployment rate? Down here. Hello, bypass paywalls. Bypass the paywall, please. Bah, 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 bah. Fuck you, bypass paywalls. Oh, it did it. Crafted a plan to modernize the survey, sifting data collection to the web. Under this plan, which require around 25 million of BLS, could modernize the current population survey without sample size cuts in only 3 years, but the money's never been appropriated. Dude, I wonder if, technically the Republicans control the House, so you know what? And all appropriation bills have to start in the House, so I can blame Republicans for it. Alright, so well, from 2016 to 2020. It's 2024. Why hasn't BLS been appropriated more money to modernize survey? approached. Appropriated. Oh my god. Hundred businesses all sent a letter. Similar letters being circulated by those people. House leaders unveiled a stopgap funding bill that includes short-term $6 million boost for CPS, which Congress expected to pass by the end of the week. Earlier, House Republicans proposed a five-year budget, while Biden has had a $15 million boost. 3 lessons since have tried every cost-cutting measure, such as reducing in-person interviews. Was it debated on the floor? I bet C-SPAN has arguments that it's still. I don't think it's ever even gotten into a bill. I don't even know. I think it says Biden asked for it, but I don't think it's ever gotten into a bill because it was sent out in letters. I don't even think it's ever been written into a bill. It's the same thing. Is this year or is this last year? This year. That's funny that. But they did in the stopgap funding bill. They did include a short-term $6 million boost for the CPS. Biden budget. 15 million BLS. BLS. Okay. BLS. Okay. Actually, hold on. Let me open the fucking Yahoo Finance shit. Are you kidding me?
them money to modernize their statistical abilities, to collect better data, to have better estimates. In Congress, Marco Rubio among them have denied them that ability. And in fact, they are undermining the very statistics that they are later accusing of political machinations. Meaning that not only are they not properly funding the BLS, but they're using the doubt sowed in that maneuver to politically gain from it. That is cowardly. I don't actually think he's going to do that, though, because I don't think he believes this. I think he just wants to throw civil servants and the people who work at the BLS under the bus and accuse them of some pretty illegal activity simply because he wants to personally profit from the anger that comes.
BLS. But it doesn't even... It wouldn't matter if the BLS was being fully funded. I don't believe if the BLS was being fully funded and the data was fully 1,000,000% accurate, it wouldn't matter at all. They would still call it fake. I don't believe this for a second. They would find they would find any. They don't need an excuse to say it's fake. They would just say it, honestly. Underfunded by Congress. Yo, thanks for the 40 bits. I appreciate it very much for the goal. Do I even have a... I did reach a goal. There was a goal. Thank you. I appreciate it very much, AZ Local, Vocal Local. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hell yeah. I forgot I even had a goal, but thank you. I'm glad we reached our goal. Let's go. Let's go. Big win. Big win. Appreciate it very much. Helps out a lot, even if it's just 40 cents. That's on it. Well, I mean, that, as discussed earlier, that is more than my average daily earning. So thank you for ad revenue. Yo, what the fuck? Yo. Why does it... I hate Discord. You used to be able to hit, like, open original and open the video in a browser. I didn't know Isaac could dunk like that. Why does this fucking cranium cracked open, dude? Dude, what happened? Oh, the ball cracked the skull. In my free time.
From lying to people. It's a really cowardly move.
Congress members. Exploiting it for political gain. To lie about the numbers being fake for political gain.
He's a sitting U.S. senator. He just accused federal employees of lying. It's not just a tweet when you're in power. The silver lining to all of this is that in this tweet, he has joined a truly loathsome group of people, but he's got a permanent membership among them, which are people that have wrongly accused the BLS of political interference because the BLS... this is funny, but it's not like super relevant, so I guess I'll... History. What's up, locals? Welcome back. It's 2 other times. The BLS has been accused of political interference. presented them with information that was inconvenient rather than inaccurate.
Alright, you know what I'll do? Instead I'll just do this.
And it's easier to attack the source when you don't like what they're telling you. And there are, essentially two groups of people that he gets to join in this. The first is from the early 1900s, the second commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is has such a fascinating history. It predates the Department of Labor, the Census Bureau, and the Bureau of... it predates most of the federal agencies we have. We needed to collect data on how the American worker was doing. And we needed to collect that data because strife between workers and factory owners was so rampant that we had to have less speculation and more information about what was going on.
True.
In the early 1900s,
BLS was investigating.
Part of the investigation of the Bureau of Labor Statistics were into women and children who were working throughout the United States.
Women and children working. In the U.S. in the 1900s.
States and the employment of black workers throughout the United States. What wages did they earn? How were they treated? Was it fair? The second Commissioner of Bureau of Labor Statistics, Charles Neal, oversaw a multi-year investigation into the...
I don't know. I'll just say children. Second... I was going to be capitalized. Oops. Second Commissioner of the BLS. Charles Neal. Oversaw a multi-year investigation into child labor. Which found, she's going to say child labor is worse in itself. I've
the
seen it
employment of
before.
children, how much they were paid, whether it was in violation of the meager labor law that existed at the time, and what the result was. What Neal's investigation found, which had used hundreds of researchers and fact finders throughout the U.S., was that working conditions for children were absolutely the worst in the South, that they were paid the least there, that they were the youngest employed there, and that they had the worst working conditions. Southern Democrats hated Neal. His BLS had been also giving money to W.V. Du Bois and other scholars to find out information about black workers, both in the South and in the newly industrialized North, where they were moving in the first Great Migration. Congress wouldn't give Neal the money to study it for the BLS directly, so he gave it in re-grants to Du Bois. The Southern Democrats hated him. So when he went up...
Southern Democrats. They're not like the results. So when he was up for reconfirmation.
Up for reconfirmation for his next term, Wilson sent him to the Hill, and Southern Democrats said, "You are an inveterate liar, and you are biased against the South."
Some Democrats accused him of bias.
So he said, "Prove it." And he encouraged Congress and Wilson to hire a law firm to independently review the study on child labor that had made Southerners so mad for calling out how they treated children. And he just sat there and was like, "Yep, you can look at everything that I did. You can talk to everyone that I talked to. We aren't biased. You're just pissed off at what I found." And that's exactly what happened. The law firm cleared him of any type of bias, said that he acted with the utmost...
Law firm to investigate it. Which found no bias and cleared him of any wrongdoing.
most integrity, that these statistics were reliable and important, and that the Southern Democrats were wrong. He was reconfirmed and resigned 2 weeks later. He always...
He was reconfirmed, but resigned 2 weeks later. Absolute Chad. He wanted to leave, but
knew he was going to leave. He only went through the confirmation process because he wanted to make sure that the precedent was set, that the Bureau of Labor...
but waited because he wanted to make sure the precedent was set that the BLS operate independently. I feel so shitty mentally today. That sucks. Why? Have you tried smoking more weed?
Independence and integrity, and would not bow to political pressure to come up with better numbers just because Southern Democrats were mad. So, Marco Rubio, first group of men you join are Southern Democrat defenders of illegal, low-paid child labor in cotton mills. Welcome. Second person in this group is Richard.
Richard Dixon did not believe his unemployment numbers were as high as the BLS reported.
Nixon, who in the 1960s was very upset that the unemployment rate wasn't lower than the BLS reported because he thought the economy was doing better, and became convinced that the head of the Federal Reserve, whom he had appointed, and the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics were part of a Jewish cabal that were out to get him and manufacturing numbers as part of their
He thought the head of the Fed and a PLS were part of a, this is real by the way, Jewish cabal making fake numbers.
I'm not going to say the actual phrase because it's so hateful, but yeah, he was a deep anti-Semite, and he had a White House staff member go to the BLS and count the number of people there that were Jewish. Guy just...
So he ordered a White House staff member. It's horrible, horrible. Count the BLS members who were Jewish based on their names.
Just looked at their names, reported back, and Nixon worked to have them fired, reassigned,
Removed.
or demoted so that there would be less Jews at the BLS because that's the
Demoted
reason why
them.
the numbers coming out were bad. This is such a shameful chapter in U.S. presidential history. It's caught, all of it's on tape from his files. You can go look up the exact transcript of, you know what I'm talking about. And afterwards, there was, huge movements to protect the BLS from this type of interference and bullying. A lot of them were passed in the early 70s as a way to have more independence and integrity because politicians, when numbers don't go their way, they get nasty. For the most part, politicians...
Nixon is hilarious, yeah. I wish you mentioned something specific. So afterwards, there were further protections added to ensure the BLS continue to operate independently.
Followed this type of separation between the BLS and the numbers that came out, until this election campaign, when the economy is doing much better than Republicans want. And so their only option is to attack the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Marco Rubio being a sitting senator and doing so is just such a low point for Congress, kind of similar to Nixon's counting of the Jews in the White House. I mean, obviously different degrees because Nixon had more authority. Rubio's not exercising his. He's just wanting to make noise.
At least,
there
not
is
being
something comforting
as
to me
anti-Semitic,
that-
at least,
that this is where he
maybe
sits now,
he's
right?
been
There's tweets that he
anti-Semitic in the
printed out
past, I don't
and,
know.
like, put up on the wall of a museum of this is what it looks like when you are afraid of numbers. I don't really like the attacking of civil servants who are doing their job. It's such an underhanded, low thing to do. But the important thing to remember, and what seems to be lost on Senator Rubio, is that there is no future built on lies. And the more lies that you tell, the less of the future you
Is he
become a
lesser
part of,
more
because it doesn't
anti-Semitic
come
than
from
Dan
you anymore.
Clancy? Who
There
has
are no
a tough
solutions
one.
without accurate assessments of the problem. And there is
The
no
issue is, I don't know how anti-Semitic Dan Clancy is. It's just that, there's some audience capture there, let's say. It's like if you remove like the anti-Semitic platform or people from the platform, it's like Twitch politics is just dead at that point. It's like he unbanned Sneak, he did unban Sneak. I know he unbanned Fresh and Fit, yeah. But Destiny's still banned. It's just like you ban all the anti-Semitic people, so Hassan is gone, Frogan's gone, Denims is probably gone too, Sneako's gone, Fresh and Fit are gone. It's like this is how I get to be the biggest streamer in Twitch politics.
That becomes reality. It is sad for me to see someone like a sitting U.S. Senator fall so low. But I promise you, if we were to rank these people in 20 years, the BLS will be ranked so much higher than him, and he will look cowardly and low. As
I
he
got
was
banned
before
from
when he
Denim
was
stream
accused of
today,
being
base.
And if there's some comfort in that for you, there's some comfort in that for me.
I'm getting rid of Hassan, increase the viewership. Probably.
On Friday, Senator Marco Rubio accused the Bureau of Labor Statistics of producing a fake jobs report. I appreciate that in the video I made about it, so many comments came in that were genuine, that were curious, that
Let me
had,
find what I said. Well, it can't be too
just
bad because
real questions
I can
about what's
ban you
going on
too
with
if
the Bureau
it's
of Labor Statistics and why
actually bad.
they're talking about these revisions. So in this video, I will talk about revisions to the BLS statistics. I'm just going to take a note and say that if you find yourself wondering why you have to learn about how the Bureau of Labor Statistics conducts statistical revisions to its initial estimates because you didn't want to be here, I empathize. I don't want to be here either. I just wish this institution was trusted the way that it should be, but it's, their procedures have now been politicized and then grossly mischaracterized and is being used to manipulate people. So here we are. Now this is something that you have to understand. Let's start with easy stuff though. The Bureau of Labor Statistics job is to produce estimates that describe numerically what is going on in our economy. They have to be as timely and as accurate as possible to...
BLS has to produce estimates of numbers in our economy. He was talking about positively about Sneeko and censorship, and I said, thanks for being pro-censorship. I was gonna never watch or listen to Sneeko, but it's good to have people like you who want to get them censored instead. Wow, great. I wish we both timely and accurate. However, there is a trade-off between the two.
Two conflicting notions. If someone brings up to you the revisions to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, you could tell them, 1, the methodology for revising estimates from the Bureau of Labor Statistics has not changed since 1979.
Methodology for revisions has not changed since 1979.
What has changed is whether or not politicians are paying attention to the number that comes out in the revision. So attention does not predicate behavior. They are doing what they have always done. Second thing you should tell them is that everything is above board at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. All of their procedures, how they update every single version of an estimate that has ever come out, you can go get, as well as an explainer.
Well, the data is transparently calculated, explained, and published.
Of what changed between the months of the estimates coming in. So it's not like, if they had changed the way that they calculate the unemployment rate 3 months before an election, I would be in shock. But of course they would never do that because they're a deeply apolitical agency that does not want to come under fire from politicians, and so they do everything they can to even avoid the appearance of being political, which is why they would never do something in an election year. So let's go on a journey together. We found out on Friday that 254,000 jobs were added to the economy. How is that never going to change? It's going to change like 5 times in...
Job numbers. Or I'll say monthly job numbers. Five times in 2 ways. The first 2 are like the monthly, or I think they do the monthly revision for 2 months, and then they do 2. I know 4. I know they do the monthly revisions for like 2 months, and then I think they do 2 different revisions using tax data, which is a long lag for that. So, it takes a while, obviously. I don't know what the 5th one is. Maybe I'm missing one somewhere.
In 2 ways. The first way that it's going to change is that the survey that the number is based on, the current establishment survey, will get more responses over the next couple of months.
Okay, so the current establishment survey.
And so that number will have 2 monthly revisions, reflecting that the survey.
Denham's smile pissing me off. Some more answers over time. So the initial estimate change twice. Jesus, I can't spell.
Has come in. Basically change like 5 times in 2 ways. The first way that it's going to change is that the survey that the number is based on, the current establishment survey, will get more responses over the next couple of months, and so that number will have 2 monthly revisions, reflecting that the
2 monthly revisions.
survey has come in. Basically, the Census Bureau sends 120,000 employers who have among them 650,000 employees a survey asking, for this specific week of the month, how many people were working for you and what did they make? Some people take a minute to send in the survey, right? It'll come back with a note that's like, sorry, this has literally been sitting on my desk for a month. Love employer. And the Census Bureau, when they get more, responses, they'll update the numbers based on those additional responses. And so these are the first two revisions. So that $254,000 jobs added to the economy in September, in the October release, and in the November release, which correspond to the first week of November and December, respectively.
So, for example, September's 254K, right? So that number will be fine. So hold on, it was 254K, right?
October release, and in the November release, which corresponds to for a month, love employer, and the Census Bureau, when they get more, responses, they'll update the numbers based on those additional responses. And so these are the first two revisions. So that $254,000 jobs added to the economy in September, in the October release, and in the November release, which correspond to the first week of November and December, respectively. That number will be changed twice. This is referred to as the monthly revisions. In here for your viewing pleasure is the sum total of those two monthly revisions going back to 1979. This took me about a minute to download. Again, props for their transparency and integrity. What you can see from this, I put up the entire series, basically so you can see that it's noise. Like, this is a lot of noise. Sometimes they go up, sometimes they go down, sometimes it's large, sometimes it's small. When you look at the whole scale of since 1979, the first two revisions to the monthly job estimate could go either way and it'll probably be pretty small. The exceptions to that are, and this is important, during recessions, the revisions tend to always be downward, and two, they tend to be larger than they are otherwise. This means that the downward revision of monthly data is itself its own kind of economic indicator. But our journey's not done. This is the end of the survey data. We got the initial estimate, it was revised twice, and now this current establishment survey is put to bed. We now have a whole other source of data called the quarterly census of
Okay, so the quarterly census of employment and wages.
Employment and wages. It is based on tax receipts that employers pay on all of their workers. This is not a survey, this is a census. It is just a copy of your...
It's based on, she said employer, right? Employer tax receipts.
Pay on all of their workers. This is not a survey, this is a census. It is just a copy of your tax record for all 155 million jobs in the United States. It takes a long time to go in. This number, the quarterly census of employment and wages number, will itself go through revisions as more tax records are filed. So it'll have its own initial estimate that is then revised.
This also gets revisions as more taxes are filed.
As more records come in. And then in the final two revisions, these two data sets are reconciled, where the number that came from the survey and the number that came from the census.
So it'll have an initial... Wait, did she say?
As more tax records are filed. So it'll have its own initial estimate that is then revised as more records come in. And then
How do you spell initial? Initial estimate. That is revised.
Then in the final two revisions, these two data sets are reconciled, where the number that came from the survey and the number that came from the census are then put together. And they do this twice. They say, here's the preliminary estimate of how much we think is going to be different, and then here's the final estimate of how different they actually are, in which we will take this difference and allocate it through the past year. They say, here's the preliminary census of employment and wages number, will itself go through revisions as more tax records are filed. So it'll have its own initial estimate that is then revised as more records come in. And then in the final two revisions, these two...
Okay, so this is, So we see the first two, and then these are... This is the third one, and these are the last two. That's five. Okay.
Where the number...
Final two revisions reconcile these different data sets.
Number that came from the survey and the number that came from the census are then put together. And they do this twice. They say, here's the preliminary estimate of how much we think is going to be different, and then here's the final estimate of how different they actually are, in which we will take this difference and allocate it through the past year. What we...
They do an initial estimate.
Are then put together. And they do this twice. They say, here's the preliminary estimate of how much we think is going to be different, and then here's the final estimate of how different they actually are, in which we will take this difference and...
I did an initial estimate of how big they think the difference will be. final estimate.
Twice. They say, here's the preliminary estimate of how much we think is going to be different, and then here's the final estimate of how different they actually are, in which we will take this difference and out.
How different they actually are.
Allocated through the past year. What we just found out was this penultimate preliminary benchmark revision of how different.
So job revision, it was like 818,000, right? Yeah. 818,000. Downward revision was
these take this difference and allocate it through the past year. What we just found out was this penultimate preliminary benchmark revision of how.
For the type of person at high school to do their homework during lunch. I took the slow classes, dude. I didn't really have that much homework, but kinda, yeah. Sometimes I made friends eventually. Okay, eventually I made friends, but yeah, I would do it almost always before I got home.
How different?
Just because I had free time in my classes. Again, they were slow classes, so.
The survey of employers and the census of employers is. It was a really large downward revision. Well, it made the news because of employers and the census through the past year. What we just found out was this penultimate preliminary.
Preliminary benchmark revision. Preliminary
benchmark revision of how different the survey of employers and the census of employers is. It was a really large downward.
What's the difference between survey data and the census HACS data?
Revision. Well, it made the news because, again, that tends to only happen during recessions. I put up here the prior final revisions to the data that occurred. So it stops in this is from 2017 to 2023. It stops in 2023 because 2024 isn't done yet. We just have the preliminary. But this is the change to the monthly employment number of jobs estimate based on the benchmark revision. So what you'll notice again is that it's small, but it tends towards positive. It tends to be that the survey undercounts and the census kind of brings up the survey, with the exception, and this is why I zoomed in, is that you can see in 2020 it's all negative. Because in recessions, revisions tend to be downward.
It's in a downward revision. That's a big deal. It's not because the data, or it's not because it shows the data is fake, but because downward revisions tend to only happen during recessions. I was right, classes that have done my homework and probably did decent.
So, sometime
What do you mean if I
in
went
around
to write
September
classes?
of next year,
What does that mean?
we are going to find out how much all of the surveys from 2023, including our 254,000 estimate for 2024, how much all of the surveys from 2024 and all of the tax records from 2024 differed. And then, in around sometime between January and March of 2026, we will have a final number for how many jobs were created last month. That is the end of the journey. Jobs numbers are revised downward typically when we're in recessions. So the reason why this preliminary benchmark revision to establishment survey numbers was important this time around is because we have been in economic purgatory for 2.5 years, wondering if the economy is going to tip into recession in order to fully fight the effects of inflation. This has been the question.
Oh, they put me in all spec classes because I have ADHD.
Not only descriptions of the economy, but how those descriptions
So
change.
they wanted
Are your
A
own
for the
economic
classroom for some
indicators?
reason. They were always
Downward
super
revisions have a
boring,
mark on
so
how
I
we
didn't
might
feel
be
like I was
this
learning much.
preliminary revision came out
Yeah,
in
but I
real
just,
time.
I mean, I did that because I
In between
wanted to
meetings
learn
with the
my own
Federal Reserve,
stuff.
when they could drop-
Like, I would literally, who needs to, why would I take AP English when, I can just take regular English and, we did nothing in that class, dude. We did nothing. I would go into class, I would put my headphones on, I would just listen to my own music while the teacher read a book out loud to students, even though we were fucking seniors, dude. Apparently, it was still too hard for the students to read. She would read out loud to the students, and I would just wear my own headphones and read my own fucking book. What's funny, I remember one time, again, I am not paying attention to the book we're reading. I ain't doing it, okay? There was one time She gave us a quiz, 10-question quiz, okay? I not paid attention to the book. I still did better than the majority of the class because most of the questions were like, what is the mood of the story? Happy, exciting, sad, joyful. And it's like, well, there's 3 synonyms and 1 antonym, so I'm going to guess the antonym. And I got like a 70% on the quiz, and most of the class did worse than that. There was another time where she gave us this like reading assignment that was like, it was like literally read like a 3-page poem or something. And answer a few questions. I think there was also 10 questions on it. I did it. I got a 100 on the first try. Everyone else did so bad that she passed the test around again and gave everyone another opportunity to do it. I don't know what was up with that class. I don't know. I'm not a like especially smart person. I'm just like, I don't know.
Interest rates. That's why it had so much legitimate attention paid to it, because it was another piece of evidence to take to the Federal Reserve to say you have pushed the labor market to the brink. You have to drop interest rates, and why so many people latched onto it, either as a predictor of recession or another warning that one is on the way. But unfortunately, conservative talking points jumped on it and said it's actually fabricated data. It has you have never paid attention before to statistical revisions to data because they're not interesting and the methods don't change. The only reason why people legitimately paid attention now was because they were worried it meant that we were in a recession, and then conservatives who know better jumped on this to manipulate how people feel about statistics coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. All of it is banking on the fact that you would never watch a 9-minute video explaining to you where the revisions came from, and you would accept basic lies that people would cook the books to help the economy because they assume that you would never take the trouble to understand.
Wild. Okay, so revisions are done. I'll add a few like just bullet points here. I've done 0 pieces of homework. Why? With the US, I don't know if I end up asking this, but have the strongest economy in the world if it's a central bank. Use fake data. Is Sample still here? Is Sample still watching? What else should I ask? Can you name one person who worked on this data? I don't like the one person question. What if I do like can you just like tell me the name of like the survey this data is based off of? You know what survey this data is based off of? How often are the numbers revised? And based on what? This is getting a little long, but I refuse, same. They literally have to force me to do it in front of them or I will not do it. It's not like I need the homework anyway. Yeah, but like, I don't know. My school homework was like 20 to 40% of your grade depending on the class. So if you didn't do it, even if you got 100s and everything else, you would at best end up with like a 60% or whatever. Then we got loaded 9% of test. I'd even give homework to people, piss people off. Yeah, basically. I don't know. There's a lot of homework I did not do. But, you know, if you check my grades, you would see plenty of zeros in there. But, I didn't just not do homework, period. Well, my homework was, like, easy most of the time. Like, it was, like my math homework I usually finished in class. Plus, people, like, in my math class, like, people relied on me for answers. So, like, I was peer pressured into doing it, okay? Because I had to, or else my friends would be left without answers. I wonder if there's a good way to point out the lump of labor fallacy for like immigration. If there's a good analogy for it. Because like intuitively it feels like intuitively to most people that like an immigrant taking a job is, you know, akin to a native-born losing a job. But like in reality, markets are destiny of the lump of labor fallacy, and markets are dynamic. So like,
and thirdly, if I can remember it, isn't there some benefit to having the government steal our money, which is what they do effectively? They'll hold a gun to our head and say, pay us 40% of your income and go to jail. They take this money and they give it mostly to government employees. Well, the government employees spend it. The marginal propensity to consume is pretty high. So the people who were robbed have to do something creative to get the money back. And isn't this creative activity the real wealth?
Well, I take it.
lump of labor, is that like a baby?
It's still more creative if 98% is being spent by the government. No, the third part of your thing is just pure fallacy from beginning to end. Because if those people who are now government employees were employed in creative activity and productive activity, they would also be
I don't think this is about the lump of labor.
And we'd have a greater total around. All you're doing, and let's suppose for a moment, take the extreme case, that 40% is being used just to have people sit around. The fact that they spend their money doesn't alter the situation. The only product there is what the 60% produce. And that 60% is divided among the 100%.
Okay, this doesn't really help. In economics, the lump of labor fallacy is a misconception that there's a finite amount of work, a lump of labor to be done within an economy that can be distributed to create more or fewer jobs. It was considered a fallacy by 1891 economist David Friedrich Scholus, who held that the amount of work is not fixed. The term originated to rebuke the idea that reducing the number of hours employees are allowed to labor during the workday would lead to a reduction in unemployment. The term is also commonly used to describe the belief that increasing labor productivity, immigration, or automation causes an increase in unemployment. Whereas opponents of immigration argue that immigrants displace a country's workers, this may not be true, as the number of jobs in the economy is not fixed. It is possible that immigration could increase economic activity to an extent that more jobs are created than the immigrants themselves go on to occupy. The lump of labor fallacy, also known as the lump of jobs fallacy, the fallacy of labor scarcity, fixed pie fallacy, and the zero-sum fallacy, due to its ties to zero-sum games. The term fixed pie fallacy is used more generally to refer to the idea that there's a fixed amount of wealth in the world, and other zero-sum fallacies caused by zero-sum bias. Homework is Amish. Immigration. The lump of labor fallacy has been applied to concerns about immigration and labor. Given a fixed availability of labor, the lump of labor position argues that allowing immigration of working-age people reduces the availability of work for native-born workers. They are taking our jobs. However, labor markets, both for skilled and unskilled workers, are capable of adjusting to increases in supply. The influx of more immigrant workers will expand the labor pool, exerting downward pressure on wages and balancing the supply and demand for labor. In other words, a rise in labor supply actually results in a creation of new jobs, directly contradicting the fallacy. Additionally, immigrating workforces also create new jobs by expanding demand, thus creating more jobs, either directly by setting up businesses, therefore requiring local services or workers, or indirectly by raising consumption. As an example, a greater population that eats more groceries will increase demand for shops, which will therefore require additional shop staff. Immigration will create more demand for a somewhat fixed amount of jobs because there'll be, this isn't saying it's always going to happen localist. It's just saying, in principle, it's possible, but they'll be more productive. It'll create more demand for the jobs. It's like clearly, in principle, an immigrant taking a job is not a lost job for an American. It's they're dynamic and able to adjust. It's not like a game.
Why do populists like isolationists so much? And why almost all, if I had the invasive and intrusive and toxic idea to understanding how economies work. And it's the idea that there is only a fixed amount of things, and the more people that come in, the more you have to divide those things between everybody
But
else.
this is more just
People
zero sum fallacy.
The idea that an economy can grow and everybody can get more things. Not everybody, but everybody can benefit in economic transactions. People always think that there's a winner and a loser, and most people with retarded econ takes, you can hear that coming out whenever they talk about things. Oh, you tariff China, China loses, therefore we win. Or let's keep immigrants from coming in to not steal jobs from us. Oh, immigrants are losing, so natives are winning. All of the econ policy is centered around this idea of like winners and losers. And what people don't know is you can have economic policy where everybody loses, and you can have economic policy where everybody wins.
So here's what I'll do. I'll say, economy is not a zero-sum game. Immigration can benefit native-borns. And empirical data supports the notion that native-borns supports the notion of foreign-born employment supports native-born employment. I think I have another study here. Lasting period economic issues on an effective immigration of the United States. Okay, so did I just never read this?
I was taught economics shortly after the end of the Stone Age, but back then they told us that the lump of labor fallacy was a fallacy, that it was not correct that the good Lord sprinkled a certain limited number of hours of work on each continent. What we see with this mirroring that I mentioned to you is kind of like an incarnation of the lump of labor fallacy. 4 million deficit and a 4 million surplus. It's not supposed to work that way in market economies. And the miracle of the market is the miracle of the market, but it does not cure pathologies, let's say. I was taught economics.
Okay. Okay, first, blah, 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 blah. Thanks to native immigrant complementarity and college guilds, continental immigrants had a positive effect between 1.7 to 2.6% of wages less educated workers would appear at 2000 to 2019. No significant effect on college educated newborns. Also, could get a positive employment rate for most native workers. Even simulations for the most recent 2019 to 2020 period suggest positive effects on wages of non-college native and crowding and affecting employment. Joe Biden has a record black job market growth. Have you checked this year's illegal proceeds index? No. But black unemployment is at a record low, but I swear I did read this. I did read this. Oh no, I read this, which is different. How do you get stats on that? On what? It's the black market. You know, they say Joe Biden caused inflation, but Financial Times, purity of Coke versus price. They say Joe Biden caused inflation. But I mean, I'm in the Coke market. All we've seen is deflation, baby. Cocaine purity just keeps going up. Cocaine price flat. Amazing deflation. And no one's talking about it. What's up, Golden Snakey? Welcome back. Why isn't this in CPI? CPI is artificially high because it doesn't include the deflation experienced in the Coke market. The job numbers are fake because Republicans won't let the Coke purity be included in CPI. Don't forget weed. I haven't seen it. I've only seen this chart. It could be true of weed too. Job market isn't even real. It's just an imaginary concept. We've discussed this so many times. And again, if you hold that position, that's fine. But you don't deserve to be able to. Then you can't argue anything about Trump being better for the economy or anything about or anything. You can't argue anything relating to it because you don't think it's real at all.
million, just men, not even women, just men who have completely dropped out of the labor force.
Are there 7 million prime age men who are not working? Well, let's download some data and find out. This is the annual March supplement to the current
What is happening here? Fawn is transitioning to his role as potential drug lord's financial advisor. Dude, I wish. Dude, that's the job for me.
population survey, and if you plug these this is the annual March supplement to the current population.
Okay. March supplement to the current population survey.
And if you plug these figures in right here, we do indeed find that there were 7 million men.
Let's find that 7 million men.
And between the ages of 25 and 54, prime age, who did not work that year. And the survey
7 million prime age men do not work.
also asks them the reason why. Number one reason is ill or disabled. The next most...
However, also ask them why they don't work. Number one reason is being ill or disabled. Second is being a caregiver.
Most common answer is caretaking. And while schooling is less common in this age group, there are still 800,000 men between 25 and 54 going to school and not working. 9% of these...
Fourth is retired.
Men are retired. And finally, we get to the demographic of concern. Those who say they didn't work last year.
Fifth is those who say they can't find work
because they could not find work. That is 678.
Last is all others.
8,000. You can really see the life cycle story if we break it down by age. Mid-20.
I need this graph without his face in it. Just put it into AI. Plagiarism, all your writing must be... I'm taking notes, and even then I'm paraphrasing. I don't trust AI to give me the right answer, so, you know, I'm just gonna have his face in it. Does not really matter.
1,000. You can really see the life cycle story if we break it down by age.
The other chart
Mid-20-year-olds
breaks
are
it down
still
by
going to school
age.
quite a bit. There's the most common ill or disabled. It grows over time. Caretaking is fairly consistent here in blue.
I can edit to face out. Oh, that's what you mean. Well, I don't care that much. It's like I mean, I could just use a white brush and edit the paint out. It doesn't really need. I don't really need AI. S&P original
and those who
conclusions
cannot
can't be
find
pre-existing
work, fairly
thought. No, true,
consistent
dude.
there at the bottom in green. So, what kind of economic policies can bring prime age men back with age, and those who cannot find work, fairly consistent there at the bottom in green. So, what kind of economic policies can bring prime age men back into the workplace? Another survey asked them what were the most important factors when considering whether to enter or return to the workforce. And number one is health.
Number survey asked what to bring them back to the workforce, with the number one answer being health insurance.
Insurance benefits. And over here we got accommodations for disability, paid sick leave.
Others include accommodation and paid sick leave.
Flexible work arrangements, mental health benefits. But Senator Vance is not proposing these policies. So when we're talking about deporting between 10 and up to 25 million people, 600,000 men ain't gonna fix those broken supply chains.
So really, there's only 687,000 men that could be brought back into the labor force. Far from the 15 million Vance wants to deport. I will take this chart as well. We need one of those brain chips to make people work. Currently not. Okay. 7 million statistic true. And if we limit to native-born men without native-born parents, assumed group Vance is concerned about, we get roughly 7 million working men. Why did it not work in? Okay, same thing. Yeah, econ Twitter with the brain of Jiminy again. Oh, hey, look, localist. You're not going to like this one. In sweeping changes and assertion of legacy to Tax Cuts to the Jobs Act of 2017, they conclude a Tax Cuts and Jobs Act increased budget deficits, i.e. it did not pay for itself. Wow, that's crazy. Wow, tax cuts didn't pay for themselves, dude? Dude, what? Dude, that's wild. What? Who could have foreseen this one coming? Most Americans got a tax cut around 80%, which explains number one, and only about 5% of Americans saw a tax increase. 50% were affected either way. Following from number two, every quintile income saw their after-tax income increase, so the benefits were heavily skewed towards top distribution. 1,600 average increases, but 7,600 for the top quintile, almost 200,000 for the top 0.1%. I mean, well, this is just the absolute thing. This could be for the top 0.1%, I would guess that $200,000 to them is probably less than $1,600 to the average person, right? As a proportion of their income, I would imagine. looking at tax cuts solely as a relation to deficit is a bit silly. You are the one who claimed that these tax cuts would pay for themselves. I think that wasn't even a Twitch chat. I think that was in Discord. You said that. You literally said just cutting taxes equals more revenue, which, like, clearly in principle that's not true. Clearly in principle, there are going to be cases where tax cuts. Yeah, it wasn't Discord because I remember talking about the Laffer curve. Clearly in principle, there are cases where decreasing taxes would increase revenue if we were on the wrong side of the Laffer curve. And the reverse is true. Clearly, if we were on the right side of the Laffer curve, then cutting taxes is not going to increase revenue. The U.S. is not on the wrong side of the Laffer curve. It's laughable that you would think that. They're going to cut so much wasteful spending, it will pay for itself. That's not a... He didn't do that, though. Where did Trump cut spending? All he did was decrease taxes and raise the deficit. Also, his plans include way more tax cuts than they do reducing spending. Like, he wants to cut taxes. Recently, he announced he wants to have zero taxes on, like, veterans, firefighters, and police officers. That's going to increase the deficit a ton. I don't know how he plans to pay for that one. Yeah. I don't get it. Yeah, he wants to cut taxes and overtime. Exempt overtime income from taxes, exempt tips from taxes, exempt Social Security from taxes, exempt veterans and police officers and firefighters from taxes. Which is like, that's like, I think the last one is like almost 20 million Americans who just pay no taxes now. Yeah, I don't. The only thing he's going to do to raise revenue is tariffs, which is, it's unclear how much revenue tariffs will even raise because there's just print more money. True. It's unclear who needs revenue based MMT take here. Glad we have MMTers in chat. It's unclear how much revenue tariffs will even raise because there's negative effects on GDP. Tariffs probably decrease GDP. They hurt U.S. consumers, who then are. There's less there's deadweight loss. There's less economic activity. Like, literally, deadweight loss. The definition of deadweight loss is a loss in economic activity. Obviously, tariffs cause deadweight loss. So, tax cuts 40 years. New federal programs, especially like the ones Kamala wants, last forever. Kamala wants to cut nothing in federal government, only grow. Who do you think will raise the deficit more? I don't like. That's fine. Whatever. Right now, great. But also, that's not even really. I don't know. What do you mean cut nothing in the federal government? She does want to cut taxes for she wants to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for the provisions for people under $400,000. So that's extending tax cuts. She wants to expand the child tax cut. She does want to cut taxes for some people. Kamala will raise the deficit more than Trump. I know Kamala will raise the deficit. I agree. Kamala will raise the deficit more than Trump, though. That's unhinged. She doesn't want to cut any federal bureaucracy or wasteful spending, only add to it. I don't completely disagree. Like, yeah, obviously she does want to increase government spending. That doesn't mean that she's going to not increase the deficit more than Trump does. Also, how much do you think mass deportations are going to cost? I'm pretty sure estimates for mass deportations put it at like $200 billion. And that's not, including the much worse long run effects. In total, we find the cost of a one-time mass deportation aimed at both those populations an estimated total of it is at least $315 billion. Fed sends Ukraine to. I'm pretty sure we've given Ukraine $200 billion over 2 years, but okay. Like $300 billion is not like that expensive in terms of the federal budget, but like also that's kind of misleading because we're not really giving Ukraine $200 billion. We're giving Ukraine old military equipment, which can't really be used for anything else. Sometimes for some specific items, it even saves us money because like we have old munitions that are expired and we have to dispose of them. It actually saves us money to give them to Ukraine where they can use them, rather than disposing of them here, which costs money because they're fucking dangerous. For like some munition shells, they actually save us money. The rest of it is like old military equipment that we give to Ukraine, and then like we buy new and improved military equipment here. So like it helps our military, it helps U.S. jobs even. Like I think that number is 85% of the money stays in the U.S. It stays in the U.S. when we give money to Ukraine. Like, the big problem is the mandatory spending, which is always unconstitutional anyway. Yeah, but I understand. Wait, but localists, who do you think will increase the deficit more? Harris or Trump? I'm just like, are you gonna just keep switching to other things that you're just gonna keep going back to unconstitutional spending, or are you gonna ever actually like acknowledge that my point is not? I'm not arguing whether or not spending is constitutional right now. I'm not arguing whether Harris will increase the deficit or not. All I'm arguing is that Trump will probably increase the deficit more than Harris does, based on like 90% of projections. Kamala contributed to the deficit way more. It's just not true. Based on who do you think wants to cut taxes more, Trump or Kamala? The only point is cutting revenue. Yes, Trump wants to cut revenue and has proposed basically nothing to actually cut spending. Only, I think he said to eliminate the Department of Education, which does not have that big of a budget. And it's probably gonna, which is temporary. Okay, which is the savings that you get from eliminating the Department of Education. It's probably gonna be outdone by the cost of doing mass deportations, which is gonna cost $350 billion. DOE. Budget. What's the budget for this? I bet it's like $200 billion. Yeah, $238 billion. So his mass deportation is going to cost more money than it saves. Money's just paper anyway. True. Based MMT. Wait, localist, do you admit that private sector debt is public fund is just public assets, or do you still not acknowledge that? Actually, the U.S. labor market remains strong. It's indisputable that the U.S. labor market is strong. The share of the population ages 25 to 54 with jobs at a 23-year high. Median household incomes rose 4% last year, and real wage growth has been, over the past 4 years, has been broad-based and strong. Private assets is public sector debt. Well, I mean, you just said it the other way around, but like, yeah. But like, public sector debt is private assets. Do you acknowledge that? Do you acknowledge that a public sector surplus is public sector deficit is a private sector surplus? Do you acknowledge that, or do you deny that? Not ignoring the foreign sector, because the foreign sector has deficits and surplus too. But we have a long-standing foreign sector deficit, so it's not really relevant. Yeah, we're not getting rid of trade deficit anytime soon. Economy's not a regain. Sure, whatever that means. Okay, but I do acknowledge that. So you acknowledge deficit spending does increase private sector assets. Just so you're clear. Government deficit spending increases private sector assets. You're acknowledging that, right? That increases private sector surplus. And conversely, you acknowledge that reducing the deficit decreases private sector surplus, right? Unless it's going overseas. Well, yeah, but like, when is the last time we didn't have a trade deficit? we have a trade deficit. Okay. not going away anytime soon, nor should we really want to go away. $22 million jobs lost during COVID, but we added additional 25 million jobs. I agree that wasteful government spending is a good thing and not a problem. Okay. Nice one, dude. Like, can you engage with the question? Or are you just gonna... To be clear, I don't even think deficit spending is always a good thing, okay? I think the deficit... Well, I don't really care about the deficit number itself, but the net interest we pay needs to go down. The cost of financing the deficit needs to go down, and that's going to require us to reduce the deficit, basically. But I am not an MMT, okay? I do not think that deficits don't matter. I do not think that we should increase the deficit infinitely. I do not think any of these things. I do not think wasteful government spending is good, obviously, because you included the word wasteful. But even non-wasteful government spending can be bad if it increases the deficit too much. Deficit spending is never good unless absolutely necessary. I mean, that's just... Well, what do you define as absolutely necessary? Do you think it was okay to, deficit spend after 2008? I thought you said you were an MMTer? No, I'm not. MMTers actually use this concept that, government sector or public sector deficit as private sector surplus. They use it in a pretty misleading way because they try to paint it as in order for the private sector to be profitable, or in order for the private sector to grow, we need a government deficit, when that's not really true. Because the private sector can borrow against the other sectors within itself, right? So the tech sector surplus is financed by agriculture deficit, which that's a bad example, but times of economic turmoil, maybe. Okay, does 2008 count? Wait, localist, do you think quantitative easing is money printing? I'm just super curious. Do you think quantitative easing is money printing? I appreciate the it's golden snaky. Are some folks having a hard time? Absolutely. Even when unemployment is low, there are still sideline workers, and it remains difficult for many families to make ends meet on wages that are still too low. Unfortunately, that's a long-term phenomenon stemming from too stingy U.S. welfare state, rising inequality, legacy of anemic wage growth during past economic recoveries. But when comparing the labor market 4 years ago, during a pandemic recession, and even before the pandemic began, the answer is clear. More workers have jobs and beating inflation by solid margins. More people have jobs. If I had to pick one, the best measure of the labor market is prime age employment to population ratio. One of the best measures of the labor market. Prime age employment to population ratio. What the fuck is my Spotify playing right now? Right now, it is at its highest point since 2001. Oh wait, shit. I don't actually need to download it. I can just hit copy. I don't agree with the Economic Policy Institute all the time, but you know what they do that is based? They actually let me copy the images rather than... Have you seen Mike Maloney, Hidden Secrets of Money? So, it's actually not at all what I asked. That's actually not anything related to what I asked at all. Or maybe it is related, but it actually doesn't answer my question. So it doesn't really matter if it's related, because then it doesn't actually answer my question. It's a thing. It's the thing. I'm just super curious. Do you think quantitative easing is money printing? Sure, I should add, do you think quantitative easing is always money printing? Really? Real wages are higher, especially for lower wage workers. It's not only that more workers have more jobs, and average wages and those jobs are up. Year-over-year wages have been rising faster than inflation for 16 months in a row, as inflation has fallen dramatically from its peak in 2022. I think it's 17 months in a row now. Quantitative easing is when the government prints money and gives it to the president. True. You know, I don't understand what the point of, like, just trolling it. I know that's not what you think. If that is unironically what you think, then you're mega dumb. But real inflation adjusted wages are up across the wage distribution when compared to 2019, as shown in Figure B. Wage growth was strongest for the lowest wage workers, increasing a whopping 16.9%. Even in the middle, real wages grew 6.5% higher now than in 2019. Growth at the higher ends of anything sneeze out, but the fact that it's faster to lower parts of the wage distribution means you see compressing of wages among 90% of the bottom and 90% of the workforce. And a reduction in inequality. It's worth noting that many more affluent workers have received the benefit of flexibility about what they work over the past 4 years. The value of this flexibility is immense, and it would not have happened without the strong labor market over this period. Figure B also compares the wage growth with the slow and prolonged recovery from the Great Recession, a time when policy responses far from adequate drew in the pursuit of austerity amid years of pain for workers and their families, brought by the financially accomplished and religions and relinquished bidders. We can see the difference in wage growth as low and middle wage workers experience a fall in purchasing power. While even high wage workers experience slower growth around than this time around. The vast majority of workers were worse off and inequality grew. In short, the current labor market recovery is faster and fairer. Also stall. We also see faster wage growth and more equal wage growth than in 2008. I think his tax plan, what? Is to open the country up. I don't know what you're yapping about right now. You know, people say the Keyes model is bad. Yeah, I don't think the Keyes model, I mean, like, obviously it's gonna have like some predictive power just because, like, yeah, obviously the short-term economy has some impact on the election. Obviously, incumbency has some impact on the election. So obviously they're gonna have some predictive power. But like the idea that these actually are like that predictive, clearly Sybil's model is worse. I think Silver's explanation is like, here's a good explanation of it. Like clearly there's like a bunch of, you know, keys that you could plausibly include. There are so many things that affect the election that like plausibly have an impact. So many things that plausibly have an impact on the election, right? So it's not just a short-term and long-term economy, but also like, you know, there are a million other things not included in the keys. I'm struggling to think of an example that could plausibly have just as big as impact as the things in the keys. So it's easy to make a model where you sort of select keys that just have like done well historically. You know, it's not, I think he said, like, you know, it's not hard to be a winner, have a winning model when you have 2,000 keys to choose from. You can just choose like the 13 best or whatever. Nate Silver, 13 keys. YouTube won't let me post it on one comic posting and blocking it. Wow. Everything it's sent happened to him. None of the 13 keys is that the president is unable to reliably complete a sentence, but that seems salient for diagnosing chances in re-election. I don't know. Like clearly there's a margin it doesn't account for too. Like clearly we could imagine a case where like a candidate had, what do they need, 7 keys, 6, 7 keys? Where they have the 7 keys they need, but like a scandal is just so bad, and let's say like if they barely have the other keys but a scandal is just so bad, you know, clearly that could negatively affect that could make the model unreliable. Hey, if it works, it works. Yeah, we'll see. It'll be really funny if it does work for this one. Okay, strong rewards group particularly historically disadvantaged. Groups. Figure C shows how median wage growth is strong for every demographic between 2019 and 2024, but particularly for black men, Hispanic women, and young workers right out of high school. Why is it funny? It's pretty obvious she's winning. I don't know if it's pretty obvious right now. I don't know who his is, Golden Snakey. But a financially accomplished in regions relinquished to the highest bid. I don't know what that means. That's a bunch of nonsense. Obviously, Trump's winning by at least 60-40. Trump, sorry. Median black worker wages grew 7.2% with black men. He said she's winning? Me? I don't know. I don't think the betting markets, the polling still slightly favors Harris. The betting markets are heavily favoring Trump right now for some reason. I still don't really know why, but I don't know. I think it's a coin toss basically. Hispanic and black women also had especially strong wage growth of 6.6 and 6.2% respectively. It's only the tightest labor markets that historically disadvantaged groups experience improvements in jobs and faster wage growth. That being said, inflation-adjusted wages for middle white men grew 2.4% since 2019, increasing their standard of living. Young workers who are out of high school experience the fastest wage growth at any group. Damn, I should have gotten a job. These didn't include me. I would drag these down like horrible with my 30 cent a day wages. These workers are often left out in a weaker labor markets and also lost their jobs in great numbers when a pandemic recession hit because of the type of jobs they tend to have. Slowing job growth doesn't mean the labor market isn't still strong. I've been trying to post a comment for like 10 minutes, so it's completely butchered at this point. The labor market continues to add jobs. I feel your struggle, Golden Snake. Don't worry. You're good. Labor market continues to add job. They're at a slower pace, but there isn't reason to worry at this point as the economy continues to approach full employment. Job growth would tend to slow because of the pool of sidelined workers dwindled. I mean, like, the September numbers seem to conflict this, but closer to full employment. I'm pretty sure vacancies are also increasing, which like suggests that we are pretty close to full employment. Hiring and quitting have also come down over the past few months as workers are staying put instead of moving in and out of jobs at the pace they did 2 years ago. Now the Federal Reserve has started lowering interest rates. I'm hopeful that any signs of weakness will recede and the labor market will continue to strength. Which seems like it. I mean, obviously a rate cut is not going to have an effect within fucking 2 days or whatever the fuck, but not 2 days. What's up? Welcome to the stream, Sneaky Permo. I think Trump's tax plan is going to be open. Open the U.S. to being bought by the rich states. Sorry, and rich states still denies, but it's so true. Based. Why would YouTube not let you send that? Former 2. Who's the current head of the BLS? We were appointed as Commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics by Presidents Trump and Obama, respectively. We ran the BLS for a combined 8 years. Today, we're raising an alarm. Perhaps the most vital indicator for agencies to use to understand the U.S. economy. The U.S. monthly employment rate is in imminent danger. Okay, former Commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Appointed by President Trump and Obama, respectively. Raising the alarm. That the U.S. monthly unemployment rate survey used for the U.S. monthly unemployment rate is in imminent danger. Once a month, usually the first Friday, policymakers and financial traders react to the so-called Jobs Day report from the BLS, which estimates monthly unemployment rate. Unfortunately, the nonpartisan fact-finding agency has been underfunded for more than a decade. Planner seems like cut revenue, increase spending. True. Well, actually, he doesn't plan to increase spending that much, but he plans to cut revenue way more than he plans to increase spending. BLS needs to adequate funding to help the current population survey, which feeds into the Jobs Day report. At current funding levels, cuts to the survey sample size in 2025 will be unavoidable. Cuts to the current population's survey size will have to happen in 2025. That would endanger the quality and variety of estimates the BLS can produce. As technology evolves, people are less likely to answer calls from an unfamiliar number or open a door for a stranger. When the pandemic hit without safe ways to conduct in-person surveys, response rates went down to all-time lows. They're still trending down. Okay. People are becoming less likely to respond to unknown number calls or answer people at the door. So they response rates are trending downward. From 2016 to 2020, BLS sends a Bureau of confident plan to modernize the survey by shifting most data collected to the web. All this plan would require around $125 million. The BLS could modernize the current population survey without sample cuts in only 3 years, but the money has never been appropriated. 2016 to 2020, the BLS drafted a plan to Modernized by shifting to a web-based survey within 3 years. But the plan would cost $25 million, which has never been appropriated. If Congress didn't fully fund BLS current needs, plus the modernization project during the funding cycle will lose major kinds of critical economic data. First, demographic detail, because BLS began publishing monthly unemployment rates for Native Americans only 2 years ago. Policymakers didn't know until 2022 that the unemployment rate spiked to nearly 29% for Native Americans in 2020, about double the national rate. Even now, BLS can't break down unemployment rates for specific racial and ethnic minorities in many states due to funding shortages. BLS underfunding. BLS. So we get less accurate and demographic details are already hard to measure in the BLS. Because the BLS began publishing monthly employment for Native Americans over 2 years ago. Policymakers didn't know until 2022 that it spiked to, okay, so BLS also can't break, or I'll just say disaggregate rates for specific racial and ethnic minorities in many states. Veterans, teens, seniors, people with disabilities, women of color, won't be received or appropriately supported. They disappear from the jobs report. Second, significant pools of monthly state and local data will vanish. Leaving behind only annual estimates. This would hammer local officials' ability to assess community conditions, making it harder to target assistance during downturns and natural disasters. Current population survey. Such vital estimates inform such vital estimates as household income, poverty rates, and health insurance coverage. This influences mortgage rates, retirement savings, local businesses, and more. It's difficult to overstate the economic repercussions of forfeiting this information. No other source can provide this critical information. Oh, we later than usual this time? Yeah, I've been streaming a little bit. I guess so. Ooh, that's wild. My sleep schedule has been normal for so long that it's actually unusual for me to stream at 10 p.m. Usually I, a few weeks ago, whatever, I would start streaming at fucking 8 p.m. and then go till like 2 a.m. I don't know. I usually want to stream that long. I'd go to like, it depends. I don't know. I'd go to like, I think I actually would go to 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. sometimes. That's 6 hours. I stream for 6 hours sometimes. I've been streaming 7 hours today. Difficult to overstate the economic repercussions of forfeiting the information. No other source can provide its critical data. If Congress doesn't invest now in a web-based, adequately sized survey, will snowball into which current population surveys and usefulness continue to decline. This could force the BLS to cut other important economic surveys to keep this one life support. BLS could also be forced to cut support for other surveys to keep the CPS on life support. Right now we're reading, this is just like an op-ed from two former heads at the Bureau of Labor Statistics saying, hey, Congress, we need more fucking funding or else your data is going to be all wonky because we don't have enough money to modernize the current population stuff right to a web-based system. Response rates are trending downward. We need $25 million. Yeah. Hold on. China has a lot of money printers. We have all the money printers we need because we have a monopoly on the US dollar, okay? The Federal Reserve can print. Wait, Localist. Is quantitative easing money printing? Can you enter requested? Localist is quantitative easing money printing. Localist is quantitative easing always money printing. Localist is quantitative easing always money printing. Let's see if he answers, guys. Let's see if he answers or if he just says something, or if he trolls or says something irrelevant, does not answer the question. Bypass paywalls, bypass paywalls, bypass paywalls, bypass the paywall, please. Bypass paywalls. I'm edging the wall. Fire, let's go, let's go, let's go. Edgers in chat, rise up. Import the money then. So much for a softening labor market. Employment fired up September with the BLS showing a gain of 245,000 jobs. I thought it was September. I thought it was other way around. I thought it was 254,000. It is 254,000. And the jobless rate fell, falling to 4.1%. 54. Okay, in payrolls. And the unemployment rate fell to 4.1%. September. As the Bush fears that imminent recession ahead, though it would give the Federal Reserve governors some pause about the pace of interest rate cuts. The robust job growth marked a rebound from the last 3 months of slower growth, and it looked even better with revisions for July and August. There was base employment by compliance 72,000. Upward revisions added a combined 72K jobs for July and August. Average work week fell by 0.1 hour, so the number of hours worked declined, but wages rose a healthy 0.4% for last month and 4% for a 12-month basis. Wage increase appear to be accelerating. Appear to be accelerating 62% increase over 6 years. One by this weekend, the doctors will compound a trend. One note of caution is that most job growth is coming from areas boosted by government spending, healthcare, social services, and government. However, most of it's job growth. These notes aren't public. The notes are in my Discord. The notes I'm on right now aren't public. I can make them public. But the notes are... There's a notes channel in Discord. But I think my only notes that are public are the Israel-Palestine ones, I think. I should add exclamation point notes though. Did you hear My Pillow's having a sale? Guess the price, $14.88, I'm guessing. Isn't areas. Boots by government spending, healthcare, social services, and government. With menu. Manufacturing jobs. Decreasing. Financial markets love the job news, with stocks and bonds rising. It's hard to see any kind of economic gloom in the data. If the Fed is thinking of accelerating path of interest rate cuts, if your recession shouldn't be part of the rationale. The pop in bond yield is especially notable. The 10-year Treasury rose a dozen basis points from 3.97, and it's up from 3.7 on Tuesday. Markets would seem to be anticipating stronger growth, or perhaps that the Fed will only cut its target rate by 25 basis points in November, rather than another 50 that it cut in September meeting. It's hilarious, yeah. Subtle dog whistle. Who would know? Growing economy, strong labor market are reasons themselves to keep rates higher if inflation continues to fall. But the September jobs report and buoyant financial markets appear to confirm what we've been saying, which is that monetary policy hasn't been all that restrictive. We'll see if it's compatible with continued disinflation. Opinion Kamala Harris's AI deepfake. Oh no, I didn't see this. 1350. That would be funny. Kamala Harris is trying to woo business leaders representing herself as centrist, supports markets and technological innovation, called political deepfake. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I thought there was like a AI deepfaker Harris that actually went around. I was like, what? By the way, I'm pretty sure that like everything, most of the things people criticize Harris for, I don't even think she mentioned in this plan. Unrealized is not here. At least I don't think. Let me make sure it all loads. Well, what about billionaires? Make the wealthiest pay the same as the middle class. Let's see. It doesn't say unrealized tax, but maybe. Of course, not there. Billionaires need to pay their fair share in tax. They should pay an effective tax rate lower than a teacher firefighter. Support establishing a minimum income tax in billionaires. Okay, so this is kind of an unrealized tax, but it's also not quite. Well, it is an unrealized tax, but it's not necessarily as bad. They roll back Trump's taxes for the richest Americans, and because there's going to be some people who don't even. This is also on billionaires, when previously it was $100 million. So this is only billionaires, and it's just a minimum income tax. So it is effectively. I mean, it's effectively a style of wealth tax, right? But not as broad a base as the unrealized tax you want to do. Because, minimum tax, so it's not like you're taxing an additional marginal rate, because there's going to be some billionaires who probably do already pay them whatever minimum tax is and other taxes they pay. They also roll back Trump's taxes for the rich American and like common sense reforms. So there's that. I think that's the only time it mentions billionaire. I know it mentions some 6 times. It paid a fair share in taxes to help invest in the nation due to supporting fair common sense, balancing the tax code. Oh, we'll pay the same rate on long-term capital gains as they do now. Oh, 99% of Americans. Americans earning below 100,000 will continue to pay no taxes on long-term capital gains. Americans earn 100 million, 1 million a year. The tax rate for the long-term capital gain, but this isn't even unrealized. One study found that between 2010 and 2018, the top 400 billionaire families in the United States, which is about 8% of federal income tax, giving billionaires tax break. Okay. Yeah, I don't even think she has an unrealized tax in here. And then, what was it like? Price gouging. The bill has set rules in a row to make clear that big corporations can't unfairly exploit consumers during times of crisis and run up excessive corporate profits in food and groceries. This is like, again, this is a law that like I think it's 44 states already have. So clearly, it's not like communistic price controls that she wants to do. It's like you can argue it's good or bad because like ultimately price gouging can be good. For 2 reasons. One, it encourages people to conserve. You know, if the price of groceries is a lot during times of crisis, everyone is going to buy only what they need and conserve, which leaves more for other people. Whereas if the price is artificially low, you're going to buy a lot of it and not leave stuff for other people. 2, is the potential for shortages. It's a little different than like regular price control shortages. But being able to jack up your prices a lot during a disaster, what that does is it gives companies an incentive to actually increase their supply before a disaster if they know it's coming, because they know they can make a big profit on it. If they know they can't make as big a profit on it, they might not produce as much as they could. Just ration it. There are times where rationing makes sense. I know Matthew Yglesias wrote an article on it, and I haven't read it. Whatever he says, I dogmatically agree with is the correct take. I don't know. I don't know if rationing would always make sense for natural disasters. It could, but I don't know. It's like, yeah. But like she's literally, yeah, she's like, dude, Texas has this law, and she's quoting like there was like a lawsuit in Texas about it. North Carolina Department of Justice, and it led by Attorney General Josh Stein, has recovered more than $1 million for consumers, but by 12 lawsuits against 29 defendants. So North Carolina has this law. We're not we're a Republican state for the most part. We have a Democratic governor. I shouldn't say we're a Republican state. We're like 50-50 Democrat-Republican, but we have a fucking Republican supermajority in our state legislators because we're so fucking badly gerrymandered. And Texas has this law. Texas is not a Democrat state either. So like, you know, and then people don't like that. What was I better $25,000 for down payment is definitely housing down payment is definitely in there, but that's like not that bad. Like, it's probably, I don't know. It's not a good housing policy. It's a decent income redistribution policy. From 2022, so that kind of does give me an excuse to not read it. Rising's better. Price gouge builds resentment and damages social fabric. That is true. Slow, boring, rationing. Absolutely time replacing price controls, rationing economic policy making. One of my grandfathers was communist and installed naval aviators during World War II. My grandmother was an economist who spent the war working in the Office of Price Administration, where he helped secure the future of the free world by organizing rationing and price control system for footwear. I recommend rationing and price controls for Europe during the winter 2022 to 2023 to help deal with Vladimir Putin's effort to cut off the continent's supply of natural gas. Greatest continent economy does not explain why inflation is higher in 2022 than 2019. Price controls and rationing are a reasonable response to certain kinds of supply disruptions associated with war and natural disaster. But if you use them to address the run-of-the-mill excess demand, you end up with shortages. Okay, one thing I want to do, I know if I go to my this, and if I go to my real wage notes, this MC parkour sucks. What's wrong with it? Link me a better one, then I cannot have to do that. I've seen people get annoyed before because at one point I know they fall off and they just like fly back up. They don't like, people don't like that. Like, they don't even let themselves hit the ground. They just, like, fly back up. Yeah, it was just that. I don't know. I just downloaded it a while ago. And, like, one of the first ones I saw. So, there's probably better ones out there. Fun level, locked it off. Base. I'll link my own fucking script here. I don't understand why I can't just like link the name, but it has a paycheck thing, which is dumb. $400 expense. And some of the substitution bias shit. And then there's probably some graphs I like that I want to add. So, like this, I for sure want to add. Oh, okay, so this is just... Okay, what is this? Have that data down. Basically have all this. I have this as well, but this looks a lot bigger than the... They might have changed... Yeah, they changed the y-axis a bit. They made it a little smaller, so it makes the gap look bigger. Guess I'll just add... to this. I don't know if I really enjoy this graphs I like, but sometimes graphs I like doesn't like have sources for things. It's just graphs I see and I write them down for later. Oh, you know what? Food spending percentage of income. These two would be good. What the fuck did I do? Yeah, there's stuff on like the time price of groceries, which might be good to add. And then there's a little bit more things to read. But I can do that later. Alright, everyone. Appreciate you guys for watching. I love stream. Love you guys watch me stream. Tomorrow, big day, guys. Big day tomorrow. Hold on. Big day tomorrow. Hippy dippy. 2 p.m. EST. 2 p.m. EST. 2 p.m. EST. Be there. Be there. Be there. Be there. Be there. I am there. The boss is also there. Me and the boss are there. So be there, because I'm cool. And the boss is also cool. I know a lot of you guys are mutual viewers. So if you want to see both of us do it, you better be there. Wait, what is that? Hippy dippy recruitment debate. Hippy Dippy is a show that Dylan Byrne runs. I'm not cool enough to be on the real show. I'm on the recruitment show, where they get new people. I mean, like, so many people. Like, these are other known streamers, like the Opposite of Boss is, Emerald Gibbs is. Some of these other people kind of are, but kind of aren't. Wait, Hippy Dippy? Yeah. So, be there, be there, be there, be there. 2 p.m. EST, be there. I recruitment MLO. It's a big deal. Big deal. Big deal. Big deal. I'm just kidding. Oh, you're just kidding too. Yeah, but that'll be fun. So you guys better be there. Better fucking be there. Okay? Please, please, chat. Please be there. Sub to the YouTube channel if you have not, because we're trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. Yeah. I will see you guys tomorrow. Hippy Dippy's a debate show. Yeah. But again, I love streaming. Love you guys watching stream. Appreciate all you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Who's stream? I guess Red Radius is streaming. Substitute Dylan Burns on YouTube is pretty good. Yeah, but it was awesome. I'm gonna be there again. Me and the boss. I know you guys watch the boss too. If you want to come for me, that's awesome. But also, I know some of you guys want to see the boss. Okay, that's cool too. So be there, be there, be there. And head over to Red Radius. Again, I live stream. Love to you guys watch me stream. 2 p.m. EST. 2 p.m. EST. If you're, I don't know if you're in my Discord server. Exclamation point Discord in chat. Obviously, I will remind everyone. I'll start streaming a little bit before it happens, obviously. So, yeah, probably like 1 p.m. tomorrow about I'll start streaming. And then we'll do it then. We'll do it at 2 p.m., right? The thing actually starts at 2 p.m. Anyway. See you guys then. Be there. Be there. Be there. Me and the boss are there. It's a good show. It's cool. Okay. What are you debating from? We're debating a bunch of econ stuff, basically. Anyway. Go over to Red Radius. I love streaming. Love you guys watching stream. Really appreciate you guys being here. Thank you guys so much. And again, be there tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST. Even if you aren't there. I still appreciate you for being here now. Anyway, but head over to Red Radius and be there. 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 2 p.m. EST. 2 p.m. EST tomorrow. Be there. Be there. Be there. Thanks, guys. Bye, chat. Be there. 2 p.m. EST. 2 shorts.